Good morning, everyone. I'm Councillor Stephen Holliday. I'm the chair of the Etobicoke York Community Council. We have quorum, and I'm now calling meeting number 33 to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at the Etobicoke Civic Centre in the council chamber. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, Community Council would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you're registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. We will call speakers in the order that they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Etobicoke York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. I have a paper copy of the speakers list, and I can tell you it's quite lengthy. So today we have made some special provisions for a full room, which we most certainly have. And I appreciate that everyone has joined us today. The boardroom at the entrance to the building is broadcasting the meeting. If you're here today to participate or view the meeting on any of the items, especially those timed for 1:30, that would be all of the applications to remove trees and all of the requests for fence exemptions, you can be more comfortable to follow this meeting room in the boardroom until 1:30 p.m. if you like. Our clerk staff will walk you over to the boardroom so that you can view the proceedings. Staff are also welcome to follow the meeting from the boardroom, particularly if your reports are going to be debated later in the day. This being our final scheduled meeting of the Etobicoke York Community Council, I wanted to take a moment to thank everybody that has helped make these series of meetings a success. Of course, the many citizens that have been involved to come and depute and send letters to us about some very difficult decisions, to you, my colleagues on Community Council, to the staff of the Toronto Public Service that have provided exemplary support, but a special thank you to Nancy Martins and Cindy Lay, who are sitting here up the front. They are our meeting clerks. And if you don't know what they do, they keep everything on course through these meetings, and they deal with an enormous amount of information, and they put it into words that become law. And that is a very tough process, and I wanted to personally thank you for the work. I also would note, and there's a number of clerk staff that participate in this process, including the audiovisual team that make all of the meetings work online, and all of the online speakers have the chance to speak. Our technical support at the back of the room, I see Mike there. And the other Mike and his team that do the AV broadcasts, who are looking after the other room. So I wanted to make sure that we really appreciated all that you've done over the last 4 years. These meetings could not be a success without all of your input. And as busy as this room is, there is one less person that we normally see, and that is Elizabeth Silva-Stewart, who is one of the managers in community planning. Elizabeth has retired, and I just wanted to acknowledge her contribution for all of the work that she's done to help us with the many planning files here, and I wish her all the best in her retirement. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at etcc@toronto.ca to help with motions. I will ask if there are any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. If you do have an interest, please indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Seeing none, we will proceed. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting on May 26, 2026? Councillor Nunziata moves. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. We'll now go through the items. Our first item is EY 33.1, 1233 to 1255, the Queensway Official Plan Amendment Decision Report. That is held for speakers. Our next item is EY 33.2, 4975 Dundas Street West, Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application Decision Report. That is held for speakers. EY 33.3 is Lakeshore Boulevard West, City Initiated Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendments Final Report. It's held for speakers. Next item is EY 33.4, 1025 The Queensway, Draft Plan of Subdivision Application Decision Report. That is held for speakers. EY 33.5, 5 and 43 Junction Road, Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Applications Decision Report. That is held for speakers. EY 33.6, Mount Dennis Station Protected Major Transit Station Area Official Plan Amendment Final Report.
Councilor
Yep. Okay. I am required as chair to make an announcement that my announcement by a chair on a special public meeting. Etobicoke York Community Council is holding a statutory public meeting in accordance with Section 26 of the Planning Act for item EY 33.6, Mount Dennis Station Protected Major Transit Station Area Official Plan Amendment Final Report. Over to you, Councilor Nunziata.
I believe that we don't have any deputants on this item. We do have staff here, so I'm going to move the recommendation.
Councilor Nunziata moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 33.7, 4686 and 4690 Dundas Street West and 56 Nottingham Drive, Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application Decision Report. That's held for speakers. EY 33.8, 1151 Weston Road, Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application Decision Report. This will be held for speakers. EY 33.9, 1151 Weston Road, alterations and removal of an attribute of a designated heritage property under Part 4, Sections 33 and 34 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement. Councilor Nunziata. Number 9. No speakers. This is 1151 Weston Road.
Sorry, yes, Mr. Chair. So I'll move the recommendation, staff recommendation.
Councilor Nunziata is moving the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 33.10, 155 Entrance Road. That is the Woodbine Go and UPX station. Site plan control application, conditions of approval. Councilor Crisanti.
Mr. Chair, I'll move staff recommendations. There are no clear recommendations here, but this is just information for to advise us of the status of that site plan control.
So your motion is to receive, Councillor?
Correct.
All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. The next item is EY 33.11, Islington Village Planning Framework Status Report. This will be held for speakers. EY 33.12, 175 and 185 Eileen Avenue Part Lot Control Exemption Application Decision Report. Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, I'll move the staff recommendation.
Councillor Nunziata moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. The next item is EY 33.13, Weston In Gear Planning Study Status Update Report. That'd be held for speakers. EY 33.14 is the Riding Lands Study Direction Report. Councillor Nunziata.
Move the staff recommendation.
Councillor Nunziata moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. The next item is EY 33.15. That is naming a park at 3780 Bloor Street West in honor of Constable John Zivchich. Members, I'm going to propose, once we do the run-through, that we move this item as the first order of business, as we have a number of guests in the room. Unless there's any objections to that, we'll do that as soon as we're done. But I'm going to hold that item in the interim. The next item is EY 3316, changes to business improvement area boards of management. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Moving the staff recommendations on this technical report.
Councillor Morley moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 33.17, 12 Drury Lane, application to remove a private tree. That'll be held for speakers. And timed for 1:30. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item is EY 33.18, 17 Tettenhall Road, application to remove a city-owned tree. That will be held for speakers and timed for 1:30. EY 33.19, 77 6th Street, interim approach to address city-owned female ginkgo trees. That will be held for speakers and timed for 1:30. EY 33.20, 80 Pelmo Crescent, request for a fence exemption at the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447. That will be held for speakers and timed for 1:30. EY 33.21, that is 122 Jeffcoat Drive, request for a fence exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447. That will be held for speakers and timed for 1:30. EY 33.22, 5 Alderton Court, request for a fence exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447. I will hold that item, and I will let anyone know, there's no registered speaker, but I have an intention to defer that item, but we'll get to that when we get to it at 1:30 or later. EY 33.23, 8 Markwood Crescent, request for a fence exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447. We'll hold that for speakers and time for 1:30 or afterwards. EY 33.24, 751 Scarlett Road, request for a fence exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447. There is a registered speaker, and I'm going to also let that speaker know that my intention will be to either defer or refer the item to be considered on a later date, so that speaker can be informed. By the way, any speakers that may be registered and know that there's an item to be deferred or referred, you may want to ask the clerk about your speaking rights, because there are potential that you will be able to speak once to the item. So if that comes up, please take note of that. EY 33.25, 22 9th Street, request for a fence exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are we doing all fence exemptions at 1:30?
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, so that will be timed as well, even though there's no speaker? Okay, so that item is timed for 1:30. EY 3326, 83 Westhead Road, request for a fence exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447. That will be timed for 1:30 as well. There are no registered speakers. EY 33.27, 25 Franson Crescent, request for a fence exemption in the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447. Again, timed for 1:30. There are speakers registered. EY 33.28, 3100 Weston Road, request for a fence exemption in the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447. There are speakers, and that will be held to 1:30. EY 33.29, Kipling Avenue at Furwood Crescent, pedestrian crossing protection. I'm going to hold that down because I'm going to have a motion. EY 33.30, Browns Line and Jellicoe Avenue, pedestrian crossing protection, held for speakers. And that is not timed, correct, Madam Clerk? So we'll get to that in the order. EY 33.31, Thistletown Streets Plan, Councillor Crisanti.
Yes, I'm happy to move staff recommendations with a couple of quick amendments. And I believe the clerk has the amendments ready to go right now. I hope. Oh, there they are. Okay. So I'm happy to move this item, staff recommendations, including these two amendments as well. That is to include speed humps on Ward Law, which is part of the streets plan. We're going to include Ward Law as well. And four-way, all-way compulsory stop control at the intersection of Bankfield and All Heart.
Okay, on the amendment, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. On the item as amended, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 33.32, Genthorn Avenue, traffic calming, speed humps.
Yes.
Councillor Crisanti.
Moving staff recs on this one too, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Crisanti moves the staff recs. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 33.33, Kent Royal Drive and Inchcliffe Crescent, traffic calming, speed humps. Councillor Crisanti.
Moving staff recommendations.
Councillor Crisanti moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 33.34, Dalesford Road, Mendota Road, and Wesley Street, traffic calming, speed humps. Held for speakers. EY 33.35, the Kingsway Neighborhood, traffic calming, speed humps, held for speakers. EY 33.36, Barry Road, traffic calming, speed cushions, held for speakers. EY 33.37, Wright Avenue, traffic calming, speed cushions, Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, I'll move the staff recommendation.
Councillor Nunziata moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 33.38, corrective bylaw for the permanent closure of portions of Dundas Street West, Kipling Avenue, and Bloor Street. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Moving staff recommendations.
Councillor Morley moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 33.39, Toledo Road, U-turn prohibition. That's Ward 2. Happy to move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 33.40, Park Lawn Road, U-turn prohibition. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Moving staff recommendations.
Councillor Morley moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 33.41, the Kingsway and Lambeth Road, turn prohibition. I'm happy to move the staff recommendations, which is to rescind the existing southbound left turn prohibition in effect at all times. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 33.42, Maple Leaf Drive and Jane Street, investigation of turn prohibition. Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, I'll move the staff recommendation to receive the report.
Councillor Nunziata moves receipt. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 33.43, Royal York Road and Royal York Court, traffic control signals, excuse me. I'm happy to move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 33.44, Evans Avenue, heavy vehicles. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With thanks to staff, move to receive the report.
Councillor Morley moves receipt. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 33.45, St. Albans Road, heavy vehicles. Councillor Morley.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Another staff report. Happy to move. Thank you.
Councillor Morley moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 33.46, Cliveden Avenue, parking amendments. Councillor Morley.
Moving staff recommendations.
Councillor Morley moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 33.47, Maple Avenue, parking amendments. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also moving staff recommendations on this item.
Councillor Morley moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 33.48, Stephen Drive, parking amendments.
Staff recommendations, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Morley moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 33.49, accessible parking spaces, July 2026. Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, I'll move the staff recommendation.
Councillor Nunziata moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 33.50, 70 Lacey Avenue, encroachment appeal, retaining wall. Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, I'll move the recommendation.
Councillor Nunziata moves the recommendation. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 33.51, 115 Black Creek Drive, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880 fire routes. Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, move staff recommendation.
Councillor Nunziata moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Members, we also do have a number of new items to introduce as new business. So the first item is EY 33.52, Riding Avenue, removal of traffic island following one-way conversion. A motion from Councillor Nunziata to move this as new business. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 33 the number will be designated, Hillside Avenue and Royal York pedestrian crossing protection. Councillor Morley, you move this, add this as new business. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. The next item is EY, number 2 to be determined, improvements for pedestrian safety and accessibility to welcome the deafblind community in New Toronto. Councillor Morley, you move this as new business. Councillor Morley moves. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. Manitoba Street parking restriction and review of traffic calming. Councillor Morley, you're going to move that as new business. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. And improving traffic safety on St. Philip's Road. You will move that, Councillor Crisanti, as new business? I see a yes. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Okay, so we will.
Mr. Chair, there's one more.
Councillor Peruzza.
It should have come in as a memo, lowering the speed limit on Elena Drive.
Okay, we'll give that a couple of minutes, so we'll get it circulated, and we'll introduce it as soon as it's ready. Members, you recall, and I don't recall the number, but we were going to move an item to the top of the order in recognition of some special visitors today. 3315. So, with your consent, we're going to reorder EY 3315, naming a park at 3780 Bloor Street West in honor of Constable John Zivchich. And I want to recognize some important guests in the room today. First of all, we have Chief Frank Bergen from the Hamilton Police. But Chief Bergen is here because he was the former 22 Division unit commander. From 22 Division, we have Superintendent Justin Vander Hayden, who is the current unit commander. We have Staff Sergeant Christina Donaldson. We have Police Constable Fred Hodgson, Police Constable Andrew Blunk, and Police Constable Dan McGrath. And I'm extremely delighted that you're here to join us in the chambers for what is a very, very important moment. I'm just going to do a brief introduction and allow Councillor Morley to make a couple of comments, and then our community council will consider the item. But for residents and visitors, it's important to know who Constable John Zivchich was. So I'm just going to read a passage from the Toronto Police website where fallen officers are recorded. And this is an important part of our city's history and an important acknowledgement of community service. So on November 30th, 2013, Constable John Zivchich was working as a traffic enforcement officer in 22 Division, where he'd been stationed since joining the service more than 6 years earlier. He was responding to an emergency call for an impaired driver with his lights and sirens on when he was involved in a collision at the intersection of Bloor Street West and Nielsen Drive. He was taken to hospital with life-threatening injuries. The driver of the second vehicle, a woman, was treated in hospital for non-life-threatening injuries. Constable Zivchich later succumbed to his injuries at St. Michael's Hospital on December 2nd, surrounded by his families as officers stood vigil at the hospital. And just so you know, Bloor Street and Nielsen Drive is just a couple of blocks down the street from the Etobicoke Civic Center, right in the heart of our community. I don't know about the others, but I remember when this happened in 2013. It was an important piece of news and very central to our community in a difficult point in time. But we do these steps to honor those that contributed to our city in public service. And I know that this community council, just a couple of years back, passed a special exemption to allow there to be a plaque on the side of the road, and that goes along with a beautiful tree that was planted. And there was a ceremony that was held. It was very well attended by some of the officers that are here with us today. And these are small points that allow us to remember those that served us and those that gave their life for the safety of our community. And I'm privileged that we're able to consider this as a community council. And I thank the leadership of Councillor Morley to spearhead the renaming of a new park. We don't get many new parks in the city, and not in Etobicoke, but there is one. And that park will be named in honor of Constable John Zivchich. So Deputy Mayor Morley, you may wish to make a few comments.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I just want to echo your warm welcome to colleagues from the Toronto Police Service for joining us today in the chamber, as well as Musa Talil and his family who spearheaded the petition and a lot of the local grassroots leadership to bring us to today. I'm really pleased, and I also do recall back in 2013, I was at the beginning of my career at City Hall working as a staffer, and I remember that impactful news coming out in community and the importance that we all need to constantly be reminded. Civil service, public service really is a calling for so many people, and in some instances, the ultimate sacrifice is paid, as the chair said, in the service of our cities and our communities. So I'm very pleased today to support the naming of the new park at 3780 Bloor Street West as Constable John Zivchik Park. Constable Zivchik, as we know, served out of 22 Division and lost his life in the line of duty while responding to an emergency call in South Etobicoke. This naming recognizes his service, his sacrifice, and his connection to our community. I also want to acknowledge again Musa, his family, colleagues from 22 Division, who have really spearheaded this proposal, and as well, of course, as the support from Constable Zivchik's family and the local residents, the Islington Resident and Ratepayers Association. So thank you, everybody, for your heartfelt contributions to making today possible. We look forward to this renaming, and we look forward to continuing to honor Constable Zivchik and his service. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, members, the clerk has just informed me that we have a speaker on this item that is registered. So I do regret we got out of order. We normally would have spoken after the speaker, but I will invite Lauren Tedesco to the front podium. Thank you for joining us, Lauren. I just ask you to tap the mic just to make sure we're broadcasting. We don't have sound yet, so just hang on.
Button. There we are.
Thank you. Welcome to the Etobicoke York Community Council. Please begin.
First of all, thank you, councillors, for allowing this to be put forward today. I think it's really important. I just want to say a really brief statement that it really is important for us to remember the officers in our community, the ones who really have the ultimate sacrifice in life and in death, and that this is really more than just a naming of a park here in Etobicoke. Officer Zivchik was a member of our community, a life of service, but also this is not just about the work of being a police officer in our community. It's about investing in the people in the neighborhoods that these officers work in. To turn a memory now into a legacy by naming this park is more important than really just the memory that a lot of these fallen officers face and that stay within their families and their police family. We want to turn this into the community's story. We want this to really remember how the officer Zivchik really helped shape our community and the memory. And behind every badge is a person, and I think that's really important to remember here today. And behind this act of service is a commitment to others, and behind every fallen officer is family, friends, and a community that we'll never forget. And legacy isn't something that we build alone. It takes someone to believe enough in it, to recognize it, to protect it, and to preserve it. So I'd also like to take the opportunity to recognize Musa Talil. His vision, his persistence, his outreach is the reason that we are all here today. Doing the work and building the support and seeing it through. And I really hope that this is obviously a vote in favor of the naming after Officer Zivchik. And we would all be so lucky to have someone in our corner to be able to recognize that legacy and establish it in the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Talil.
Mr. Chair, I would like a recorded vote.
Absolutely. If there's no other comments, I will ask Madam Clerk if you could record the vote on this.
All those in favor of adopting the motion before you, Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Holliday, Councillor Morley, Councillor Crisanti, that item carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you, everyone. I'll just do a brief reminder to those that may be standing at the back of the room, that is visitors and staff. We do have a little bit of overflow space, if that suits you. And throughout the day, we want you to be comfortable. We've got a lot of items. So there is a room outside at the back if you want to go there. If not, we've got plenty of business to look after over the next couple of hours, and we will continue. So, back up to the top of the order paper. Our next item of business is EY 33.1, which is 1233 to 1255 the Queensway, official plan amendment, a decision report. We have speakers on this item. Our first speaker is Brian Robinson from Weston Consulting.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it did show up.
If we all wish at the same time, it'll be there. It'll work.
Are you city staff?
No.
If it won't show up, then we have to move on without them. Like, I would join the meeting and or share it through the meeting, but if not,
Okay.
Folks, just those that are following along, we're just sorting out a technical issue. We'll be with you in a sec.
Oh, there we go. Perfect.
Excellent. Welcome, Ms. Robinson. If you're all set,
Yes.
although it's okay, we got one screen out of two. That's a good start.
Okay. It's better than nothing.
Please go ahead as soon as you're ready, and I'll let the team know we got one screen down.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Brian Robinson. I'm a planner with Weston Consulting here today on behalf of the owners of 1233 to 1255 the Queensway. The property is located on the southeast corner of Queensway and Kipling Avenue and has frontage along the Queensway and along Kipling. Within the surrounding area context, it's surrounded by a mix of commercial, retail, and residential uses, which you can see on the screen. Of note, to the east of Zora Avenue, there's a number of properties that have recently been redeveloped or approved for redevelopment within the surrounding area. The city's official plan designates the property as mixed-use areas, which permits a broad range of uses, including residential, office, retail, institutional, and park spaces. And the zoning bylaw, the majority avenues. So this project has seen quite a bit of history between our pre-consultation in August of 2023 up until our official plan amendment application was filed in June of 2025. We have taken quite a collaborative approach with city staff, having several design charrette meetings and transportation charrette meetings with various city departments to ensure that care has gone into the design of this property. Following our OPA application being filed, it was deemed complete in July of 2025, and a community consultation meeting was held in September of 2025. A resubmission was then made just to address comments that were heard from not only the community, but also city staff. And then we're here today with staff's report, which we are in support of the recommendations in front of you. So during our community consultation meeting and through reviewing the comments received from the various departments and agencies, what we heard was that there's a desire for community uses on this property, exploration for various forms of transportation and transit options within this area, and compatibility with the surrounding area and uses, not only from a redevelopment perspective, but just ensuring that the conditions in terms of noise, air quality are appropriate for residential uses. So on the screen is the development proposal. It envisions a multi-building mixed-use development, including residential and commercial uses, along with a potential school site, which is in discussion with Toronto Catholic District School Board. Or that you can see on the screen there through the development that will help to connect the site with parkland to the east of the property. In terms of the required planning approvals, the application proposes an official plan amendment. This would redesignate the subject lands from mixed-use areas to mixed-use areas and parks to accommodate the two proposed new parks. There's the proposal of the additional two new streets, Street A and B, and then a site and area specific policy would be implemented to provide a policy framework that supports the mixed use development. It's important to note that future planning approval applications will be required for this site, including a zoning bylaw amendment, draft plan of subdivision, and site plan approval. Now, through the proposal, there are a number of project merits and design principles that have been brought into place for this proposal. One of the first is ensuring the creation of a complete community with a mix of uses.
Can I get you to wrap up?
Of course,
just
yeah.
a little bit of time.
Of course. There has also been a focus on street animation and active building frontages, compact built form and building transition, providing active transportation uses, transportation improvements, the open spaces and green connectivity. And then a number of technical studies were also completed in support of the application, which are shown on the screen and I'm happy to speak to. As noted, we are in support of staff's recommendations and I am happy to take any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the speaker? Councillor Morley.
Thank you for being with us today. Thank you for the presentation. Just a couple of quick questions. You mentioned the two streets that would be included in this proposal. Would those be public or private streets?
They'll be public streets.
But can you talk to us about your client or, the applicant's vision in terms of timelines for redeveloping a significant redevelopment on this site?
Absolutely. So I think, as you noted, it is just an OPA. A lot of the work that has gone into place has been focused on more of like a master plan framework for the property, just given the size of it. So we're still quite early in the process. Zoning bylaw amendment, site plan approval, draft plan of subdivision applications will be required. Hopefully there's an opportunity to present those concurrently at some point in the future, but there is a desire from the owner to proceed with the necessary approvals. It's just, we're very early in the process, so we don't have exact timing in terms of anticipated final approvals for development, but it's anticipated that there will be still a number of years before we can put shovels in the ground on this site.
Great. And I appreciated seeing some of the community feedback and then what we heard reflected in the summary that you shared today. I was on that call as well. And, of course, we hear from our local residents who have some concerns about the nature of the redevelopment and what that means for them. Are you and the client committed to ongoing dialogue with the community through the next phases of the process to make sure that the community's voice and interest is included in the ultimate proposal?
Absolutely. I think our community consultation meeting was a great first opportunity to get feedback from the local community. Although it was very scoped towards the official plan amendment approval, there'll be other opportunities through our zoning bylaw amendment application to further consult with the community. And we encourage those to reach out to us and ask any questions that they may have so we continue that relationship with them.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Mr. Chair, that's all for me.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions. I'll just run quickly. So the Kipling Queensway Mall is a really important, but look, as a Ward 2 resident, I shop there. I go to the restaurants there once in a while. As noted in the report, the Mandarin's there. I mean, that's the one in our area.
Yeah.
Although Councillor Crisanti's got a good one too. But I know it's early and it's being mixed use, but are there some early thoughts about what retail may come back, especially grocery? Because there was a really big Sobeys store there that was really important. But could you tell me a little bit about what your client is thinking about in the future, about the kinds of things that will go back? Obviously, as mixed use, it
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to our colleagues, I believe Eno is on the file here. And good morning, Eno. Good to see you. I did sort of mention this and put this briefly to Brianne, but the submission from the applicant before us includes details like proposed building heights, densities, and other project statistics. Are we approving or implying approval of those details with what is before us today?
Through the chair, good morning, Deputy Mayor Morley, and thank you for your question. Absolutely not. We are not approving heights. We are not approving density, number of units. No, we are not. We are approving an official plan amendment to amend the official plan in 3 ways. And this was described by Brian. The first is that we are amending map 14, the land use plan, to accommodate the redesignation of the lands from mixed-use areas to mixed-use areas and parks. And that's because 2 new parks are proposed, so we do need to add the parks designation to the mixed-use areas. The second amendment will be to Schedule 2 to add the 2 new complete streets that are proposed, Streets A and Street B. And the third would be an amendment to Chapter 7, Site and Area Specific Policies. We'll be adding a new Site and Area Specific Policy number 933, which will provide a policy framework to support a mixed-use development at this site. So this is a standalone OPA, and there is no accompanying zoning bylaw amendment application. For this reason, we are just approving the OPA and nothing related to density and heights, number of units, and so on and so forth.
Thank you. And so to confirm, any next steps related to the redevelopment of this property would require future statutory community public meetings and ongoing dialogue, both with planning staff and colleagues in various divisions, to get to a proposal, ideally, that is reflective of both community and city staff input. Is that a fair statement?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, DM Molly. That's a very fair statement. We will need the zoning bylaw amendment application that provides details of the application to be submitted. And then we will have a community consultation meeting as well. Great. To discuss with the community. And then there will be recommendations to the EYCC on the outcome of the review.
Fantastic, thank you. Those are all my questions, Mr. Chair. I'll speak.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none? Councillor Morley.
Thank you. This represents one of the many redevelopment proposals in Ward 3 that we've been navigating in this term of office. And it is something that we want to navigate very carefully. We appreciate the applicant and the landowner's desire to re-envision their site and to make it something that is more community-centric, including residential, and many of the other complete community aspects that are before us today, including a park. We do recognize, however, that there's been really rapid change in our community, and particularly along the Queensway. It has changed from what I grew up knowing and seeing, and certainly I'm sure for many folks who've planted deep roots in the Etobicoke community. And so how we navigate this kind of proposal in our neighborhood really matters, and it matters a lot that we work closely and collaboratively to ensure that not only we're creating welcoming new communities for new residents, but we're genuinely ensuring existing residents feel heard and supported, and frankly, benefiting from the growth that our city and our community is receiving. So, as I mentioned, and I clarified with staff, what's before us today is a standalone official plan amendment, which will establish details related to the site layout for parks, streets, and non-residential uses and institutional uses, as well as establishing priorities for community benefit contributions for the site. We are not making any decisions today or approvals related to the overall height and density of the proposal development, despite the applicant including those details in their submission. The applicant will need to submit a zoning bylaw amendment application in order for the city to review and make a decision on those aspects of the development proposal. Understanding that, I do not have concerns at this time with the report brought forward by staff, and I will be moving the recommendations to approve the OPA.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Morley. Any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, on the staff recommendations, all those in favor? Any opposed? No? Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Our next item is EY 33.2, 4975 Dundas Street West, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application and decision report. We have speakers registered. Our first speaker is Corinne Labossière. Welcome to Community Council, Corinne. You've got
Thank
5
you.
minutes.
Thank you very
Are
much.
All set?
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, councilors. I'm here today to share an inspiring story with you because you are going to decide its finale. This is a story of Islington Village, its past, its present, and its potential future. First, an intro. I'm a longtime Islington resident and a past village tour guide and Islington Times columnist. I'm also an advocate for a healthy Islington Village Main Street because this small stretch of Dundas plays an essential role in the well-being of the people who live in this community. Second, some context. Our revered Islington Village was established long before either Toronto's revered Yorkville Village or the revered Goodham and Wirtz Distillery District. The original permanent settlers, the Johnston family, came here from Pennsylvania way back in 1798. Following the War of 1812, settlers flowed into this area and Islington Village became their commercial hub. Originally, they arrived from the US and Britain, then Ireland later, and up to today, people come from countries all over the world to live here in this welcoming neighborhood. Through the centuries, Islington Village, which is less than 2 kilometers, a stretch of Dundas between Islington and Kipling, has been a hardworking commercial village main street, continually supplying its working class residents with essential supplies, services, and social connections. Today, it's recognized as Toronto's Village of Murals, celebrated for stunning outdoor art gallery of more than 24 amazing murals and the fascinating stories they tell of life in our resilient village over the past 2 centuries. But most important is the village's continuing vital role in the community. When the Islington subway station on Bloor opened in 1968, dozens of apartment towers followed. Today, many more are being built south and west of the village. As these surrounding towers welcome thousands and thousands of newcomers, many of whom do not own vehicles, Main Street is indispensable to them. For decades, Toronto official plan recognized the significance and worthiness of special consideration for the village, and I quote, Islington Village is characterized as the heritage, fabric, and soul of Etobicoke Centre, a special place with a high degree of distinctiveness. The plan promised pedestrian-scale, retail-focused development with buildings up to 5 stories in height along Dundas West to maintain the Main Street character of Islington Village. But as soon as the Ontario government introduced legislation focused on hyper-fast, hyper-dense housing, all consideration for our important Main Street has evaporated. While a scoped review to recommend updates to enhance the village character was introduced by Councillor Morley and recently adopted, its scope is now severely limited by this new legislation. So, instead of new development enhancing the village, as we have long been promised, we now have a series of applications for super high-rises that will disrupt and smother Main Street life. Our community recently received a gut punch when the city approved the displacement of tenants in a 10-story rental building at 4875 Dundas to replace it with a 42-story tower. And now another gut punch. This application at 4975 for a 44-story tower, which would eliminate the Dollarama store, currently used by many residents as their only accessible, affordable grocery store, and would also permanently overshadow Main Street. So this meeting is about more than this one 44-story building. It's about preventing precedent-setting high-rises that would wipe out our important Main Street. Our village businesses will not survive years of tower construction upheaval followed by far fewer and more expensive retail locations. Likely to disappear would be many of the independent businesses operated by our local immigrant families. Vital merchants like convenience stores, specialty foods, barbers, hair salons, shoe repair, florists, cafes, bakeries, restaurants, and more. The story of Islington Village should not end this way. We're asking you not to sentence us to this environment on Yonge Street. Just like the Distillery District and Yorkville Village, which had been ignored and abused for decades before being rejuvenated, this is our time. Development charges have been slashed. It's time to honor the promise to residents to deliver the Main Street we want, need, and deserve. A bright, appealing community hub of people scale, moderate height, mixed-use buildings with a variety of thriving businesses that provide everyday essentials and encourage walking and socializing. Help us prevent the teardown of our Main Street by opposing any high-rise, including what's proposed for 4975 Dundas. Our village is worth fighting for. We're asking you to be the heroes who help us protect this valuable asset. By doing so, you'll enrich the lives of the families who live here today and those who will live here after us. Thank you.
Thank you. I will take a moment as the chair to remind folks, I really appreciate how important this is, but we do have a requirement in the chamber to hold applause. Sometimes people wave silently, but I do have to ask that. And the importance and the emotion is not lost on any of us, believe me. But thank you, if you could adhere to that. I'll just ask, there are questions of the speaker, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Corinne, for coming before us and for all your incredible service to the community, including the tours, which I know is a really, really important part of the character and culture in the village. I wanted to just ask you, you mentioned, and again, really appreciate your submission and your advocacy here today. You did mention the 42-story tower building, that is replacing a 10-story building on Southside Dundas, correct? Were you aware that we did, in fact, deny that application originally here at the city level, and it was appealed to the OLT? Yeah. I just wanted that point of clarification, because that was something that we did take an oppositional position on, and it has just come through the OLT, and unfortunately there's not any net benefit to the community in terms of heights or densities. So I just wanted to ask if you were aware of how that had moved through the process.
Yes, thank you. And I think, the OLT is a whole other layer of things, but I think at the same time, we know the fight is tough, but unless we fight, we're going to lose.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you so
you.
much. That's all from me, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephanie Alexander.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Stephanie Alexander, and I'm speaking on behalf of our community, and I'm a member of the board of the Islington Ratepayers and Residents Association. Committee Chair, Councillor Holliday, committee members, and the IRA explicitly rejects, okay? We want to take a look at this building closely and be careful of what we're doing. We are told by our hardworking local representatives that a reduction of 4 floors, massing refinements, and more retail space is a hard-fought win. We know our councillor's office has worked hard to get the community the best deal. But who is the dealer? High-Low's representative, John Eaton, informed us on November 12th that this company always asks for more height than what they actually intend to build. It's a game they play, and we are the pawns, all of us. Thankfully, the OLT has set a new precedent in Yorkville. It made the news. It certainly piqued my interest. November 4th, 2025, the Ontario Land Tribunal denied a 39-story tower in the village of Yorkville. A pivotal decision. Yorkville and Islington are both historic villages. In the words of the Ontario Land Tribunal Vice Chair, Jean-Pierre Blaise, regarding the Yorkville decision, no amount of massing refinements and architectural design can cure the fundamental flaw with respect to the 39-story tower of the proposed development in Yorkville, which does not conform to the official's plan. There's definitely a parallel here. Furthermore, he said, although there is a broad provincial policy which is supportive of intensification, this one does not confer an unfettered right to height. Even the OLT is beginning to see the light. Towers are out of place on main streets in our villages. Here are the reasons why this tower should be denied. The argument of proximity is often used, but it's irrelevant. There are no towers in the heart of our main street, and the 42-floor tower that was proposed was denied by this committee. We ask you to do it again. This 44-story tower stands alone. You can see in images that the builder will show you indeed it is not sitting beside other towers. What other buildings have been approved recently on our main street? Across the street, the newly approved applications are St. James Gate at 8 stories, the adjacent Chinese food gallery shop, 4 stories, and the Amicus story building, only 9 stories down at the corner. And the existing adjacent building to this tower is only a modest 22 stories. That's it. There is no proximity argument here. The other towers are towards the Bloor or Islington Main Streets on the far side, much closer to the station. Outside the main shopping area, just as the MTSA zoning and official plan dictates. The OLT agrees towers are a problem on historic main streets, reasoning towers diminish the pedestrian environment, drive away shoppers. Tower-lined streets are cold, dark, and windy. Main streets rely on pedestrian traffic. The OLT agrees height does not belong on low-rise MTSA fringe areas, just like in Yorkville. It doesn't belong in Islington Village either. And finally, to remind you of the OLT Vice Chair's words, there is a broad provincial policy which is supportive of intensification. This does not confer with unfettered right to height. Remember the Yorkville precedent sent by the Ontario Land Tribunal. High towers do not belong on pedestrian main streets, and no amount of massing refinement, POPs, or privately owned publicly accessible spaces, or pansy planters make it right. We ask the committee to stand with the community of Islington, uphold Toronto's official plan and the intended zoning designations in the MTSAs, and deny this egregious application for our village. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Greg Ewens from Batroy Planning and Management. Welcome, Greg. You have 5 minutes.
Morning, Mr. Chair.
We'll
Just have a very brief presentation.
Give you a sec to connect.
Thank you.
In this moment, I'll ask, okay, we seem to have some connection up there now.
This one. Okay.
Okay, we got 1 out of 2. I'll ask the tech staff to connect with me a little bit later on, and we'll talk about what's happening over there. But that's the front, and are you ready to go, sir?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll be brief, but I want to talk about the application, and I want to respond a little bit to some of the comments that have been raised by community members today. Thank you for having me today. I'm here on behalf of Batory, from Batory Planning and Management, representing the owners of the site for this application. City and provincial level. And this is a site around which there have been recent decisions, existing towers, tower in the park type buildings, and a context of tall buildings and density, which supports investment in transit and investment in community space, better connections, public space, and the main street itself. The proposal's for a 44-story building, 500 plus apartments, over 30% 2s and 3s, ground floor space, which is commercial, which replaces some of the commercial space which is there. The site is currently, there's a daycare space and there is a Dollarama on the site. There are over 160 car spaces, over 400 bike spaces, lots of indoor and outdoor amenity space. And the proposal includes enhanced streetscaping, a new pop space, new pedestrian connections, many of which were the result of discussions with staff. Here's the ground floor. You can see, oh, for some reason it disconnected. Let's try that again. Oh. Anyway, the ground floor includes a mix of residential lobby space, which we've made as efficient as possible so we can maximize the amount of commercial space. With Deputy Mayor Morley's office, we've had continued conversations about further maximizing the commercial space. If this doesn't go up again, I've submitted this same presentation to the clerk and it's available online for anybody who wants to see it. back of house stuff at the back of the site. I'll just keep going here. There's a rendering of the proposal from the street. A couple of things to note about the way the project addresses Dundas. It's been set back considerably. The tower portion over 12 meters from the street. There's a road widening as well. There's a small 4-story portion that is adjacent to Dundas Street West, and we've changed the materiality around the building. We're happy to work with the community on materiality, tree planting, lighting, all the elements of public space. I have the landscape plan up here as well. One of the things I wanted to show was an important pedestrian connection to Islington Junior Middle School, which the site backs onto. And that's something that we were able to provide through this and working with staff. There's also an opportunity to twin up the vehicle accesses to prevent too many vehicle accesses on the streets if the property to the east were to redevelop in some capacity. A lot of new street tree planting, significant setbacks along public space, and a new pop space at the northeast part of the site. I'll wrap up. This is located in Etobicoke Center. It has a targeted density of 400 people and jobs per hectare. The MTSA in the area has a targeted density of 300 people and jobs per hectare. And this application, in our view, responds to numerous comments from the community and provincial and city policy objectives around enhancing and expanding a main street space, ensuring active streetscapes, increasing housing options in a designated growth area, supporting investment in transit, and improving public connectivity. It contributes to the Dundas Main Street commercial corridor, delivering active, expanded, and enhanced public realm spaces. I think, just by way of responding to some of the comments that came up so far, the Yorkville example is an interesting one, and I think the distinction between this and that is that the Yorkville example wasn't a tower site. It was a very small property in an area that, again, was an MTSA and characterized by towers, but the tower setbacks were very, very small. In this case, we're meeting or exceeding all of the tower setbacks. We've worked hard with staff, and we appreciate their efforts to make sure this tower is sited well back of the street so that it limits shadow to the greatest degree and provides a good pedestrian interface along Dundas. I'll just thank staff. Really appreciate the work of Alex Teixeira's team, Anthony Sosha, Deputy Mayor Morley, Matt in your office. Your comments have helped move this application in a direction that is more reflective of the comments from the community. We appreciate it. We support the staff recommendation. Tenants that are there right now to come back. We've made sure we had conversations, well, I haven't personally, but my client has had conversations with both the Dollarama and the daycare, and we're trying to maximize commercial space, again, working with your office to increase that beyond what's shown on the plans that I showed you today, to try and make sure there's space for one or both of those uses to come back. I think there's, a mutual desire to try and enable that. One of the challenging things about the site is we have to have space for loading and internal garbage storage and circulation in the lobby. So we're trying to balance all that. And so, at the end of the day, I think we're providing a much more a greater opportunity along Dundas for bigger setbacks, more planting, more street furniture, bike parking, connection to the junior public school to the south, and along with the pop space, new commercial space, and more housing in a variety of forms in an area that is intended as one of the main growth areas in the city. It's one of the centers. It's not just a PMTSA. It's one of the primary areas for growth in the city's growth framework. So we've tried to balance all these considerations, and again, working with your office and the community and staff, I think we've struck a good balance here.
We've appreciated that collaborative approach, so I thank you for that. And also, you got to my second question, was just going to be around those existing commercial uses. We have heard from residents about the concern of loss of the Dollarama, for example. It's a Dollarama, but it's also used for groceries and other really critical access to goods locally. So thank you for proceeding in those conversations and taking that negotiation forward, because securing that on the other side, potentially, of this development is going to be really important for the local community. Food security continues to be a big top-of-mind issue for us. So, sorry, I'm speaking. I don't have any more questions for you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was the last speaker on my list, so I'll ask if there's anyone else. You have a question of the speaker? Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, I'm looking through the stats here, and I can't find what the coverage is on site. Can you just tell me what the coverage number is?
The lot coverage or the density?
The density, the FSI, GF.
FSI is 9.5.
9.5.
Yes.
Okay. So, and I know that we no longer use that number as a guide. I don't know. We did away with it because some smart people, I guess, decided that it wasn't that important. But how does that impact, how do those numbers impact land values?
Through the chair.
How does 9.5 times coverage on land in one area, how does that impact land value?
Through the chair, I don't have a good answer for you on that question. I guess it would require me to compare that to another FSI on the site, the as of right condition, or what's implied by the policies.
Oh, okay, so let me ask the question another way. So you get permission to put 9.5 times density on this land, right? So you get to cover every square foot 9.5 times with concrete, right? Okay. What does that do to land value? I mean, I just sort of intuitively what that suggests is that it just drives it up, right? It drives up the dollar value of the land that concrete gets poured on exponentially higher and higher, right?
Well, through the chair, sir, I think there's a point where a project to proceed has to make economic sense. And
I guess the question I'm trying to ask at the end of the day is this: we used to use that as a guide, 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, because it moderated the economics of land, right? It sort of moderated the land value number, what the property next door, what this property ultimately would be worth land-wise, and what the property next door then aspires to get in terms of land value, right? So that number, getting to that level now, doesn't that just simply drive up land values all around this particular site?
Well, so perhaps I can answer the question. FSI is one metric that is sometimes used to ascertain, what's an appropriate level of density for the site, but I think that has to be considered alongside things like setbacks and plates and building height and other considerations. To bring up the Yorkville example again, that was a very small site. The FSI for that building, even though it's shorter, would have been far higher than this. And so sometimes a larger FSI number can be reflective of something that is too large for the site. In other cases, the FSI number is considered alongside things like setbacks. We're meeting or exceeding.
You're right. So you're right. Sorry I asked the question. I guess really the point that I was trying to get at is that these really high numbers overall continue to drive up the overall value of land. Construction costs have gone into the stratosphere: concrete, steel, lumber, labor, and it makes housing and everything else just simply It's gotten to the point where everything is just cost prohibitive, right? Nobody can afford to pay it anymore. And that's really the so I understand the desire to get highest and best value here, to put 9.5 times coverage on this land, to maximize what that value of that land ultimately would be. But I think collectively, what we are doing is something that's ultimately, created a situation where nobody can afford housing anywhere anymore. So that was my question, and so I gave you the answer I was looking for. Right?
Sir, I'm not a land economist. I don't know that I can answer your question.
I'm good. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one last question
Councilor Nunziata?
on what we have before us.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm just looking at the so you resubmitted an application originally. It was 563, so you decreased the units, correct?
Yes, the GFA and the units have come down actually
Yeah.
considerably since the first submission.
Yeah, and that was since the community meeting. I would assume that was mentioned at the community meeting, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My turn. How many parking spaces are there proposed?
161, sir.
161. And do we have a sense of the distance to the subway station, walking?
It's 5 to 10 minute walk. I believe it's 10-minute walk, sir. It's been a while since I've walked it
10-minute
personally.
walk, so that's going to be at least 800 meters then. So what's the plan for the 162nd car? Because is there 500 units approximately?
563 units, yes.
563.
In the current iteration. The zoning bylaw, and sir, I didn't mean to interrupt. That was your question.
So, yeah, what's the plan for the 162nd car?
So the parking rates, and I know this committee is aware of the PMTSA requirements in the Planning Act and the parking, so I won't go into that. But what our client has done in this case is assessed what they feel is an appropriate parking rate for market realities in this area, and the parking rate that is secured in the proposal reflects really that lower bound. There is opportunity for us to build additional parking. There's nothing in the zoning that prevents us from doing that. There is also a world where the desired unit mix changes. It'll always be at least 31% 2 and 3 beds, but that may increase as the market changes. And so the parking and the unit mix are in flux. They're relative to each other. And based on the current application, details of the plan, our client feels that from a marketing perspective, if they were to go to market today, that would be sufficient for the demand.
Has your client taken the time to check where the overflow parking opportunities are or are not? For instance, public on-street parking lots in the area, places where the 162nd car, which might be someone visiting a significant other overnight, might put their car because the parking options are limited. And it's different in an urban setting than it is here. Do you feel they've gone through that level of review?
Certainly, sir. I feel they have. There are, as you know, a couple of green P lots just to the north that provide opportunity for monthly parking. One, I think, immediately north of the site within walking distance with about 50 to 60 spaces, perhaps more. But generally speaking, when we're looking at parking rates and new development applications, especially when they're envisioned as rental, it's a consideration of somebody renting or buying the unit. If they know that they're going to be renting a 2-bedroom unit and they don't have access to a parking space, that will influence their decision as to whether or not to lease the unit. The availability of parking in the area also is a factor. If they can't get a parking with the unit in the building and there aren't options in the surrounding area, they may look elsewhere.
Right.
And that is something that our client has to consider when they are going to market, to say maybe we need to build 180 or 190 spaces, and there is nothing in the bylaw that would prevent that.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. I will ask, because you were the last listed speaker, if there's anyone else that wishes to speak on this item. Sir, just please come on up, but please ensure that your name is provided to the clerk so that we have you on the list. So welcome, you've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Charles McLeod. I live at 2A Matisse Road, near Burnhamthorpe Road. It's about 400 to 500 meters north of the proposed site. I've lived there since 1972. I would just like to endorse the remarks of the first two speakers this morning opposing the development, and I would like to record my opposition to the proposed development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. I'll check. Is there anyone else that you want to? Okay. Just provide your name to us.
Sure, it's Mary Markovich. So I guess I have a couple questions just about the size of the units. I know that 31% are family units, but how big are they? Like what size are they? A lot of these units that are coming on board are very tiny, and given our already oversaturated, I think is a fair statement, condo market, I'm wondering why we are building all these huge buildings with very tiny spaces, that when many of the condos remain empty. And what happens when these,
No,
pardon me? Yeah, please.
Thank you, but no.
Yeah, I can, so what are we going to do if these condo units remain empty, as many remain empty now, and many are currently still coming on the market? I think maybe 20 or 30,000 units are scheduled to come on, I believe, by the end of August. So my concern is who picks up the pieces when all these units, these empty units, sit there? And what do we do with them? Because, I mean, you guys are here for 4 years, maybe 8 years, but you might be gone, at the end of October. So I'm just saying, what is the plan?
Thank you. Our process doesn't allow us to answer the question, but we've certainly heard the question, and the councillor has. We'll see what happens in the discussion in a moment. But was that the end of your deputation?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. One last check. Anyone else? Thank you very much for the speakers. There'll be questions of staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, I have a number of questions, so work through them. Good morning, Anthony. What were the most common issues raised by residents who engaged with the community consultation process for this application?
Good morning. Through you, Mr. Chair. Staff did hear concerns regarding the proposed height, potential loss of retail and community gathering spaces along the village main street. In this instance, staff were tasked with reconciling the province's vision for PMTSA transit-oriented density with the secondary plan underlying vision for a pedestrian-scaled commercial main street. And it's really through design revisions that, in my professional planning opinion, that public feedback has been meaningfully incorporated into the revised proposal, and an appropriate balance has been struck between the province's legislated vision for increased density and, to the extent possible, also respecting that underlying vision of the secondary plan that residents really value. So in this case, we were able to do that by resulting in a human-scaled 4-story base building with at-grade retail, enhancing the site in the future by protecting for a future widened sidewalk zone, areas for tree planting, seeding, BIA, infrastructure, lighting, and providing a number of tangible benefits for the community, including a POPs and a walkway to the junior school.
So thank you for that. And I do think it represents a number of changes that are welcome for sure. The original base tower building was at 12 stories, correct?
That is correct.
And is now down to 4.
It is down to 4.
4 stories were able to be negotiated off of the overall height, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
And in terms of number of residential units, we heard about that briefly as well. Can you confirm what the originally proposed number of units were versus what is before us today?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the number of dwelling units have been reduced from 647 units down to 563 units.
Similarly, can you confirm what the total gross floor area proposed in the original submission versus what's before us today?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the original GFA, or gross floor area, was approximately 36,000 or 46,000 square meters, and it's been reduced by almost 10,000 square meters to 35,690 square meters.
How has the tower floor plate and orientation changed with the review of this application, and what are the impacts of those changes?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the floor plate has been reduced. In addition to that, appropriate setbacks have been achieved to all property lines. And in addition to that, the tower portion has been shifted further back from the front property line from 8 to 12 meters with a balcony restriction to reduce that perception of bulkiness.
Fantastic. There was a comment from one of the deputants about a lack of compliance with the official plan. Can you confirm if that's a correct statement? Is this application as revised before us in compliance with the official plan?
So through you, Mr. Chair, there is an official plan amendment application here. The secondary plan underlying policy calls for lower scaled buildings, human scaled, pedestrian scaled buildings in the village. Through the OPA, it would permit a tower in this instance, but the tower would generally have to be set back deep on the site. And the intent of this is to visually limit the prominence of that tower portion and focus on that human scaled village main street portion of 4 stories.
That's helpful, and I think can be very confusing and complicated for folks that are outside of the planning realm. Why we would need to facilitate this OPA in order to bring it into compliance when there is legislative guidance around heights and densities that do, in fact, call for and are aligned with what's before us. Can you comment on that at all as an expert in that area?
So, like I mentioned before, staff are really in a position where we need to reconcile the province's legislative vision on one hand with the underlying vision for the secondary plan area. In this case, there is that direction for that increased height and density in this area when historically that hasn't been the case. So it's really our ability to listen to the feedback from the residents while also having that understanding and the actual reality that we've been legislated to deal with increased height and density, while at the same time being able to secure an appropriate human scaled building with tangible benefits for the community, including gathering spaces.
Thank you. My last quick question here is just on the holding provision conditions. Can you summarize those for us, please?
For sure. So there's 2 reasons why staff recommended the holding provisions. The first instance is for wind. So for the applicant to conduct a wind tunnel study on the reduced heights and reconfigured zoning envelope, just to confirm any necessary wind mitigation measures that would have to be secured through a potential site plan control process. And the other one would have to deal with servicing relating to an existing city storm sewer that currently runs through the heart of the site. It would have to be relocated and realigned, and it would also have to be constructed and operational, and a new easement would have to be in place before the H would be lifted. Engineering staff did inform me that there are no servicing capacity issues here.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Other questions? I'm going to ask just, I think, a quick one or two. Staff have written a supportive report in this case, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
And that's a contrast to the history of the 69 Yorkville? The Yorkville case that came up. Maybe you don't know. I don't know.
As a planner in Etobicoke, York, I don't know all of the specifics.
Okay. This is a site which is further away from the station within the PMTSA area. Could you tell the committee a little bit about the factors that you considered when you arrived at seeing 44 stories as acceptable?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we end up engaging in a conformity exercise and consistency exercise with the higher level policy. In this case, looking to the secondary plan policies on one hand, we're looking to a series of policies that speak to tall building proposals at a minimum having to achieve certain standards or impacts. In that case, we've done that. At the same time, too, we've also looked to those permissions under the changing legislation to ensure that those have been met as well.
Which is the prevailing? Is it the legislation that's driving the height?
That is correct.
Because the secondary plan I thought was for something very small on the site.
So the secondary plan calls for that human scaled vision with the underlying zoning of 15-meter height.
Right. And this is dramatically different than that. It's a tower.
That's correct.
So what was the jump from 15 meters, which is smaller than a mid-rise, to a tower? And then when you're at a tower as being acceptable, how then do you reconcile 44 stories? If you just a little bit about the thought process, just it would be helpful.
For sure. So I think we look at a series of impacts that would be associated with the proposed envelope. In this case, one in particular is minimizing the potential negative impact of shadows. And in this case, shifting the tower deeper onto the site, further away from the low-rise neighborhood to the north and Dundas Street West, in addition to limiting the tower floor plate, ensuring that there are appropriate setbacks to each lot line in accordance with tall buildings guidance. We were able to deem that this would be acceptable in accordance with the official plan amendment, while also looking to the other policies at play, such as providing high-quality, comfortable, and usable publicly accessible open space areas, which this proposal does achieve.
Okay, and then just the last question, can you just tell me about the unit mix? It came up in a deputation about how the sizes are determined, how the minimum sizes are determined, and how the relative percentages of the mix is determined.
Through you, Mr. Chair, when we look to our urban design guidance and our urban design staff, they look to the growing up guidelines to look for a baseline in terms of what is an acceptable or appropriate unit mix in this case. In this case, those guidelines recommend a 15% two-bedroom and a 3% and a 10% three-bedroom unit mix. In this case, the proposal would be achieving greater than that. It would be achieving a 21% two-bedroom mix and a 10% three-bedroom mix.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Any other questions of staff on this item? Seeing none, members wishing to speak?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I want to start by thanking our community members for being here today and for sharing your perspectives and feedback and being engaged throughout the process. This is really difficult work that we take on in the midst of a significant shift in transition to how our province and city are expected to grow. And the tools and powers, frankly, that we have to facilitate that in a good way have continued to be compromised. And I've said that again, and I will continue to say, the city does and local communities do need to continue to have a strong voice and an ability to collaborate on applications to have our interests sorry, got distracted there with the grass cutting, have our interests realized and reflected as our communities are growing. I do have an amendment, so before I get into my speaking, I do want to introduce my amendment. If clerk could help me with that on the screen. It's that we amend the draft zoning bylaw attached as attachment 8 to the report, increasing the minimum required gross floor for non-residential uses to 700 square meters, and also to make a corresponding decrease to the quantity of required short-term and long-term bicycle parking to reflect the changes required to accommodate the increased non-residential gross floor area. As we consider this, and since the application was submitted, I have heard from residents about the importance of commercial and retail space at this location. I brought that up in my questions to the applicant. Through the review process, community planning has worked with the applicant to increase the amount of space from 456 square meters originally proposed to 555 square meters, and we want to push them to do better on that. This increase was positive, and again, we need to ensure that this location has a significant enough retail and commercial unit to potentially secure a grocer or other retailer that could provide the kind of services and supports that are currently in the community on this site. However, accommodating that increased commercial space at grade will require corresponding decrease in the amount of bike parking that the applicant is providing. The motion directs council to amend the bylaw accordingly. As we consider the the development application and staff report before us, I think it's important to consider the degree of change and improvement we have seen since its original submission. This is actually not a commonplace thing that we really get to point to very often, is the number of changes that are reflective here. So the tower height we heard, though does not feel like a huge visual impact, but 4-story have been taken off of the height of this building, and it has been pushed further back on Dundas to better honor and respect that pedestrian level experience, along with the reduction of the base building from 12 stories to 4 stories. A significant portion of that base building has been recessed to accommodate new open space on Dundas frontage. A mid-block pedestrian connection has been secured from Dundas to the school grounds as well to the property. And dialogue is ongoing with my office, with the applicant, and with planning in terms of those POPs and public spaces. The results of these changes are significant. The gross floor area of the building has decreased by around 20%, with corresponding decrease in the number of units. The increased retail space will open up more opportunities that we know are critically important and is large enough with our amendment to accommodate a use like a grocery store. And the revised proposal will lead to a better pedestrian experience on Dundas with wider pedestrian right-of-way, more reasonable 4-story street wall, gathering or sitting area open to the public, and a shortcut connection for kids walking to and from school. As I mentioned in my questions to the applicant, there's no space in that school for new kids that are going to be moving potentially into this community. So really that connection point will be serving existing residents and students at that school. All of these improvements correspond directly with the feedback that we have heard from residents during the consultation process, and I again would like to thank community planning for their efforts in securing these changes. I know that these tower proposals are very unpopular with many residents and that they would like to see them refused. However, this is a major transit station area, and there are expectations that come from the province and the city as a result of that. Refusing this application would not lead to the results that our residents are hoping for, and the application would be appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and all of those improvements secured by staff could potentially be put at risk and in jeopardy. We've seen exactly this situation happen just a few blocks west of this site, where we did take a refusal position on that particular application of, I believe, 48 stories. And there have been very minimal changes through the OLT settlement process, which has been very disappointing to us, but an important learning about what that process looks like. I will be supporting the application before us today with the changes that we've made and with a commitment to continue to work collaboratively to get the best we can for our community. And I'll be moving the staff recommendations, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other speakers? I'm going to speak very briefly on it. I'm very familiar with Islington Village. It's close to home for me and a place that I enjoy with my family often. These decisions are extremely difficult. The deputations by the community are very natural and intuitive, and I share many of the same feelings. And I'm not surprised to hear them. And I want to make sure that I acknowledge that I've heard them very carefully today. And as Councillor Morley have said, these decisions are very hard because we have to think that this is one point in a larger process that's bigger than this singular decision. We have to think very carefully at what the implications may be on a refusal and what happens next. We have to weigh the input from the community that I absolutely understand and have heard. And as I said, my inside as a local resident, I feel as well. But we have to weigh it against the type of evidence that's brought forward by the staff, by other experts, by our knowledge of the planning, the overall planning process and the risk of what could occur after this. So it was just important for me just to take that moment to say that all of the deputation in thinking on this is if it does go through on a vote, is still valuable. And I encourage the community to stay engaged and plugged in on these things, to press through the process right up until the end. Because every bit of criticism on these helps council to secure as much as we can and tilt the proposal as much in favor as we can for the community. understanding that there's bigger rules than the absolute decision that we make today that we have to live under. So that you have my deep respect for the things that you brought to us today and my appreciation for your time on it. So with that, I'll ask any other speakers. Seeing none, I will call the item to a vote. All those in favor on the amendment? Thank you, Madam Clerk, for sure. Any opposed? That carries. And on the item as amended, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. That item has concluded. Our next item is EY 33.3, Lakeshore Boulevard West City-Initiated Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendments Final Report. We do have a registered speaker. That is Brian Bailey from the Long Branch Neighborhood Association. Is Brian here with us today? Online. Good morning, Brian. It's Stephen Holliday from the Etobicoke York Community Council. Can you hear me? You're on live with us.
Here we are. Yes.
Welcome, Brian. Are you all set to depute at Community Council? You've got 5 minutes.
Yes, I am. Good morning, Chair and members of Community Council. My name is Brian Bailey, and I live at 6 Meaford Avenue, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Long Branch Neighborhood Association. While the association supports an appropriate and well-planned evolution along Lakeshore Boulevard West, we're concerned that the proposed framework represents a departure from the established planning direction for Long Branch and does not respect the scale, hierarchy, and built form principles previously identified through the SASP 21 planning process, and instead proceeds to achieve density goals while using a citywide standard. A successful main street should have identifiable places and landmarks that are enhanced by surrounding development. The Long Branch Avenue clock tower currently functions as an important visual and community reference point within the neighborhood. The height of 7 stories with a mechanical building above retains the small town feel of Long Branch while directing density to the avenue. Proposed guidelines introduce a significant change in built form without adequately addressing the transition period or the practical realities of incremental redevelopment. The proposed pedestrian realm is largely development-driven and dependent on individual redevelopment occurring over time. The guidelines do not provide a guarantee that a continuous and consistent public realm will be achieved without potential for block fragmentation, partial redevelopment, or prolonged periods where sidewalk widths, streetscape treatments, and pedestrian conditions vary significantly from one property to the next. The concern regarding height and density is also directly connected to infrastructure capacity. The current proposal assumes that future transportation improvements will accommodate increased density. However, no plan has been proposed by the city for transportation improvements that could support the proposed scale of development and the needs of current or future residents of Long Branch. Long Branch remains an end-of-line transit location within the City of Toronto, with no subway connection and a significant reliance on existing streetcar, bus, and GO services. The Long Branch GO station already serves both local residents and regional commuters, offering insufficient parking that overwhelms local streets. Additional density should be directed and calibrated based on realistic transportation investments. The existence of a wider right-of-way in isolation should not be interpreted as evidence that the corridor has substantial additional transit capacity. Electrification of the GO rail corridor is required to support these densities. While it has been proposed and has been discussed in long-range planning documents, it remains aspirational with no approved funding, implementation schedule, or construction timeline. And that would only get people in and out of downtown, not north and south within Etobicoke. The association believes the city should complete the planning vision established through the SASP 21 rather than replacing it with a new framework based on a right-of-way designation. The community is not opposed to change. Long Branch has demonstrated that multiple forms of housing can successfully coexist when development respects context, scale, and infrastructure limitations. The final guidelines and zoning framework should respect the height and density principles established and actioned through SASP 21, Maintain the clock tower and Long Branch Avenue area as an identifiable community focal point. Ensure that new development enhances rather than overwhelms the existing community landmarks. Apply a consistent corridor-wide approach, aligning the planning frameworks west of Kipling through New Toronto and Mimico. Match the density increases with confirmed transportation improvements. The city has an opportunity to create a successful Lakeshore Boulevard West corridor, but that success depends on maintaining a balanced relationship between growth, infrastructure, and community identity. A comprehensive planning approach must consider the full range of factors, including existing neighborhood character, transportation capacity, pedestrian infrastructure, parking realities, and a long-term vision for the waterfront. The Etobicoke waterfront should not be viewed simply through the lens of available road width or redevelopment opportunity, but as an important and valued part of Toronto's waterfront system that requires a balanced and context-sensitive approach to growth. We respectfully request that the proposed heights and densities be reconsidered to ensure they remain consistent with the established planning vision for Long Branch. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. I'll check, are there any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, questions of staff? Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, good morning, Daniel. Thanks for being with us. Thanks, Brian, for joining us with your submission as well on behalf of the LBNA. I have a number of questions, so I'll try to do a bit of rapid fire here. When this study work began, we were looking at updating SASP 21, which we heard about that reference from Brian. Can you explain why the recommendation is now to delete SASP 21 entirely?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. So when the study first began in February of 2024, avenue studies were still a requirement in the official plan, and we only had seen our new avenues direction in draft form in a proposals report from city staff. Our new avenues policies were not adopted yet at that time, but through the course of the study period, our new comprehensive citywide policies were adopted by City Council, and that applies citywide. A lot of the policies, or all of the policies in that citywide policy framework were things that staff were looking to bring forward at the beginning of the study. So now that those citywide policies are now in force, we felt as though there was no longer need to bring forward an amendment to SASP 21 and instead just deleted it in its entirety.
Thank you for that explanation. Can you highlight some of the key points of feedback from constituents through the public engagement process specific to public realm and pedestrian area within Lakeshore Avenue West? Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Prachi Patel, a senior urban designer in Etobicoke, York, and also the co-lead on the study. So through the chair, I just want to highlight through the various consultation processes that we had with the community, we heard about safer, greener, and attractive public realm, the need to prioritize pedestrian safety and increasing tree canopy. We heard from the community about its unique location, so close to the lake, and to basically establish some connection with the lake, how the main street was a vibrant public space for the neighbors to meet, and for the need for better patio, street furniture to basically support local businesses. The importance to reflect the local character and history of the area. So based on all of this feedback, the guideline addresses some of these concerns that were raised by the community. And the guideline also demonstrates how the sidewalk zone can be increased to accommodate wider sidewalks, increasing tree canopy, opportunities for enhanced landscaping, identifying areas where the views to the lake could be enhanced through the enhanced landscaping, and also providing direction for spaces, new open spaces for people to meet and to kind of interact.
Thank you for confirming the urban design and streetscape guidelines here do seem to reflect a vision informed by resident feedback. Would you say that's a fair statement?
Yes.
Yes, wonderful, thank you. The guidelines outline a vision for significantly improved sidewalk zone ranging from 6 to 8 meters, complete with a wider pedestrian zone, more space for street furniture, and enough planting space to allow for large mature tree growth. Is that vision possible without the conversion of existing angled parking?
So the study does not recommend removing all the parking, but it does recommend removing, basically replacing the angled parking with parallel parking. So we're not removing all of the parking, but we would require the reorientation of the parking to accommodate the wider sidewalk and the increased kind of tree canopy space for tree planting within the sidewalk zone. So that is, I think, what would be required.
Based on feedback through the community engagement process, how important would you say that vision for sidewalk zone is to local residents?
So we heard from the community about the need for better pedestrian infrastructure and for comfortable pedestrian infrastructure, which basically speaks to having more tree plantation and comfort through that. And for that reason, we identify the need for the wider sidewalk zone, and it reflects the need for the community. We also heard from the community about the need for better streetscape, which has street furniture, space for garbage receptacles, more patio spaces to support the retail activity along the corridor. And in that sense, I think we kind of highlight that through the guidelines.
Thank you. There is a priority retail zoning bylaw that will be applied to this area. What does that mean, and what is the benefit to local community?
Through the chair, the priority retail zoning bylaw is intended to be an additional layer of zoning to reinforce the commercial and Main Street function of Lakeshore Boulevard West. There are more details within the priority retail zoning bylaw and additional prescriptive uses within this bylaw that are different from the commercial residential base zoning bylaw, which will help maintain a vibrant shopping street and support local businesses and should encourage a more animated and walkable public realm.
Thank you. I'm over time, so I'll leave it there. I'm out of time.
Did you need to, why don't you finish your last question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do just have one other quick question, and it does speak to something we heard from the deputant. How will the public realm improvements envisioned in the guidelines be implemented over time? How will these changes occur? And what comments could you share about the concern from residents about no guaranteed inconsistency for how this development happens?
Through the chair, what's envisioned of how these changes will be implemented over time is primarily through development applications. As new development applications come in, we work with applicants through the process to secure changes to the public realm. We do envision that the majority of these changes would happen through development. There are other opportunities to secure these changes through capital and public works if the city were to put forward capital plans to upgrade the streetscape and things within the right-of-way. That's another opportunity. And then through development applications, local councillor applicants and staff can work to allocate funds through the community benefit charge towards public realm improvements as well. So there's a variety of options, although the primary function would likely be through development applications. And we do have these guidelines as well as our policies to help inform and direct the vision of how the avenue should develop over time. So staff will always have the ability to refer to those guidelines. So same with members of the public to ensure that there is a holistic and consistency form of development across the avenue over time.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you. I have one. This package before us essentially changes the old planning regime for a new one that creates mid-rise on Lakeshore. I'd like to know what the future or how the future of the road itself is planned. So I guess my question is, do the buildings get closer to the center line of the road or further away, or stay the same?
Through the chair, in the official plan, we have identified right-of-way widths for major streets across the city. On Kipling, we have a 36-meter right-of-way and a 27-meter right-of-way. Buildings, there at times need to be road widenings and conveyances, which would set a building further back from the center line of the street. However, in studying this whole corridor, almost the entire majority of the corridor has already met the planned right-of-way width. So the buildings, the property lines are set in the location where we do not require road widenings or conveyances. So buildings could be set further back, but not any closer.
What's the decision-making process then on the public portion of the right-of-way concerning the sidewalk widths, the number of lanes, the bike lanes, and the parking that I heard from today that is going to change? What's the process? Is that in front of us? I didn't see it here.
Through the chair, this study was primarily focused on built form, streetscape, public realm, policy, and zoning recommendations. It was not a comprehensive, complete street study that would look at road realignments and changes to streetcar tracks, things of that nature. That is a separate form of a study that may come forward by our transportation services colleagues at a later point in time.
Okay, so there was some talk about changing the angled parking to parallel. By math, that's got to eliminate some parking spots. When is that going to happen? Or is that happening through this?
So it will happen through the chair. It will basically happen through development applications, and we're not basically encroaching onto the roadway portion of the street. We're going to use the angular parking extent to kind of make the addition, add the addition to the sidewalk zone, and fit in the parallel parking within that space.
Okay, so you're not taking away lanes or bike lanes
Yes, we're not
or
doing
streetcar
that.
tracks. You're talking about the sidewalk.
Correct.
And those don't happen here today, those decisions?
No.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions or members wishing to speak? Members to speak, Councillor Morley?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I want to thank staff. This has been a long process. February 24, I believe, was when we originally started this process a couple of years ago. I have an amendment. So before I get into my speakers, if clerks could help me put the amendment on the screen, it directs staff to review the urban design and streetscape guidelines and consider additional guidance for improving the safety of pedestrian crossings at flanking streets to Lakeshore Boulevard West. This is based on feedback I've heard from residents who want the pedestrian experience further prioritized in the Lakeshore corridor, and I think also may be helpful as it relates to potential future loss of parking, with angular going to parallel as development occurs over time, to ensure that we're continuing to assess additional options in that regard. So that's the amendment, colleagues. I'll just say a few quick words. A lot of time and effort has gone into this, including from local area residents and particularly the Long Branch Long Branch Neighborhood Association. And I really do want to acknowledge their advocacy and ongoing engagement along with individual members of our community. Lakeshore Boulevard West is going to grow and change over time. I've grown up there. I live on Lakeshore Boulevard West. I've grown up there my whole life, and I have seen it change quite significantly. I used to be able to see the CN Tower out my mom's kitchen window, and that's no longer the case. There's townhouses in front of that place, and lots more growth that has come along in the last 30 plus years. We are not, unfortunately, going to stop the growth, especially from the municipal level, when much of the change is being directed by the provincial and federal levels. That being said, it will not happen all at once, and the change will be gradual. I've heard from residents who are concerned about the proposed mid-rise building heights, both because they feel they go too far or they don't go far enough. Many more neighbors, advocates in our community as well. However, what is proposed is in line with changes to avenues across the city. What is unique to Lakeshore Boulevard West are the official plan amendments and the urban design guidelines before us, which provide a vision of what that change should look like. It's a vision that prioritizes an attractive and safe pedestrian realm with good connectivity and open spaces so people can move around comfortably, sit, relax, gather, and socialize. Green infrastructure and tree planting spaces large enough that trees can grow to maturity and contribute to our very important tree canopy. Public art and design that considers the area's close connection to Lake Ontario, and a vibrant Main Street retail environment that supports local businesses and provides convenient shopping opportunities for residents. We know that the more pedestrian traffic is happening in communities, the more vibrant our small businesses will be. And situating appropriate density on the avenue that is served by TTC Transit, 24-hour dedicated transit, along with north-south connections to the Bloor subway line, I do think is an appropriate vision for our community to grow. This vision is critical because it means that as the area experiences change, there will be direction to ensure that it happens in a cohesive way and that the priorities identified through the study process are considered at every step. I'd like to thank again all of the residents who took the time to participate in this study process and all of the city staff who've worked on this study, particularly Daniel, who has been with it from the beginning and seen it through to the end. So thank you very much, Daniel. That's all for me, Mr. Chair, and I'll be moving the staff recommendations or staff report.
Thank you. Any other speakers to the item? Seeing none, Councillor Morley moves the amendment. I'm sorry, the commenting period is closed. We can't go backwards. But I would invite you to, if that's your councillor, to contact Councillor Morley. On the amendment, if we can have that up. On the amendment, all those in favor, any opposed, that is carried. And on the item as amended, all those in favor, any opposed, that is carried. Our next item is EY 33.4, 1025 the Queensway, draft plan of subdivision application, a decision report. We have speakers on this item. Our first speaker is Tony Volpentesta from Bowes Fields. Sorry, Nancy, I forgot an old list. I'm sorry, I've got an updated list here. Thank you to the clerk. Our first speaker is Himanshu Patel from Bowes Fields. Is Himanshu Patel here or online? Online.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, welcome. You've got 5 minutes. You prepared to begin?
Yes, I am.
Excellent, thank you, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of Community Council. My name is Himanshu Katyal and I'm an associate at Bowes Fields, Inc. We are the planning consultants representing the owner of 1025 the Queensway, which is the subject of the subdivision application before you today. In June 2025, the City Council approved the related rezoning application to permit the comprehensive redevelopment of the site with 10 mixed-use buildings ranging in height from 18 to 46 stories and 2 employment use buildings with a height of 7 stories. The proposal also includes a large public park, a daycare, enhanced landscape areas, privately owned publicly accessible spaces, and approximately 4,077 dwelling units, including affordable units. At the time of rezoning application approval, the City Council required that 2 conditions be met prior to the enactment of the zoning bylaw amendment. First condition is to obtain subdivision approval, and the second is to enter into an in-kind benefits agreement. The report in front of you today is to satisfy the condition regarding subdivision approval, while the second condition regarding the in-kind benefits agreement is currently in progress. First and foremost, we would like to thank City staff for their continued effort and for working collaboratively with us on this project. Over the last year, we have worked closely with staff to address their comments that we have received on the subdivision application. The draft plan of subdivision conditions is a collaborative effort between City staff and our team. Throughout this process, we have satisfied City's concerns regarding timing of development, phasing, and delivery of key infrastructure, including the public park. Again, thank you to City staff as well as Councillor Morley for working with us on this application, and we support the recommendations as outlined in the decision report. Thank you again.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Our next speaker is Marianne Markovich. Welcome.
Hi.
Welcome
Me
back.
again. Thank you.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay. So I wanted to voice some practical concerns. Let's talk about what's actually happening. In terms of how our community currently is, we've had a lot of building happening over the last 5, 6, 10 years. And right now, traffic is a disaster. I live off of Islington. At 2-3 p.m., it's going to take you from Bloor to Queensway. It takes half an hour. That is crazy. We also have the problem of all these buildings with minimal parking space, which is now the new bylaw or law. The problem there is people still have cars. And who's going to decide who drives? The other thing is we're being told that to take the transit, the subway system and the bus system. I can speak from personal experience. The transit system has been breaking down on a regular basis. I don't know how we can put more and more people on an already broken system. I mean, it's like piling people on a broken back. We have now 4 shipping centers that are coming to full capacity in a 5-kilometer radius in South Etobicoke. So those are going to be added. We have we don't have the proper infrastructure. I mean, we don't even have a hospital in Etobicoke Lakeshore. How are we going to service all these people? We're going to go to Mississauga. We're going to go to St. Joe's. Emergency services, how will they get up to all these tall buildings? These are stresses that we need to really consider. I understand that these laws have been passed to the chagrin of many of us because many of us were unaware of what was happening, but that doesn't make it okay. I know that your hands are tied, but we want to see some more fight from our city council and our city councilor because this is unacceptable. We are the one taxpayer at the federal level, the provincial level, and the municipal level. And it's unacceptable that these meetings that are happening are short. We get a 2-minute, if we're lucky, chance to ask questions. Then a check mark is done, and it goes from this council to Toronto City Council, where we have no chance to dispute. Then it goes to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and we're all supposed to smile and accept it. And frankly, it's getting out of hand. So that's my personal opinion. The other concerns I have are that there are, and this is not illegal, but there are city planners who have worked for the city, who have put together these plans, understand all the loopholes that we citizens have no way of knowing. They're now working for consultants who are working for the developers, who are able to push this stuff through a lot quicker. So we have a lot of concerns. I mean, it's not illegal, but I don't think it's really ethical. The other thing I would like to see more of is town halls where we actually get informed about what's happening before it's already happened. There are many laws. I've done some reading, a lot of reading, to understand all the changes, and there are very many, and they keep coming. So it's impossible for a regular person to keep up with it. And what else did I want to say? The environment. We hear how important the environment is, but there are trees, mature trees being cut down without the proper papers. It takes a year to figure out what's happening. So the build is already done. So it's an act, in my view, of frustration with the public. We're just put on this wild goose chase trying to figure out what's happening, and mature trees are being cut down. We're complaining about global warming. We have traffic that's not moving. We're cutting down our mature tree canopy with the promise of new trees, which will take 20 to 30 years to grow. It's absolutely an insult to our intelligence. And it's getting tiresome that we have to take time from our jobs and our daily lives to make sure that our interest as residents and taxpayers is being looked after. And I know you guys are doing trying to get stuff done, but it needs to be better. So I mean, that's a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions of the speaker?
Thanks, Mary. Appreciate hearing a little bit about what's going on for you in terms of your perspectives in the community and frustration with the limits of municipal government. Did you have any specific comments for us about the 1025, the Queensway report before us?
I do. I think, why are we building more condominiums when I think it's actually kind of doing the opposite of them building housing? What's happening is people who have condos, young families, have seen their condo value go down $200,000 and they're stuck. They can't get their mortgages renewed. They can't sell their condos to get the home that they want for their young families. So they're trapped. So I don't see why we need more and more tiny spaces, and why there is not. I understand that there are laws, but laws can be changed and there has to be more opposition. That's my point.
Okay, I'll leave it there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Perruzza. That was the last speaker on my list. I'll ask if there's anyone else on this item. Seeing none, questions of staff?
Thank you.
Thank you.
No questions. I'll just.
Okay, Councillor Morley.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And just a quick point of clarification to say that this is an application that has already come through the Community Council and has been approved, along with a phasing plan and a whole bunch of work that has taken place to, again, ensure things like the Cineplex Odeon that our community fought really hard to maintain will, in fact, be maintained long into the future as this redevelopment moves through the process. But we expect that that will be quite some time away. And the technical report before us is simply just another step in one of the requirements the city put to this applicant to make sure that they're looking to redevelop this along with, in line with our guidelines and expectations. So I will be moving the staff report, Mr. Chair, and with thanks to them for their work on this.
Thank you. Councillor Morley moves the staff recommendations. Anyone else to speak on the staff recommendations? All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Our next item is EY 33.55 and 43 Junction, excuse me. Before we go to that, I'll just check with the clerk. Are we okay to introduce Councillor Perrutz's new item? Okay, I'd like to get that on the agenda as early as possible. Councillor Perruzza, would you kind enough to pass that? Councillor Perruzza is going to introduce a motion for to introduce an item. Councillor Perruzza is adding an item reducing the speed limit on Atlanta Drive. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. Our next item is EY 33.5, 5 and 43 Junction Road, Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Applications Decision Report. We have registered speakers. Our first speaker is Kelly O'Hanlon from Diamond Corp. Is Kelly here? Welcome to the Etobicoke York Community Council. You've got 5 minutes. Are you all set to begin?
Thank you. Good morning, members of the Etobicoke York Community Council. My name is Kelly O'Hanlon, Director of Development at Diamond Corp, and we're the owners of the property at 5 and 43 Junction Road. I don't have a presentation today, but I'm simply here to say that we have reviewed the findings of the staff report and agree with the findings and recommendations put before you. We'd also like to thank city staff as well as Councillor Nunziata for their work on this file. Our initial application went in July 2021. So it's been a minute, but we're happy to be here before you with the findings of the report. Happy to answer any questions. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Blanca Simekova. Welcome to the Etobicoke York Community Council. You have 5 minutes. Are you ready to begin?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Blanca Simekova, and I am a resident at the Heinzman Street community, which is located just south of the proposed development at the Junction Road. We have followed this application process, which has been probably about 5 years, as was just mentioned. And we continue to have the same concerns as at the onset of the application. The concerns are both for the existing community and also for the proposed future community that will be located at the Junction Road. The concerns for the existing Heinzman community is the obvious enormous size of this development, which is not in keeping with the character of the Junction community, and we are concerned about the impact the 2,000, almost 2,000 residential units and 1,000 of parking spots on the already developed Junction area, and also on the already very congested intersection of Kiel and Dundas. We are also seeing many new developments being added, which are very different and seem very appropriate for the area, which are about mid-sized high-rises and are in keeping with the character. They're in a very stark contrast with the development being proposed here. Another concern for the existing community would be the potential construction process, which would take years and years and would bring quite a bit of environmental and noise pollution to our existing community. So this is the concern for the existing community in the surrounding area. And the next concern is for the future proposed community at the Junction Road. This is mainly due to the proximity to the two busy railway tracks which are surrounding the proposed development. As mentioned in the assessment report, these lines would carry both commercial freight and passenger traffic. The number of commercial freight trains would be about 45 every day, which are heavy, long trains with multiple diesel locomotives. They will be passing the new development 24 hours a day, on top of the already a high number of passenger trains, which are also being carried on the tracks. The next concern is also for their safety, because noise and vibrations would be very high in the area, and the assessment report also indicates that the proposed units would have to come with a warning, because the noise and vibration levels could not be limited to required appropriate levels. So we think that we should all be concerned for the health and well-being of this community, because the train traffic would have a very significant impact, and the issue could not be negotiated or limited once the development is already completed. And unfortunately, this seems like another of the developments that is meant to benefit more to the developer than to the existing community.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. I'll ask, are there any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, questions of staff? No questions of staff. Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, thank you very much. I've been working with the planning staff for quite a while.
Hang on, I'm sorry. The clerk's just informed me of a speaker.
Hello? I was calling in to say that
good morning, Nicole.
please
Thank
say
you.
that there are roughly 100 trees that are on the property. Yes. Yes, that's what I was going to say. So please say that this place has quite a lot of trees on it, probably about over 100 trees on it. So I think you should consider that, and perhaps save this property as a park, or redesign it so that you're not destroying so many trees. That's all I was going to say on it. If you have any questions or comments, let me know.
Thank you, Nicole. Are there any questions of the speaker? Thank you for joining us. There's one additional speaker, and that's Barbara Herron. Is Barbara here?
Good morning, or good
Welcome.
afternoon,
Good morning.
not sure which.
If you could just tilt the mic so we can hear you.
Okay.
Welcome. You've got 5 minutes.
Is this okay?
Perfect.
Okay. All right, well, good morning or afternoon. Thank you for letting me speak. I wanted to also speak about the impact on traffic of the proposed expansion. I guess the development has already been approved. I'm from the Heinzman building, as one of the previous speakers is, and I have been looking at the St. Clair West Transportation Master Plan. Very breathtaking proposals for how to improve traffic in the St. Clair area. So I have no comment about the master plan for doing that, except that I don't see how all the people who are going to be living on Junction Road when this development is complete are actually going to get off of Junction Road in their vehicles, how they're going to get onto Keel Street, how Keel Street will be able to accommodate this additional traffic. I know that when I sent an email in response to the notice about this meeting, and I was told that there are plans to mitigate the impact of the traffic and make it essentially manageable. It's my words, not the response I got back. But there is, I have to say, as someone who lives in the area, no conceivable way that this could be manageable. The traffic bottlenecks on Keel between St. Clair and Dundas. And if you don't live in the area, all I can do is invite you to come and just spend some time trying to negotiate that traffic during a rush hour. I know there are other areas with bottlenecks, I get that, and I understand it. I've been sitting here all morning, and I feel for all of you on the Community Planning Council because you're, sorry? Yes, just so you can experience it. Thank you. Good. I know you're hearing the same kind of concerns, maybe / complaints from some of us about high rises and so on, and I don't want to be adding to that, but I am really concerned about the feasibility of what is being proposed, and now to add more to what is being proposed, more people, more units, more cars. Honestly, if you don't know Junction Road, it is such a small street. It is a little street, and it empties out onto Keel, and it backs up. And as one of the previous speakers said, when the trains are going through, when you have a freight train moving slowly across the level crossing, all the traffic backs up on Davenport, and it backs up on Junction Road because it can't cross the level crossing. And then when it is released, you have a huge backlog of traffic if they're trying to get onto Keel, they're trying to get onto Keel. There still is no left turn signal for people southbound on Keel at Junction Road. So that backs up that traffic more. That would be a small adjustment that would improve things a little bit. But the fundamental thing is that this particular stretch of road in the city of Toronto is pretty much at maximum capacity now. So that's my concern, that all the mitigation that's planned is great, but it cannot mitigate what seems to me to be an intractable problem. So I'm not here to say NIMBY, not in my backyard, you can't have more high-rises. I just think that we really need to be careful about what we're trying to put in place and how feasible it is. And I know you're hearing traffic concerns from all over, but please, if you want to join this nice person and come and experience for yourselves the traffic on Junction Road and Keel, before you say, oh yes, you can add more traffic to this by adding more density to the already proposed plans. Before you say yes to this, please don't just look at it on a map, but experience for yourselves. So that's basically my plea to you, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Are there questions of the speaker? Yep, go ahead.
We good?
I'm sorry about the tongue-in-cheek response. I have experienced it, and I've lived it, and now I try to avoid it like the plague. That's all I meant, okay? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, ready?
Thank you. Councillor Nunziata.
Okay, thank you. As it was mentioned, we've been working on this application since 2021. And most of the development in that ward is in Councillor Bravo's ward across the street. And I remember when the Heinzman building was built, which is not in my ward, there were concerns, but the building went up. Yes, there is congestion in that area, and that's why we have the St. Clair transportation plan that we've been working on for a while. We also have the smart track station that's right there at Kiel and St. Clair in that area. And there is affordable housing units that are going to be on this site. And I have worked with the applicant and the city planning department, and we've had a number of community meetings. And so I will move the recommendation that we have before us.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. I'm going to make a quick comment that I think is important just based on the last speaker. The concern over traffic is not lost on us. One of the things we do look at in the report is the comments in the traffic section, and it does say something interesting. And again, we can critique it all day long, but it does remind us that there is something that is there now, which is a commercial building and some uses. And it actually says that there is both an increase and a decrease to traffic because you have to subtract out what's there by background. It does say, and it's about 1,000 units, that there's 350 to 300 two-way vehicular trips during the peak hours. Nothing to ignore, and adds to the area, but one of the things we have to consider is the change, the delta. And again, something to look at. I appreciate people raising this issue. It's not lost on us, and I appreciate how genuine the concern is. Thank you. On the item, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. Our next item is EY 33.7. That is 4686 and 4690 Dundas Street West and 56 Nottingham Drive. An official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application, a decision report. We have registered speakers. Our first speaker is David Costin. Welcome to Community Council, Mr. Costin. You've got 5 minutes as soon as you're ready to start.
Thank you, Councillor Holiday. I want to refer you first to two documents that we've already filed with the city, and they are our actual comments, which I'll be going through today, and also a report by Mr. Michael Barton of December 20th, 25, that we, my wife and I, Mary Lou Timms, commissioned to have done to look at specific problems with respect to this application. We own the adjacent property at 54 Nottingham Drive. We're right beside the 56 Nottingham Drive home, and also our backyard backs on to 4686 and 4690 Dundas Street West. The city and the applicant have been made aware of a number of the concerns with respect to this application. Some of this affects the neighborhood itself, and some of it is more relevant to our specific property. We have made good faith efforts to communicate with the applicant with the goal of reaching a shared understanding regarding steps to be taken as to how this project should proceed. To date, we have received precious little from the applicant that would give us any comfort that our very real concerns are being addressed. Our goal is not necessarily to block this development, but rather to ask the city to safeguard our existing neighborhood properties, including our own. To our eyes, the applicant presumably prefers and perhaps even counts on the city to grant it latitude to address legitimate neighborhood issues only if and when it so chooses. we say now at the outset, in considering the application, for the city to make decisions that protect the interests of property owners that are directly impacted by this proposed development. I'm going to speak to two things: the broader neighborhood issues. A number of concerns were voiced in a meeting December 2nd, 2025, on the community consultation meeting. Issues that were highlighted by ourselves and neighbors included water and sewage management, traffic and parking, pedestrian safety, cleanliness of the site, and waste disposal, pest control, and preservation of existing trees. Neighbors were struck by the fact that neither the city nor the applicant were aware of the high incidence of basement flooding and backup in the area, and this was demonstrated as a show of hands at that meeting. No information has been filed by the applicant since that meeting that addresses that issue, and that remains a concern of ours, and you have an opportunity to address that now with your decision. With respect to our own document, we invited Mr. Del Favro, who was a representative of the applicant, to meet with us, and we raised a number of these concerns directly with him, and we also indicated to him that we would allow access to our property. In January of that date, we provided Mr. Del Favro a review of our comments, and we also provided to him the report that you have before us that was prepared by Mr. Barton. And we'd ask you to review pages 7 through 9. And in that report, it outlines a number of potential risks that are caused by this particular development, and also some mitigating options that would be available, and in our view are quite reasonable. I won't go through them in detail. I know my time is limited, but I would just highlight in that you review those, and included in that are privacy fences, retention of an arborist, an effective plan with respect to managing stormwater, as we've talked about earlier, and we would hope, and we have followed up with the applicant, that they were to address these particular issues. To date, no meaningful response has been provided to us other than that it will be addressed down the road. So this is where you come in. We ask that the city ensure that its approval of the application is subject to carefully and specifically enumerated conditions responsive to the legitimate concerns raised by our neighbors in late 2025 and in Mr. Barton's report. While we hope that the applicant will see fit to incorporate in this project the necessary steps identified should this application be granted, the city we feel will fail in its obligation to the neighbors in the affected area if it chooses to leave this to chance. So we are asking that the city meet its own obligations and attach a carefully enumerated and detailed conditions to its decision should it choose to approve this application. Thank you for the opportunity to speaking to you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costin. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. I do have Mary Lou Timms on the list. She's not here today with you, correct? No, she's not. All right. Thank you. And our third speaker is Noor Bedes from Groundswell Urban Planners. Hi, Noor. Welcome to the Etobicoke York Community Council. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I do have a presentation if I can get some assistance.
We won't start. We'll get that connected first.
Okay. I got you. Thanks. Before I make a move. Just this. my other plug. It's all right. I can do it without it. We'll go a little old school.
Very good. Good planning.
All right. Good morning or good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of Community Council. My name is Noor Beidas. I'm here from Groundswell Urban Planners today with the applicant to walk you through the proposal at 4686, 4690 Dundas Street West and 56 Nottingham Drive. I would first like to thank staff for their time and effort into this application and that we do support the recommendation for approval today. All right, this is a quick outline of what we'll be presenting today, which concludes an overview of the plan, what was considered in the process we undertook with the city. So the site is located at the northeast corner of Chestnut Hills Crescent and Dundas Street West and has 3 existing detached homes. The broader area includes a mix of homes and existing townhouses on the south side of Dundas Street across from the site, and a number of existing commercial and community uses to the west. As shown more clearly in this block context plan, the circle shows a 500-meter radius from the property. The Etobicoke Center secondary plan area is located at Islington Avenue and Dundas Street West going west from here. The secondary plan area is intended to accommodate much wider range of uses and densities, which would be supported by the avenues and corridors leading to them, including Dundas Street. An existing subway station, the Islington Station, is located less than 1 kilometer away from the property. The proposal is for 10 condominium townhouse units, 6 fronting onto Dundas Street and 4 onto Chestnut Hills Crescent, with 1 level of underground parking, which is accessed from the interior of the site along Chestnut Hills Crescent, and which significantly reduces the impact on the public realm. To simplify, we've shown the block, 2 separate blocks on separate sides. Presented here are the units on Dundas Street. Note that these units are further set back to accommodate a future road widening on Dundas Street. And these are the 4 units facing onto Chestnut Hills Crescent with a maximum height of 2 stories. Each townhouse unit includes a private amenity space, and the unit at the northern end is oriented to face out onto Nottingham Drive to fit into the existing characteristics of the neighborhood. These are the concept elevations to give a sense of the built form. 2.5 stories facing Dundas Street and 2 stories facing Chestnut Hills Crescent, which is consistent with other townhouses in Etobicoke and respectful of the nearby residential heights. The site itself is approximately 2,200 square meters and, as previously mentioned, is intended to accommodate 10 residential units with 1 level of underground parking. This will include 12 parking spaces, 1 of which is an accessible space, and also includes 1 above ground parking space in the garage of the unit facing onto Nottingham Drive for a total of 13 dedicated internal parking spaces. There is approximately 195 square meters of private amenity space proposed, and the site will include extensive landscaping. A number of factors were considered as part of the application. In particular, careful attention was paid to trees, height, and parking. Tree preservation was studied in detail, and we are maintaining or replacing trees wherever feasible. This slide has been included to show the scale of the development with respect to the existing neighborhood. So there are two applications before you today, a zoning bylaw amendment and an official plan amendment, which are needed to permit the proposed built form of townhouses and to set zoning standards for the proposed development. As part of any planning application, a number of studies and plans and reports were requested by the city, and the following supporting documents were also submitted as part of this application, which outlines the feasibility and impacts of the proposed development to ensure that it aligns with the city's goals. A well-attended community consultation was held in December of 2025, where members of council and staff were present. Comments and concerns were heard, and as a result, a number of modifications have been made to the proposed plan. These include inclusions of a 1.8 meter privacy fence along the eastern property line, improved privacy considerations along Chestnut Hills, an additional dedicated parking space provided, and enhanced landscaping throughout the site.
Can I ask you to wrap up, please? We're just over time.
Number of policies were reviewed, and it all goes into the broader planning policy framework, including the changes from the province.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there questions of the speaker? I have one that's important.
Yeah.
On the northeast edge, so that's the last unit that abuts the first house on Dundas Street, there's something that says vent, like a vent shaft from the parking garage. Can you describe a little bit about what the function of that is? There is, in the correspondence, some concern from the neighbor about having a vent shaft right next to their house and their windows.
Fair enough. Mr. Chair and members of the council, the vent shaft is proposed currently as an exhaust shaft. It cannot be shifted, but we can work with the mechanical engineer to look at turning it into a intake vent only.
Reverse the flow. Okay. Would you agree to meeting with me prior to this being processed at council to clean this up? Because this is quite critical. I see a nod.
I can.
Okay.
Yes, we can make that happen.
Second package of questions. The residents have been very thoughtful, and as you would anticipate with any development, there's going to be opposition just on the built form. But in this case, many residents have brought things down to very, very personal level issues that are in earnest. Concerns over privacy and overlook, concerns over trees, concerns over construction management, concerns over the fence between the two sites, sewer and stormwater, all things in my view that could be overcome. Could you propose a process, or do you think there's a process that we could go through to try to resolve those? Because the sense I get is they're not big asks of the developer, but I heard the comment that they've tried and they can't get resolution. Do you think there's someone that could meet with me to try to resolve this before this getting finally resolved at council?
Yes.
I see yes. Okay.
We can work through a process. We can work with city staff to ensure that there are appropriate measures in place.
If I ask you today, through motions, to take a close look at tree planting, take a close look at, for instance, doing some site inspections of the existing structures so that everyone's protected during the construction process, that's something that your client will give very careful consideration to. I see a yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for speaking to us today.
Thank you.
Are there any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, questions of staff? We've got a couple. To the planning department on this, there is a hold provision regarding functional servicing. Could you just let us know very quickly what that means and why that's there? Because I heard a lot of concerns about the existing infrastructure in the area. What protection does that give to the residents in the area?
Through you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sean Wren. I'm the Acting Manager of Development Engineering in Etobicoke, York. So as part of this application, the applicant did submit a functional servicing report that addresses servicing capacity and stormwater management. We've reviewed that and generally don't have any high level concerns, but there are some minor issues that still need to be resolved.
Okay.
So until they are addressed, there's a holding provision on the zoning which would prohibit building permits.
So despite any approval today, they can't get a building permit until the city has signed off on the functional servicing.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
So the city performs the function of protecting the public because you will go and check to see that the sewers have the capacity required to deal with this incremental increase in development. Is that a fair summary of what's going on?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much. My next question is for the planning department. No, I'm sorry, I'll say planning or legal. A number of the issues that were brought up by the speaker today and in the correspondence have to do with things like a construction management plan and rules being put in place to help have smooth action during the construction phase, or simple things like the installation of a fence, the regulation of trees. Can you tell me, do we have that ability under this process to have a site plan, I guess it's called, and a bunch of requirements around that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, since the province's adoption of Bill 23 in 2022 or 2023, applications or developments that have 10 or fewer units are no longer subject to site plan control, which is what the city typically uses to control fine details of developments.
So in this case, there's a holding provision to deal with concerns over servicing. And interestingly enough, if you read the bylaw, it asks for a 1.8 meter fence right in the zoning bylaw. And that normally would be something that goes in site plan. Is that a fair observation? So in this instance, it had to be built into the bylaw.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
So I guess my wrap-up question, everyone would be well motivated to clean up any outstanding issues, for instance, a concern over a tree planting, so that we don't have to go and add and subtract from the bylaw. There could be some agreements figured out between now and council. Otherwise, that's where they go into the bylaw.
I suppose that's correct as well.
Thank you very much. So that is, those are all of my questions. Any further questions on this item? Okay, members wishing to speak? Seeing none, I'm going to speak briefly. Madam Clerk, I had an amending motion somewhere floating in the ether. So my amendments are as follows. The first is I'm going to ask you to approve a slight change to the wording of the bylaw, the zoning bylaw. It is really simple. The zoning bylaw asks for a 1.8 meter tall fence. I want it to be a screened and acoustical fence. in other words, not a chain link. So I thought that was a very simple ask, but very important to the residents within the community. The second is just to ask the Director of Development Review to give a copy of the City of Toronto Good Neighbor Guide to the applicant for their consideration during construction, because we don't have the site plan and consequently the construction management plan process because of the size of the development. The next is to ask the applicant to consider some additional tree planting along the lot lines which abut the existing properties, but have a consultation with the property owners. And it is a request. Let's see if another tree can be planted, maybe this makes a lot of sense and improves it. I will also ask that City Council ask the applicant to undertake a basement and foundation survey of 54 Nottingham Drive and 4684B Dundas Street West before mobilization. They are the immediate adjacent properties. Again, something that often is dealt with through other means, but because of the size of the development, and if you look in the correspondence from the residents, this is something that they are concerned about. And finally, there is some concerns raised about the condition of the trees and the arborist report. So I'm going to ask that Urban Forestry take a look at the residents' concerns and ensure that those are considered during the permit and protection plan process. I think that was all of my pieces. I am also very much open to continuing the conversation to deal with any further outstanding issues. Those vary. They are concerns over infrastructure, which we know the city will be looking at. They are concerns around the construction management, which in my experience are very overcomable issues or concerns from the neighboring residents that have brought stuff forward in earnest. I am also wanting to have a conversation about the vent fan, but I think that there's an answer here about changing the flow and some options if we need to deal with this under the bylaw. And finally, you know, I do recognize that there are some concerns over overlook when you build flanking properties onto existing ones. But one of the things that the report does is it restricts primary windows, and those are parts of buildings where there's a lot of time lingering, right, like a living room, versus a non-primary window such as a bathroom or a bedroom. And so that should help a lot to alleviate privacy. And, you know, people typically put curtains or window coverings on their windows to help with privacy, and add that in with the trees. All in all, members should expect that there was a lot of opinion on this particular proposal, concerns over development and density, but I do recognize we are on Dundas Street, where whether I agree with it or not, council has decided that townhouses and apartment buildings would be as of right. So the question then became, is that appropriate on Chestnut Hills, or, you know, carrying this around the corner? And normally I would have said, no, you don't just expand the avenue and the major street around the corner onto a side street, but Chestnut Hills is very unique. It's a 4-lane road, and it also has a lovely set of walk-up apartments immediately across the street. So it's not your typical side street. And those are very important, unique factors. And here we have a set of townhouses, which is very close to what the neighborhood exists with. And so the planning is one thing, but the issues that were raised today from the nearby residents are things because of the laws and because of the size of the development are difficult to deal with. I think these are all things that we can overcome, and I appreciate everyone's participation in this process. So with that, I am going to move my amendment. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. And then I will move the item, which moves it on to City Council. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Members, we're at 12:24. I'm going to recommend if Mr. Ewens is ready to go, we can deal with his speaking on 33.8, 1151 Weston Road. I will just take a member to extend to just to hear the deputation. Thank you. Actually, do you want to, is it be a fast item? So a recommendation to extend this into the beginning of the lunch so we deal with the item.
Yes, Mr. Chair, so moved.
Councillor Morley moves. Okay. Mr. Ewens, welcome. You're the registered speaker on this. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I'll be brief. Hold on here. Okay, well, we'll see if that comes up. Maybe not. That's okay. I'm here on behalf of the owners of 1151 Weston Road. That's okay. Don't worry about it. Similar to the last presentation I made, this one's been uploaded to the application page on with the clerk. This is a 46-story building with 509 residential units, 35% of which are 2 and 3 beds. There are 12 parking spaces, 22 parking spaces and 3 levels of underground parking, several hundred bike parking spaces. The project is located on a block that it shares with a 48-story approval to the east and the GO, Up Express, and TTC Mount Dennis Station immediately to the east. We've worked collaboratively with staff with Metrolinx, and we're supportive of the recommendations before you today. Appreciate collaboration with the Councillor's Office, Councillor Nunziata. One of the first things that we looked at with this site was the bank building, which is a heritage building. It's being relocated on site, being reoriented more toward the street where it actually previously was. It was previously facing the street. When there was some road work done, the building was picked up and moved back several decades ago, and we're moving it back to form more of a pedestrian public space, which I think is a good move, and we have endorsement from Heritage staff who we work collaboratively with as well. The within the heritage building, part of moving it where we have allows us to provide about 300 square meters of commercial space on the site, which helps us retain the amount of space a bank would need if the Scotiabank wanted to come back, which is one of the conversations we've been having in the client and the tenant. Just again, thank you to staff, Alex's team, Rabia, for all your work on this, heritage staff. We appreciate the collaborative nature of this application, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Anyone else to speak on this item? Seeing none. Questions of staff?
Thank you.
No questions of staff. Thank you. Councillor Nunziata to speak.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And this, you mentioned this is the Bank of Nova Scotia that's right at the corner of Eglinton and Western Road. We have the Eglinton line that just opened. We have the up and the go 2 minutes away. Now, and we did have a community consultation meeting. I did inform the local BIA and the Residents Association. They did attend the meeting, and I did advise them it was coming to council. One of the issues I had when I met with the applicant is, first of all, that we need the Bank of Nova Scotia to stay. We need it to be in the same site because it's the only bank that we have in the area. Other banks, like CIBC and the rest of them, left years ago, so it's the only one in the community. And with the density that we have in that area, part of the Mount Dennis plan, we need a bank. So that was one of the issues I did express to the applicant. Another issue that I did, and I did mention it to the planning staff, is the parking spaces. Now, I do realize under the city standard, you know, those are the bylaws, but because of the number of density that we have in the area, and we do have a Green Pea parking lot that's there, that in the future is going to be redeveloped as part of another development application that was approved a few years ago. So I'm going to amend and ask, and we'll put the amendment on the screen, that the Etobicoke York Community Council requests the Director of Community Planning at Etobicoke York District to work with the applicant prior to the July 29th, 30th, and 31st meeting of City Council on providing additional parking at 1151 Western Road. So I asked the consultant if he can look at that, because I think we even know it's the city's bylaws and we understand that, but, you know, to provide at least a little more parking spaces in that area. Even though, you know, we have the Eglinton Go and the up, but still I think there's a need for additional parking spaces. So I spoke to the consultant, and he said that he would pass that information on to his client. So I will move the staff recommendation and with my amendment.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak? Seeing none. On Councillor Nunziata's amendment, all those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. And on the item as amended, all those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Okay, a recess till 1:30. Good afternoon, everyone. I am calling this meeting to order. Back to order, actually. Our first item after the break is EY 33.11, the Islington Village Planning Framework. I do believe I have a registered speaker. Our speaker is Adam Rogers. Is Adam here or online?
Hi, I'm online.
Hi, Adam. Welcome to the Etobicoke York Community Council. Good afternoon to you. You have 5 minutes. Please proceed.
No problem. I appreciate how long this meeting is today, so I'm going to just keep it short just to get a couple things on the record. First thing I would like to say that I really appreciate the hard work from city staff, Dominic, Anthony, Alyssa, and also any other staff who work on this file. They've been very receptive and very helpful in the community, and I do appreciate it. So I did want to mention that first. So the real things it's in my email, but the couple things that I wanted to get on the record that are important for consideration. I don't know if this report will reflect it, but for long-term consideration, there are certain areas in Islington Village where the sidewalk is unnecessarily narrow. I'm thinking in front of 5005 Dundas Street West and at the corner of 1417 Dundas Street West. Each of those cases are heavily trafficked by children on their way to school, and they're quite narrow, putting kids pretty close to the road. I know 1505 does seem to have some additional space that could be extending the sidewalk. The Cordova one's a bit more tricky because of the placement of the utility pole, but ideally that'd be something to consider once the development that goes up beside Islington Community School is done. Maybe there'll be a way to fix up the sidewalk a bit. It was mentioned in the report, but I think it's also in the Etobicoke Center secondary plan, but an improved connection to Tom Riley for both cyclists and those who have mobility requirements is really important. Right now, there is like a staircase that leads into the park beside the ball diamond. This really puts folks like with strollers, who have mobility difficulties, or people who are cycling, it makes it really difficult for them to get into that. And it already is highlighted in the secondary plan, so I think it's just about time for that to go forward to make an improvement. And the last thing I would just say is that as we've seen as an earlier discussion, the importance of maintaining the commercial element of Islington Village as these developments go in. Things like a 44 floor is probably higher than I would prefer, but it is what it is. But if we can I will say, and although it's unrelated, but I will say I appreciate that developer at least working with the city to make some improvements, particularly that connection to the Islington School and their desire to seemingly keep more retail. I think that's something we have to keep in mind as we lose things like possibly the Rexall, other things of that nature. How do we replace those things? Anyway, just want to get those on the record, and I'm done there. Thanks.
Thank you, Adam. Questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, questions of staff? Councillor Morley.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you, and good afternoon, everyone. Feedback on the draft study boundary was that it should extend east to capture Montgomery's Inn and be contracted on the west to remove the area west of Kipling. Do staff intend to revise the study boundary? And if not, why not?
Thank you for your question. Through the chair, my name is Alyssa Hawley. I'm one of the planners in Etobicoke York District, and I'm on the Islington Village Planning Framework team. So I think just to start off, the Islington Village Planning Framework boundary was informed by map 12-1 in the Etobicoke Center secondary plan. So it extended past or just west of Kipling Avenue. So that's why that portion is currently in our draft boundary. We have received feedback on the boundary, specifically extending east to capture both Montgomery's Inn and to extend to Chestnut Hills Crescent. And then also to remove the western portion just west of Kipling Avenue as well. So we have received some feedback from our in-person consultation sessions and then also from our online engagement tool. So right now we're just in the process of compiling all of that information, all the feedback that we've received. So it is in draft form right now. We do intend to look further into that. And then that we'll be bringing that to our local advisory committee at the end of phase 1. And then we'll be finalizing that at some point in phase 2.
Great. Just quick timeline check-in. When do we anticipate phase 1 being concluded?
We're hoping to conclude phase 1 at the end of Q3 2026.
Okay, great, thank you. A lot of people have complained about the design of generic condo buildings and asked for building designs that retain more of the feel of a historic Main Street, as we heard about earlier this morning in our session. What tools do we have at our disposal with respect to that request?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, staff have no formal authority at this point to require applicants to utilize specific building materials or architectural aesthetics. Through Bill 23, the province of Ontario amended Section 41 of the Planning Act to remove municipalities' authority to control much of the exterior design through the site plan control process. So municipalities can no longer require changes based solely on these types of preferences, such as using brick in place of glass. But we have received quite a bit of feedback on this as well, again, through our consultation process. And it is something that we're looking at, and it's something that we can consider as part of the planning framework. And if endorsed by council, we can provide direction to applicants regarding the types of material that's used, as well as design approaches that are encouraged and that's preferred within the study area to really capture the essence of Islington Village. And then with such direction, it wouldn't necessarily be mandated policy, but it would be something that we could request of the applicants.
Great. So the collaborative nature of our working relationships, both with planning staff, but also with landowners as they're coming forward, is going to continue to matter more than ever as our powers have been limited. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that would be fair.
Just one last quick question is, if you had to summarize the most important 3 takeaways so far from the community consultations, what would you say they were?
Through the chair, I think as part of phase 1 of the planning framework, like I suggested, we had our first in-person community consultation meeting. We had our first public house drop-in session. And then we've launched the website and then the online engagement tool. So we've received quite a lot of feedback through that. But I think to narrow down the feedback that we've received thus far, we've definitely heard a lot of maintaining the village character and placemaking. And we've heard that while not everyone supports the provincial policy changes with respect to protected major transit station areas, for increased height and density in the neighborhoods, we have heard that most have agreed that there could be some more built form related elements to help appropriately integrate setbacks and creating that human scaled development that's kind of suggested in the Etobicoke Center secondary plan, and that's quite important to the community as well. And then also with that, building materials and architectural design that can further strengthen the existing character of the area, really creating that old Ontario town feel while implementing the provincial direction for transit supportive density. And then we've also heard quite a bit about supporting that local retail. It is a really important aspect of Islington Village, especially along that stretch of Dundas Street West on both sides. So maintaining and expanding that local retail is really important. And something that we intend to really consider as part of the planning framework work. And then also creating pedestrian-friendly public spaces, so protecting these spaces for wider, safer sidewalks, creating intentional gathering spaces like privately owned public spaces, and as well as parkettes that support pedestrian activity and active retail as well.
Really appreciate all your great work on this, Alyssa. Thank you for those answers. Those are all my questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, members to speak? Councillor Morley?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and I'm really grateful for our collaboration on this important piece of work. Again, with thanks to staff and the local community for really being strong advocates for how we grow in a moment when we're under immense pressure and our tools are being more and more limited. The need to come together, to collaborate, to dialogue, and to continue to fight for the best for our neighborhoods is really critical. Villages like Islington, we had a great contingent of residents here this morning on an application that's coming forward there that represents a very dramatic difference to what the community's current look and feel and experience is, including high rise. So we want to continue this work together in collaboration. We look forward to future phases and wanting to make sure that, again, as things change and as our pressures are mounting, that we're really holding space to be working together and using any leverage that we can to navigate getting good outcomes for our neighborhoods, while also respecting and appreciating prevailing policy and guidance, like the fact that this is a protected major transit station area and has some very specific policies and growth mandates associated with it. So we're really grateful, again, to everybody for their good work, Mr. Chair, and I'm happy to move the staff recommendations before us.
Thank you, Councillor Morley. Any other speakers? I too will take a moment to express my thanks. I know it's hard work. I know there's been several really busy community meetings because there's a lot of interest in this. And I think it's important because I think the history of Islington Village goes back hundreds of years, and it literally forms our identity as citizens of Etobicoke and the west end of the city. So it is truly appreciated. I understand it can be hard. The only other piece I would add to this is there's a practical component beyond what I just talked about, and that is the preservation of access to retail. This is so important as we see retail sites. It happened in this meeting. I mean, we lost the Kipling Queensway Mall. More will come back, but not exactly the same way. And as we lose sites that have retail stores, and if you're like me that lives in the area, I have to go to Mississauga more often to go do shopping. There's nothing wrong with visiting Mississauga. It's great, but it's not Toronto. And so our approach to preserving places like main streets means we have the infrastructure in place to support community and support growth. So I, again, am appreciative to the work that is being done, and I hope we will continue to think about not only Islington Village, but preserving retail and commercial and small services because we can't survive without them. But thank you very much. So on that, if there's no other comments, Councillor Morley moves to adopt staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Our next item is EY 33.13, Weston In Gear Planning Study. Status update report. We have a speaker, and that is Anna Winveen from Bousfields. Is Anna here or online? I'll just check one more time. Anna Winveen from Bousfields. Is there anyone else to speak on EY 3313, Weston In Gear Planning Study Status Update Report? Seeing none, questions of staff.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank staff for this report. And just if staff could just comment on the number of consultation meetings that we've had, and as well as the advisory committee, local advisory committee. And the last committee meeting that we had was very successful. And we had a lot of people that came, and the consultant did the presentation, and we had a workshop. So maybe you can just touch base on that.
Through you, Chair, yes, thanks, Councillor. We have had several community consultation meetings as part of the Weston In Gear Planning Study. As you noted, we had the first one was in late 2024. We had a second one in October 2025, and both of those were in open house style formats. Most recently, in May of this year, we had the Weston In Gear Community Dinner event, which was held at the Progress Place building in Weston, and that was very well attended. We served a dinner. There was a brief presentation as well as facilitated table discussions about the second phase and the emerging directions for the study, and that was attended by around 150 residents in Weston. We also do have our local advisory committee, which has been set up. And we've had 2 meetings so far with this group of about 10 to 12 local residents and stakeholders. And these meetings have also gone very well, and we'll be having another one as we get into the third phase of the study and looking at other ways and other engagement opportunities as we get into this third and final phase.
Thank you.
Any further questions of staff? Seeing none, members to speak? Councilor
Yes,
Diaz.
so I'll move the staff recommendation, and I want to say that dinner, Learning Richmond Foundation, it was Frontlines that provided the dinner, right? The kids from Frontlines that
Yes.
provided. So it was very successful, and I attended all those meetings, and the last one was very impressive. We had a number of people came out, and I'm just looking at the community consultation meeting, number 2, and one of the things that the community brought up was enhancing parks and public spaces, including Crookshank Park, Western Lions Park, and Little Avenue Memorial Park, which is part of, and I believe that they brought that up, is the Western Loop, as you know, was approved by council recently as well. That would be the connection and improvements into these key parks, and especially the Western Lions Park was the key. So I want to thank staff for it and everyone that were involved in it, and I'm looking forward to the next meeting. And again, staff, you did an amazing job. So I'll move the staff recommendation.
Councilor Nunziata moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Okay, our next item is EY 33.1712 Drury Lane, an application to remove a private tree. And I just wanted to make a note on this item. This is important, members, and to those that are to speak on it, that there is a supplementary report that was provided, I think, yesterday, which has different recommendations. So I just want to draw your attention to that. So our first speaker on this is Andrew Matijak. So Andrew, welcome to the Etobicoke York Community Council.
Good afternoon.
Yep, you got to help me though. You got to bend that mic up. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
No, let's just get the thing turned on.
Oh, hopefully that works.
Much better.
Perfect. Thank you.
So you've got 5 minutes. Please
All
go
right.
ahead.
Good afternoon, Council. Good afternoon, everybody else. My name is Andrew Matijak. I am the owner of 12 Drury Lane. Why I'm here, last November 2025, I did get an arborist report. It is one tree at my residence, and it is leaning in 2 directions. So the one direction is leaning quite heavily towards the house. At that time, with the arborist report, which I submitted already to the general council, I guess, they did recommend that the tree be removed because it is age of maturity on that at that time. It is a tree which is as per the arborist, a V-shaped union, which is not really recommended for that type of tree, as per the arborist report. And also, within the last 2 months, I did notice that there are a lot of needles falling from the tree. It was, I'd say, about at the beginning 1 or 2 feet from the bottom of the tree going up, and now up to this date, it is about 4 or 5 feet. And most recently, there has been, due to the windstorms, there's a large crack that has formed. I have pictures of the needles falling here through that one. Also, a picture of the significant lean towards the house. So at times, my 2 kids do have their bedrooms in the front of the house. So at the very beginning, it got a little bit close. I was a little bit worried, but most recently, I guess the age, there has been some tree branches that have hit their windows. So it's a concern. I have 2 kids at the house as well. And then there's a crack that formed here. It is slowly rising up, and that's the one portion which is leaning towards the house. And I did call the arborist to come down again, and I guess what he mentioned to me, I guess this is from him certified arborist. The most important consideration in arboricultural tree risk assessment qualification is consequence of failure. There are numerous examples of catastrophic tree failures during the last windstorm, and the consequence of the failure for the household is catastrophic if that spruce fails. And I guess it is, he said, maybe more past the age of maturity. So that's why I'm asking to replace that tree, because I do worry about my children inside there and just branches or anything falling, any damage to the house, because if it is, I'd say, at least 70 feet over the house. So if that portion did fall in the bedrooms, I'm not sure what could happen, but it could be quite a substantial, injuries or damage or anything of that sort. That's it for me.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, I'll ask you one really fast one.
Sure.
Have you seen the supplementary report? So it was just posted, I think, yesterday.
I did not know.
Okay. Well, it'll be good news. We'll let you know in a moment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Nicole Corrado. I think Nicole would be online. Okay, any other speakers on this item? Seeing none. Questions of staff? Seeing none. Okay. Councillor Nunziata, questions of staff?
Yeah, just a question to staff. I'm just reading the report, and actually I'm quite, that you're indicating that any damage to private property on sewer pipes or driveways, it's the responsibility of the homeowner to repair it. So I'm really surprised with that comment. Who from forestry is here?
Oh,
no, staff. Like, it's almost like we're saying, too bad, so sad, you have to do the repairs.
The subject tree is a private.
I can't hear you, sorry.
Am I on now? Okay.
Much better. Yeah, ignore the light. It just
Okay.
reads whether it's on or off, but go ahead.
The subject tree is a privately owned tree.
Right.
So I'm not sure what the alternative suggestion would be if the private owner wouldn't repair.
No, I'm just surprised with the comment that you made in your report, that even though it's a private tree, that you're indicating to the homeowners that if you have damage with your pipes or driveway, well, it's your responsibility, you can repair it. That's all. I'm just surprised with that comment.
Okay, it was in response to some of the concerns of damage from roots noted in the arborist report that was provided with the application.
Okay, that's it for me. Sorry.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none. Members to speak? Nope. Okay, I'll speak. Members, I'm prepared to move the supplementary report, and I'll offer a brief explanation. The supplementary report provides recommendations to us, Community Council, to permit the removal of a privately owned tree. And many will say, why? What changed? And what changed is that new information came forward about the condition of the tree. And so there is rationale to remove the tree, and I will specifically thank staff for identifying this information and rushing to get a report just in time for Community Council's consideration. It certainly makes our work much easier. I think the homeowner will be satisfied because that's his intent, but I do appreciate the diligence and work going forward to gather that new information and bring it to us. So with that, I'm moving the alternate recs. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. That item is complete.
Thank you.
Our next item is EY 33.8.18, 17 Tettenhall Road, application to remove a city-owned tree. We do have speakers on this item. Our first speaker is Frank DeGiorgio. Mr. DeGiorgio is here and no stranger to Community Council. Welcome back. Thank you. And acknowledging, Mr. DeGiorgio, before you begin, that we are just receiving a package of information from the city clerk that you've submitted. So welcome to Community Council, back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please proceed as soon as you're ready.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say to members of Community Council and to yourself that I'm really pleased that the policy shift has occurred that leaves the final decision-making power in the hands of Community Council. I have always been of the opinion that Community Council is best positioned to balance the strict rules of the city tree bylaw against the broader real community impacts and hardships on residents in a local area. You do have some photographs that were submitted by the owner, and you may have a brief summary submission that I submitted that I will make reference to and expand in my submission. The primary reason for the appeal is that the owners of 17 Tetton Hall Road believe there is reasonable justification for the removal of the tree in front of their property. And they ask Community Council to evaluate their request using two broader factors in addition to the bylaw regulations on tree removal. Factor one is whether the tree's type and location creates hardship for the local area. And factor two is to whether the removal of the tree is actually a net benefit for the local area in the context of the goals of the official plan. Going back to factor one, the type and the location of the tree, there is no dispute by the applicant that staff's decision to deny the permit on the health of the tree is reasonable. However, despite the tree health, the tree is perceived as a nuisance by a majority of the residents in the immediate local area. This black walnut tree, which by the way is not a preferred tree today to be planted along a roadway as convenient streetscape, it imposes onerous maintenance requirements on the owners that are immediately abutting the tree that goes beyond normal maintenance that would apply to any other tree. This particular tree sits too close to the street and it overhangs onto the street, unlike any other tree in that immediate neighborhood. All of the trees in the immediate neighborhood are well removed from the edge of the roadway. This particular tree is located, in my view, too close to the culvert and to the edge of the roadway. There are complaints by neighbors that the messy fallen fruit lands on the street and close to the property line of their property, and it creates a slippery hazard for residents walking on the street. There are no sidewalks on this street. And I would also say that the location of the tree does not fit the character of the actual immediate local area. The last point is something that staff or an arborist would not review. They wouldn't consider that fact. So essentially, a more comprehensive community review must go beyond a visual inspection of the tree. What is the community impact of the removal of the tree? Well, there is something fundamentally wrong with administering a tree bylaw through strict rules alone, while disregarding community impact and hardship. 3 examples are noteworthy. Juglone, which is a chemical associated with the black walnut tree, may be the cause of a dead tree on the property immediately abutting 17. 19 really has a large tree that is about 5 meters from the culvert, but it's a dead tree. I believe it's right on the property line. And because it's right on the property line, the owner has the option of saying, look, this is really on city property. So if he has to remove that tree, it's really a tree on city property. And he leaves it to the city to make the appropriate choice and decision. I also believe that under the plan of subdivision that applies to this area, the city trees were never contemplated or required to be planted a minimum distance from the edge of the roadway. There are no other trees that are this close to the roadway. And I think this one happens to be in violation of the plan of subdivision that applies to this particular area. And then lastly, I will say that there is wide local support for removal of this tree, notwithstanding that it's on city property. It's just, I honestly don't understand how it was allowed to be planted in that inappropriate sort of location by the city. I don't know if there was an error. I don't know if the property owner specifically requested, but anyway, let me just finish off very quickly, Mr. Chairman. Community Council is authorized to evaluate these real community impacts and consider the spirit of the bylaw in the context of official plan goals of tree canopy growth, not so much tree canopy protection, because you have to look at it in the broader context of the whole area that's got a lot of trees. So the removal of a single tree in the context of tree canopy growth 20 years from now, what's the area going to look like?
Thank you.
This is a 5-to-1 ratio, by the way. So, Mr. Chairman, in closing.
Thank you, Mr. DeGiorgio. You've done a great job.
All right. So in closing, I'm asking that Community Council respectfully approve the tree removal with reasonable conditions to the satisfaction of the applicant. 5-to-1 ratio is acceptable, but not, I might add, please exclude a payment for the appraised value of the tree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Councilor Crisanti.
Sorry, thank you for coming out. Is there, are you aware of any health hazards that this tree could cause
Well,
the local community or the people?
Public health does not establish that there are really health hazards here, okay? But, and again, staff, when they make a decision on tree removal, they basically say, is the tree healthy? And does it, by healthy, they mean it creates no hazards from a health point of view. And the tree is structurally sound. So I don't see any health hazards. No. But inconvenience and perceived health hazards are important to the people that are impacted, right? It's what they perceive as being a health hazard.
And that's precisely why I'm asking, because no, I understand the staff report. They're talking about only the health of the tree, but I understand these type of trees could potentially have health hazards. And I don't quite understand why they even allow these things to be put in the first place. But
well, the health hazards, if I can paraphrase the neighbors, and by the way, we've got a petition by neighbors that are in support. They talk about these heavy fruit falling and hitting people on the head, and hitting the cars that drive by. So that's not a health hazard, but it is a hazard. It's a safety hazard.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nicole Corrado. Is Nicole online? Yes, okay.
Hello, I was going to say that, well, what I always say, but...
Please go ahead, yep.
Black walnut tree is a native tree, so if it has any negative effects on other trees, there probably were, it probably was, if another tree died in the area, it must have been for another reason, because any other native trees in the area would have also co-evolved with black walnut. So it's a native tree. The other thing I was going to say is that, yeah, the nuts may be an inconvenience and that, but they're also an important food source for animals, for people. And there are programs where you can actually donate fruit, which includes nuts, from your garden to food banks. So I would suggest asking if there's volunteers who could sweep them up and donate them. And the other thing I was going to say is if you allow this tree to be cut, it will send a bad precedent, because to allow trees to be cut for what are essentially aesthetic reasons. There's no practical or reason to cut this tree. You'd also be cutting it during nesting season, which would affect birds and other animals. So I say there's absolutely no legitimate reason to cut down this tree other than people just don't like it. But people have to learn to coexist with nature. I mean, if you don't like trees, then you could move to the Arctic or the Antarctic, but you're going to have to put up with trees if you live in Toronto.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. I'll just check, are there any other speakers to this item? Seeing none, questions of staff? Seeing none? Oh, okay, Councilor Nunziata, questions
So,
to staff.
Just to staff, On the issue of, on this tree, why would it, the city, well, I'm sure you weren't around when this tree was planted, but why would the city plant a city tree on the front lawn, this type of tree, where there would be future issues?
Through the chair, I'm not exactly sure. Our evidence shows this tree might have been planted around 2001. But black walnuts are not currently on our routine planting list.
But normally we wouldn't plant trees on city tree on the front lawn, this type of tree, correct? Where there's walnuts?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay.
Councilor Crisanti?
Thank you. I understand that your staff report is just speaking to the health of the tree, but I also understand that this particular type of tree can produce a toxic chemical that can harm pets and cause skin irritation as well. Do you have any information on that? I mean, it should have probably never existed to begin with, at least in having it put into residential areas. And to the comment earlier about, trees, you can still love trees, but you could choose what kind of tree you love.
Through the chair, there's some noted allergenic properties with the black walnuts. In a 2017 study done for Parks Environment Committee, the Parks and Environment Committee, sorry, that was right. Toronto Public Health was consulted, and they found that anaphylaxis was highly unlikely to occur without ingestion. But I can't speak to skin irritation directly.
So other than the health of the tree, you have no criteria within the policy that says, well, there's other issues with this particular tree, and so we will then, approve the removal versus refusal.
Through the chair, that's...
Go ahead. You can both answer.
Do you want to go ahead?
No, so the 2018 study that was mentioned did go over comprehensively the health and safety aspects of the tree and other characteristics such as the nuts that walnut trees drop. And the purpose of the study was to look and see if there was a need for any specific policy to black walnuts that would be different than how we would approach any other tree. And that study found that the benefits of the walnut tree weighed into consideration those unique characteristics, did not require a unique policy that would impact the way we plant black walnut trees or the way that we would permit black walnut trees for removal.
Okay. Well, I could just think of maybe this is a policy we should be looking at moving forward. But, all right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to verify that.
Thank you. Further questions of staff? Seeing none, members wishing to speak? Okay, I'll go ahead. Thank you. I'm going to move the alternate recommendations which are contained in the report. Members, as you will recall, the staff typically in a situation like this will recommend the denial of the removal of the tree. That is consistent with their instructions provided by council through the bylaw, but they have also provided an alternate in the case that the community council sees it fit to grant removal of the tree. So I've taken that directly out of the report, and you can see the requirements of it are not light, but they are what has come to us as a recommendation from the staff. Members, I took the opportunity to meet with the homeowner at the site, and we talked extensively about the tree. I think everyone understands and agrees that it is a public asset, whether or not it was planted by the city or planted by somebody privately. It could very well have happened. I figure it happened sometime around 2005 to 2009 based on the aerial photos. But what's most compelling in our conversation was the images that they showed me of how significant the walnuts are, and they're in the package. And I'm glad that this was submitted by Mr. DeGiorgio. This is helpful for council. to understand that there's buckets upon buckets of walnuts produced, and they're not walnuts like you get in the supermarket. They look like limes. They're large. They're like 2 inches. You've probably seen them. And they're heavy and hard. And so it's one thing just to have to clean those up. It's another thing if you happen to be struck or have your car struck by one. All this is to say that sometimes trees conflict with the urban environment and the communities that we've built around us, and we have to take a very measured approach. I'm normally one that favors the property rights of individuals, but this is a case where it's a city tree, and I don't recommend a community council to remove a city tree lightly, but sometimes there's extenuating circumstances, and the residents have let me know just how onerous that this tree has become. And I agree with them. I don't know how this vote will go at community council because I know there's strong feelings in all the different directions on this. But in my earnest research on this, they convinced me that this has become difficult for their life. And I think that it may be time to allow them to remove the tree, and they will have to replace it in one way or another. So that is my advice to this community council. And as I said, that was not reached lightly. That was reached through a thoughtful process and considering the evidence that the homeowner has brought forward. With that, anyone else wishing to speak on the item? Go ahead. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to ask a question on your motion there with respect to the removal of the typically associated fees with the value of the tree to the city. Can you just talk me through your rationale for having that removed in this case? On it first, sorry, if the clerk could help us and throw that back up.
It should be exactly what it says in the staff report.
So my reading of that on the first bullet point says providing payment of the appraised value of the tree to be removed. Is that taking away the obligation for the homeowner to provide that to the city?
No, I think that means the value of the tree to be removed. Bracket, that's the value.
Oh, sorry. Forgive me.
This is exactly as it was written in the report, so I'm going to assume that it's structured in a way that staff understand that.
So that would still be a requirement of us proceeding with this removal, correct, Mr. Chair? Yes, I see nods. Okay, thank you. Forgive me for my confusion. That's my bad. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all.
No problem. Any other questions? Seeing none. Anyone else to speak? Seeing none. On the amendment, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Okay, our next item is EY 33.19, 77 6th Street, interim approach to address city-owned female ginkgo trees. We have speakers on this item. Our first speaker is Sue Connor. Welcome, Sue, to the Etobicoke York Community Council.
Thank you.
You've got 5 minutes.
Perfect. So good afternoon, council members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today regarding the city-owned female ginkgo tree that is currently located at the front of our property. While ginkgo trees are known for their beauty, their hardiness, and resistance to disease, the reality is that female ginkgo trees create significant and ongoing hardship for the property owner and for the nearby residents. These issues affect our enjoyment of our home and also raise legitimate health and safety concerns for the neighborhood. The most obvious problem is the extremely foul odor produced by the seed pods. When the seed pods fall and begin to decompose, they emit a smell that's often compared to vomit, rancid butter, or sewage. During the fall, not only our family, but our neighbors as well are forced to endure weeks and often months of this very unpleasant odor that makes it difficult to enjoy our property, open our windows, or even spend time on our front porch. There are also concerns regarding direct contact with the fleshy outer pulp surrounding the seeds. The pulp contains compounds that can cause severe skin irritation and allergic reactions similar to those caused by poison ivy. This is especially a concern for us as my husband has a severe sensitivity to poison ivy. Every time we clear our sidewalks of the crushed seeds, we risk coming into contact with that pulp. Also, residents of the community, children, pets, may come into contact with the fallen fruit while simply walking past our property and not even know it. Beyond the foul smell and the concerns regarding coming into contact with the crushed pods, the seeds also present additional health and safety concerns in the form of acute ginkgo seed poisoning. Children are particularly susceptible to this, and even small quantities can trigger severe neurological reactions, including seizures and other serious symptoms requiring immediate medical attention. This concern is especially relevant as we have 2 young grandchildren and a dog, and our home is located almost directly across from a daycare and an elementary school. Every day, numerous families, children, pet owners walk past our property and the tree. Finally, the seed pods create substantial maintenance challenges. It is the homeowner's responsibility to clean the sidewalk, lawns, and gardens repeatedly throughout the season. The pods are slippery when crushed, creating a potential slipping hazard for pedestrians, seniors, and children. And it's almost impossible to avoid stepping on these pods just due to the sheer number. And so we often end up tracking the pulp and the associated smell into our home and car. The burden of these city-owned trees falls disproportionately on the homeowner. We did not choose to have a female ginkgo tree planted, but we are expected to cope with the smell, the cleanup, and the potential safety risks year after year. While the environmental benefits of trees are important, not all tree species are equally suitable for residential neighborhoods. The persistent odor, toxic seeds, allergic reactions, cleanup requirements, and safety concerns associated with female ginkgo trees make them a poor choice in urban areas near homes, daycare facilities, schools, and heavily used pedestrian routes. We therefore request that the city remove this tree and replace it with a species that is more conducive to a residential neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a question
Yes.
of you by Councilor Nunziata.
Just a question. So you're the homeowner, right?
I am.
Yeah, so you're aware that the recommendation is for you to remove the tree?
Yes, I did see that come. I did see that come through. They did send that to me.
Okay, I just didn't know if you knew.
But I
that
still wanted to come to address because I'm sure there are other.
No, I appreciate it,
Yeah.
but I just want to make sure you knew
Oh,
that.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none? Thank you.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Nicole Corrado. Online?
Yes, I actually have an idea. I mean, the female ginkgo is only producing the fruit because there is obviously a male tree nearby, I would presume, unless it produces parthenogenetically, but I don't know of any trees that do because they have male and female trees. So I presume, I'm wondering, this tree doesn't look too big. So you might be able to relocate this tree away from a male tree, or if there's any male trees on the street, you may be able to look at relocating them away from this tree. So that if they're spuns, if you find trees small enough, you might look at relocating, like digging them up alive and moving them just far enough away so that they are no longer close enough to the opposite sex tree. So that way you wouldn't even have the fruit anymore. And I'm wondering if you could do that, because then it would avoid destroying such a beautiful tree. It would be a shame to destroy such a beautiful tree because of the problem. And I think there might be a way, that might be a way to solve the problem if you relocated the tree just a little bit away from any male ones so that there wouldn't be, I presume, I don't know how they're pollinated, if they're wind pollinated or not, but I presume probably it must be near a male tree. If it was far enough away from a male tree, you wouldn't have any fruit because it would produce flowers, but it wouldn't produce anything else.
Thank you, Nicole. I will ask if there's any questions of the speaker. Seeing none, thank you for joining us. I'll double check. Are there any further speakers concerning 3319 77th 6th Street? Seeing none. Questions of staff? Councillor? No? Did I hear anyone? Questions of staff? No questions of staff. Okay. Councillor Morley to speak.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for keeping us on track here. And with thanks to staff for the supplementary report that came forward on this item, and also with big thanks to Sue for her persistence and engagement with my office on this ongoing issue. It has been quite a journey. And when we first arrived here in office 4 years ago, myself and my team, there was a very clear and strong position of urban forestry's policy to not remove healthy, maintainable trees for any nuisance-related issues. And we've been on a journey together, along with our community members, really getting to a deeper understanding of the impacts of the ginkgo, specifically the female ginkgo, and the challenges and, frankly, the health concerns that Sue appropriately outlined that do exist for many community members. And so folks may know, Councillor Josh Matlow did put forward a motion to Urban Forestry to review its policies and operational practices for city-owned female ginkgo trees specifically. Staff are expected to report back to City Council in early 2027 through the broader tree bylaw review with recommendations focused on community health and safety. And so this is an evolution of how we have navigated this as a city, and I believe a welcome one. And as an interim approach, Urban Forestry is recommending approval of requests to remove city-owned female ginkgo trees in the interim, and through this process here at Community Council, including the tree here at 77 6th Street. So the tree would be replaced with a different species through replanting, and with that, I would like to move the staff recommendations to allow to proceed with that particular removal.
Thank you. Any further members to speak? Seeing none, Councillor Morley moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Our next item is EY 33.20, 80 Pelmo Crescent, request for a fence exemption in the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447. We have registered speakers. Our first speaker is Beninia Deze de Tomoyala. Or is Beninia Deze de Tomoyala in the chamber or online? I'll ask one more time just in case they are in the overflow room. Beninia Deze de Tomoyala. And this is concerning 80 Pelmo Crescent. Okay, I'll go on to the next speaker. Giovanni Storino. Is Giovanni Storino here? Great. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to the Etobicoke York Community Council. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hi, hello everybody. And my name is Giovanni Storino. I live at 40 Longview Drive. Since I've been there for a little bit, since 1973. So in the neighborhood, the Western. All right, so my concern is today is my neighbor he's put up a fence. Fence himself is by 5 feet, 6 feet plus. Plus it's got a lattice of 4 feet. So 6 and 4 is 10. But my concern is I'm below 4 feet. Okay, so my concern is it's a bit too high. It's like a wall for me. So, protecting my family. That's my concern is that, that's it, just but the height, that's a concern. That's about it.
Thank you. Are there any questions? You have a question, Councillor Nunzia.
Yeah, just a question. This was deferred from the last community council meeting, but you weren't here at the last council meeting, correct?
No, I wasn't here the last time.
No. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I will ask one more time if Beninia Deze de Tomoyala is here. Okay. Are there any further speakers to this item? Seeing none, questions of staff.
Yeah, just question to staff. It's my understanding we deferred it from the last meeting that the owner was going to work with you. So did that happen? Because I didn't hear anything.
I did meet with through the chair, I did meet with the homeowner regarding the height and the lattice portion, and we did report back to your office.
No, but did she agree?
Yes.
She agreed?
Yes.
And what was the agreement?
The portion of the fence, because the gentleman, his property is lower, we did the measurement from his side plus the measurement from the subject property side, and then we take the average grade. So the only portion in violation is the lattice portion, and that was explained to the homeowner.
So is she going to reduce that? Is she going to remove that?
She did agree that if that's part of the motion you're going to put forward, she will be okay with it.
Okay, so it's not part of this report, though. Did you have a supplementary report? It's not part of the report that we have before us. I'm sorry. Well, the only report I have is what appeared at the last council meeting. Yeah. Does anybody have the supplementary? I don't.
When we met with the homeowner,
but there's no report before us, because the only report that's before us, and that's why I'm asking the question, is from the last meeting where to refuse it, and then we deferred it. Am I correct on this, or am I looking at the wrong thing?
This is 80 Palma was deferred.
Yeah,
So the same report has carried forward. the
carried
original.
forward. So do you have another report?
through you, the chair, we do not have another report because the homeowner was willing to go forward, but they will be acknowledging if you were granting on the lattice portion removed, but they were willing to go forward with their motion.
So they weren't willing to reduce it?
They said they would reduce it if you put in a motion for it to be reduced.
Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna say, yeah.
Okay, we'll stand the item
stand
down.
it down.
We'll give it a few minutes
Yeah.
to get it sorted out. And we'll move on to the subsequent one and we'll come back to it. Okay, EY 33.21, which is 122 Jeffcote Drive, request for fence exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447. We do have a registered speaker. That is Guilherme Andrade. Is Guilherme here? Great. Welcome to the Etobicoke York Community Council. You have 5 minutes.
Hello guys, peace of Lord. I was here last year about my fans. I believe you guys know me or maybe forgot about me. Yeah, thanks so much guys to help me out. And my friend Pano, because he's helping me, they went and saw his fence. And then they started telling him his fence was wrong. But his fence is about, 40 years. And back in the day, it was protecting his kid too, like my fence is protecting my kid. So I would like you guys help him too, like you guys did to me. I appreciated that. I know guys help us like Jesus helped me, like how he does. And then I know you guys are fair people to help us. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. No questions of the speaker. Okay. So I did notice some other people get up. Is there another speaker to this item? 122 Jeffcote.
I'm the homeowner's daughter. I didn't realize I had to register to speak. I thought.
Okay. We'll get you registered just after, but you're welcome to come up and talk to us.
Okay, thank you.
If you could just let us know your name. And
Yes,
then
my
we'll
name
see
is.
the clerk after.
Sure, thank you. My name is Christina Merchant, Merchan. I'm the daughter of the
welcome.
homeowner.
You have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. Just a little bit of a background on this fence. My parents have been there going on 39 years in August, so almost 40 years. The fence was erected almost around that time. So when my brother and I were young, almost 40 years ago, when we moved into that house, we had a lot of sort of just people showing up on the property, urinating in the property, going behind. We had a few like disturbances. So as to protect us, as when we were kids, my parents erected this fence all around the house to keep us safe and for privacy. The way the house is situated, what's technically the front of the house is actually the side of the house. So it's just a weird like kind of location of it. And now, fast forward to present day, they've got 4 grandkids, 5th one on the way, and so they need that privacy when the grandkids are over, when they're watching them, pets as well, just to kind of keep everything secure and private. We did meet a few times with Councillor Chrysanthi back and forth just to come up with some solutions that are fair, that won't be a financial burden on my parents as well. My dad is retired on a very small pension, so I would hate for him to have to somehow come up with a significant amount of money to do adjustments. So few back and forths. I found this product actually at Rona. It's a sunblind system which has louvers, and so what we can do at a more cost-effective way is I submitted pictures. I don't know if you have copies of them or if I can. Okay, so we kind of did a mock-up through AI with the fence. So instead of the planks going vertically on the areas to create a better sight line, we can switch them horizontally using this product. And so it's almost like shades, right? So they can be open completely where you can see through. And then when they want privacy, when the kids are over, or when they want to have their dinner outside in the backyard, which is technically the side yard, they can close them. So this is a suggestion that we're coming up with.
We skipped ahead.
Yeah, and then just to put on the note, 40 years my parents have been there. They've always taken pride on their property, maintaining it and keeping it clean. They've never had issues with any neighbors at all. And again, the fence is for security, safety, privacy for the grandchildren and the family. And that's all I have to say.
Questions of the speaker? Councillor Chrysanthi.
So I believe you sent some pictures in, and
yes,
we have forwarded those pictures to the clerks. Does the clerk have them? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we'll look at that after. Yes, so as you just mentioned earlier, we've met a number of times.
Right.
And I really feel for what you've been going through, because you've lived there for how long now?
It's going to be 39 years in August.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a problem with that fence?
Not once. Not once in the 39 years, no.
So I may have a question of staff later.
Okay.
And so you've worked quite diligently to find a solution,
right,
based on our discussions,
yes,
to resolve the issues of the sight lines that municipal licensing standards they were concerned about.
Correct.
To make sure that you have the sight lines and your dad has the sight lines to safely exit from where he parks his car.
That's correct.
All right. And also at the same time, to provide you the privacy, because this product allows you to do both.
That's
gives you
right.
Open sight line, and it allows you to have the privacy that you need, because your house faces Jeffcoke, correct? Or the side of it fronts Jeffcoke.
So the front door is facing Jeffcote,
Right.
and then the side of the house, which is technically, I realized after, is the front of the house,
Yeah.
is on Jensen. But I guess it's, yeah.
No, but your rear yard is really.
The rear yard is on the side of the house. It's really, yeah, that's right.
So you have no privacy otherwise.
There's no privacy.
So you went through all this struggle, and I got to commend you for being creative and persisting and coming up with a product that I believe will resolve the issue today. Okay, those are my questions, Ms. I may have a question of municipal licensing afterwards.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a quick question.
Sure.
I don't know what the product is that's coming, but I would ask if anyone's given any thought to ensuring that the gates open wider or at least on an angle, so that would open the sight line further, because the picture in the report shows the gates at the driveway pointing right towards the road.
I guess that's the way the picture was taken, but the doors could swing further out or whichever way, like that could be adjusted.
So that, and again, I don't know if that's the consideration or if there is an answer, but if there's some way to work that in, I hope you'll think about that. And maybe putting anchor points, so that's where they rest. But I will
Yeah,
ask
we did
them more.
discuss putting, like, drilling holes to anchor the door. We discussed
Okay.
that, yeah.
Great, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to questions of staff, I'll ask, is there anyone else to speak on this particular item? Seeing none, just please don't forget to register with the clerk. Questions of staff? If any.
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks so much. And I understand you're new on this file right now, right?
Through the chair, could you repeat your question?
You just obtained this file, or you haven't been working on it from the beginning?
Through the fence exemption portion, just the fence exemption portion. Another officer was working on
Yes.
the original complaint.
Oh, okay. So, no, just one question then. Is there anything on your record that has had, have you had many complaints on this property, or is this the only one and the first one in 40 years about the fence?
Only complaint on that property was regarding the fence.
That's it?
That's it.
All right, thank you. That's all I wanted to clarify.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, Councillor Crisanti to speak.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to reiterate, this is, spent much time with these wonderful folks. They have a beautiful property on Jeffcote, where the property, the way it's designed, their front entrance is off of Jeffcote. Their yard is off to the side, which also faces Jeffcote. So, their family grew up there. Their grandkids, they've got 4 now, 1 more on their way, and they're very proud of that. And, they spend a lot of time there. It's a privacy issue. It's a safety issue. So they put up the fence the way it is designed currently, the way it is. Unfortunately, there was a complaint that came in from somewhere, because I know that these folks get along with all their neighbors. I can't imagine where that complaint came from. However, it did, and that's what happens, and now they're having to deal with the outcome of that. The sight line is something that is a concern, and it's the reason that MLS, made it clear that they need to do something about that sight line. So in the number of visits I had with them, they've were very diligent in trying to come up with solutions to create a sight line that will make it safe for them to be able to enter and exit that property. So they ultimately came up with this product that I was quite impressed to see the product. I had a look at it when I was at the last site visit with them. They described how this product actually works. It works very much like a blind. As she mentioned, it's a sun-blind system that when you open, you have, I have a motion. Should I present that first? Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So I do have a motion, and so it'll be posted. There is the motion. I'm going to be recommending that we grant a fence exemption to the property owner of 122 Jeffcote on the condition that the fence is modified with a 2.4 meter open construction, including fence and gate, with the proposed product and design according to the drawing photos attached in this motion, and require that at such time as a replacement fence is required, the installation comply with the Municipal Code, Chapter 447. And in conclusion, this fence will look after any sightline issues, because once you have this positioned and like a blind opened up completely, you can see right through that fence and right through the doors to provide safe exit and safe entry to the property. So on that note, I look to my colleagues to support this this fence exemption on the condition that they install this product. And that's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Questions of the mover? Because I got one. Sure. Councillor Crisanti, just for my clarity, is it your intention that they will have the blinds open when they back the car in and out?
Yes.
Because that's crucial.
That is crucial, and that was, absolutely made clear to them. And this is the way they're going to go. This is the reason they're going through the trouble and the expense. As you heard too, he's on a fixed income. he's gonna still spend the time and money to make sure that that sunblind goes up and it's to be used for the purpose that it's intended to be used.
Thank you. Any other questions? Anyone else to speak? Seeing none. On the amendment from Councillor Crisanti, all in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Confirming, Madam Clerk, that's it. Okay.
So, Mr. Chair,
yes.
sorry, going back to 3320.
Okay.
I'm just going to move.
You're
the
ready?
sta-
Great.
Yeah, just move the staff
Okay,
recommendation.
so we are going to go back to the item that we stood down, EY 3320, 80 Pelmo Crescent, request for a fence exemption, Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447. Councillor Nunziata, you're moving the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Okay, our next item is EY 33.23, that is 8 Markwood Crescent, request for a fence exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447. We do have a speaker, that is Mike Thompson. I see him.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon. Welcome, Mr. Thompson, to Community Council. You've got 5 minutes.
Sure, that's great. Thank you so much. So we did install a privacy fence on the side of our property, just to enforce the sort of perimeter of the property and privacy concerns. When we hired the contractor, we were told that the height was correct. It's approximately a 6-foot fence with a lattice on top, small lattice. But I guess upon further measurement, it's slightly above. The reason for the fence, specifically at the front of the porch, is a privacy concern. There's a surveillance camera that our neighbor has, and we have evidence that there's been footage taken, and it's, I have 2 daughters. I want them to be able to sit on the front porch and enjoy the property. It makes me very uncomfortable that a surveillance camera can be taking footage of them. And with the lattice, it's a little bit higher. Again, it's not substantial. It just cuts the angle enough that no footage can be taken. And then further down towards the backyard, we've had some issues with this neighbor doing commercial film shoots. So he does film shoots, there's spotlights, generator noise, all kinds of stuff going on. And just having a little bit of extra height helps with any of the light intrusion and so forth. Some of those shoots get the permits. A lot of them have not secured the required permits, unfortunately. So we don't even know that they're happening until they show up. So, it's really just, it's a little bit above. There was no shared cost on the fence. I installed it at my sole cost. And I'm hoping that council can give us a little peace and quiet and enjoyment of the property with a slightly higher fence. And that's it. Everything else was in the reports that I provided, letters and photos, et cetera. So.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Are there questions of the speaker? I have a couple. Thank you for talking to us today. So I gather from the letter you sent, you have a screen capture from your neighbor's camera.
Yeah.
And I understand that looks right at your porch.
That's correct, yeah.
Is the lattice on the fence that you have now tall enough?
That I have no way of verifying. I can sit on my porch and sort of just eyeball it and say, look, that looks like I can't. Empirically,
so you don't need more.
As far as I can tell, I don't. But yeah, that's.
Okay, and it's my understanding. So there's the first panel,
Yep.
and it has a significant variance because it's considered in front of the front wall.
Right.
And then the second and third panel are a little bit over.
Yeah.
Okay. And are you aware that we have other correspondence on this particular item, which is critical of the fence?
I've heard of. I would assume. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And the fence is built out of wood, if I saw the pictures correctly.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you for speaking to us today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Are there any other speakers to this item? Seeing none. Questions of staff? Seeing none. Okay, I have a motion for this, and I'm just going to walk you through on it. If I could ask Madam Clerk if you could display that. So this is a tough situation. I'm not going to go into all of the complexities on this. There's prior involvement with my office in the vicinity of these locations for lots of reasons. I'm going to ask two things. I'm going to ask the committee to support me to grant a height exemption for the family with respect to the first panel. I frankly would give them more height. The image of the camera pointing at their front porch is actually quite shocking. But I am also going to ask that the owner of the fence reduce the height of the other two panels to bring them closer to 2 meters, because we're in a situation where I think it's best if everyone just adheres to the rules that they're required to adhere to. So I am sympathetic on the camera. I'm going to ask to have those other two modified. I looked carefully at the fence construction. I realize it's work, but I think it's doable. It's an adjustment, I figure about 6 inches, but that depends on the grading and what's done. And I think that bringing that into compliance will help with a lot that's going on. I'm asking that the panel come down. I don't have a concern over the fence post, other than that, if the fence panel comes down, that the fence post, the third post, should also come down in height so that it doesn't stick up, which you'd probably do, but I put it in the motion. And the rest of the motion is standard language that it's okay to stay as long as it maintains good repair. Community Council is put into an impossible position where we've got two conflicting people with different views on what should happen with the fence. And part of me thought, you know, let's just bring it to what the compliance requirement is, and then it's solved. Everyone understands the 2 meter rule, and if you build something a little taller, it's a risk. But when I saw the picture of the camera pointed at the house, and I've got security cameras. I understand how they work and what happens with them. I don't understand why they're facing a porch in someone else's front yard. So if Mr. Thompson is listening and you think that you need more height, I'm happy to recommend that the item be reopened. But I'm satisfied to give you the full height of the first panel, because cameras have added a complication to fences at this committee that we've seen before, and I'm very sympathetic to that. So I know it's not an easy outcome for anyone involved, and it's not easy for the committee to sort through, but those are my recommendations to the committee. I hope you support them. Any questions of the mover or anyone else wishing to speak? I thank everybody for their patience in this matter. I know it's not easy. All those in favor of the amendment? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you. Our next item is, yes, thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk has reminded me that I skipped over item 22. There is no speaker. Yes, thank you, Councillor Nunziata. A sharp eye. EY 33.22.5 Alderton Court. Request for fence exemption, Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447. Members, I'm going to recommend that this be deferred to the next meeting of this committee, whenever that be. I can't put the date in because it's not scheduled. I'm sorry, are you here to speak to 5 Alderton? Correct. Okay, we have nobody listed here on the list. I'm sorry about that. Okay, so I can tell you this: under a deferral, you can choose to speak now or speak later. I'd rather speak now. You want to speak now? Okay, yeah, not a problem. Members, unless Madam Clerk, unless you have an issue with the procedure, I'm prepared to just go back to the deputation stage. Why don't you come on up? Thank you. If you can give us your name so we know who you are, and we'll just get you to register for the clerk. Is he the owner? I had no idea.
Okay. Hello, my name is Bledar Guri. I live at 5 Alderton Court, and I'm here for fence exemption request. Now a little feedback about the property. When we got it a couple of years back, the whole backyard area was neglected and full of bushes and a couple old fences. So there was like animals running through. I have 3 young children and 2 dogs, so I took it upon myself to sort of make that area secure, and I took all the old stuff away and put a new fence up. The issue is that we sit on a sort of a ravine-looking lot, and then everybody around us is below us. So I try to keep my fence within the 6 feet on my side, but I guess on my neighbor's side that looks much taller. And that varies because the lot is not flat in any way. It's like goes lower towards the right point of the lot itself. And that's where I actually think I went a little too high, and the reason for that was because the way it dips, we see there's an apartment building that looks right through, like I can see everybody in their rooms, whatever they're doing. So if I can see them, then they can see me. So it was for a privacy sort of concern that I said, well, because it's pointing towards like an empty wooded area, I said, I'm going to go a little higher, and I'm aware of that portion. And I'm here today to request an exemption, and hopefully that goes my way, but I'm ready to comply with whatever decision you guys take.
Thank you for waiting patiently. I do have a couple of questions for you. Do I understand correctly you changed the grade?
Nope.
So there's no grade change at all?
Correct. No
Because
change.
I seem to see a picture of a retaining wall there.
No, what I did is I put at the bottom of the fence, I put a few wooden logs to retain the dirt from washing backwards. However, I kept my grade at the existing height. Like I did not add any height to it. But because it's such a big slope, I didn't want the weight of the dirt to go on the panel, so I put wood beams across so they can support the dirt from not falling down.
Are you aware, at least now, maybe you were before, that if there's a differential in height, that there's a formula that averages it, and then
I'm aware of it now. I wasn't
lower
before.
your fence? Because exactly that, the person on the other side's looking way up at something tall, right?
Correct, yes. I wasn't aware at the time when I did it, but I'm aware of it now.
From your side, when you built the fence originally, and if it's horizontal, right?
Actually, it's like if this was my lot, there's 3 sides of it. So
Yeah. The boards are horizontal or vertical? I can't remember from the picture.
Well, there's 2 vertical and 1 horizontal, so I don't know.
How much does the height of the fence from your side by design add up to? Inches or meters, whatever.
Is 6.5 feet.
6.5 feet?
Yeah.
Okay, so 2 meters.
So like, for example, like if this was my house and then I got a neighbor on this side, a neighbor on this side, a neighbor in the back.
Yep.
And then that apartment building that I'm talking about is right here, and this is all the wooded area. So this whole portion here, it should be correct according to my measurement.
Okay.
The corner here where I'm looking at the building, and that's where it dips even the most,
Yes,
the lot.
I've got a picture of that.
Yeah, so that's where, like, it's a little higher. But that's my measurement, so I don't want you to take my measurement. I'm sure you have measurements from the city staff that have been to my property multiple times to verify it, so.
On the other parts of the fence, so let's put the corner aside because that's special, right?
Yeah.
That's a big change. On the other sides, if I was to count the boards or measure the boards, how tall is that from your yard?
6.5 feet.
6.5, okay. Have you spoken to your neighbors on all sides to find out what they think?
No, because when I first started cleaning up the yard, everybody was enthusiastic about it, see it cleaned up.
Yeah.
However, when they saw the fence, they advised me that, hey, by the way, your fence, after it was finished, the fence is a little too high. And I said, well, not from my side, it's where it should be.
Okay.
And then I guess they put it through a complaint, and then city staff showed up, and that's why we're here today.
You don't have a pool?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to ask this in a form of question because I have to, and then I'm going to move on because
Sure.
I have a plan. Would you consider inviting me over to have a look?
Excuse me, say that
Would
again?
you consider inviting me over to have a look? Because we've
100%.
never had a chance to talk. So I'll let you figure out to get a hold of me after. I'd like to have a look. Will you consider that?
Yeah, of course.
Will you consider at least knocking to the doors of your neighbors?
Okay.
Especially if you don't know what they think, and see if they support or not support, because you have different sides. Some sides may be supported and some sides may be not.
I don't think anybody supports what I did because I'm the new guy in the neighborhood.
Okay. But all right, so at least you did that thinking. Okay.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be here.
Yeah, I think I have enough here. I really appreciate you speaking to us.
Yeah,
It's
no
very
problem.
helpful. I hope to have a further conversation, okay?
Of course, thank you.
Thank you. And don't forget to give your name and registration to the clerk. It's very important, okay?
Thank you.
Any other speakers to this item? Seeing none, questions of staff? Seeing none. Members, I'm going to recommend that this be deferred to the next meeting. Obviously, I have to do some work, and I have not had an opportunity to speak to the homeowners. There's a lot going on here. So I would appreciate your support in that. We need a little bit of time. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. All right. Our next item is EY 33.24, 751 Scarlet Road, request for a fence exemption, the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447. We do have a speaker registered. That is Michelle De Silva. Michelle's here. Great. Welcome to the Etobicoke York Community Council.
Thank you.
You've got 5 minutes.
Okay, so I'm Michelle De Silva. I'm the daughter of Maria and Jose De Silva that own the property at 751 Scarlet. My parents, my dad's a contractor. When he basically had constructed the homes, we didn't have a fence, and they thought about privacy issues and having that being brought to about. So my parents did the fence. The fence is just under 4 feet. So the issue is the pillars. The pillars are at the corner that support the gates that open and close, and they're just under 6 feet. So the issue is that was a complaint that was done by the neighbor, and it wasn't a genuine concern about the actual gate itself. It actually came from a dispute that we had with the neighbor itself, so that's what brought this about. So I'm here basically to get a fence exemption request done because of the fact that my parents had, first of all, constructed this back when the bylaws were different. They were about 4 feet. The fence had to be 1.2 meters. My dad did exactly what was told. The Ministry of Transportation had visited the property with late Mayor Doug Ford, late Mr. Ford and his brother as well, and they took a look at the property. They have forwarded emails of photographs of the property prior to when the work was done and when after it was done, and basically showing that they were involved, they were there at the property, they had witnessed it. The instructions were given to my father to construct the fence itself. So, I mean, we have done everything we could, and I have photographs that show basically before they were constructed, after they were constructed, and then also like the pillars here you can see at the corner, and everything is within standard, essentially. I also have here another photograph of another neighbor 2 doors down that showed that their fence is a lot taller, and even to my father, he had built the gate even closer to our property just to give more room, because essentially it's made out of stone, the fence, so just to give a little bit more leeway so people can see, essentially when they're going in and out. I also have the bylaws here that I printed out just so, you know, of course, we're with the standard of what's going on. And basically, my family has been experiencing hardship in regards to this whole situation because my father has prostate cancer. He's not doing well. And also, they don't have the means, essentially, because they're on a certain amount of pension as well. And, you know, the neighbor has been causing a lot of issues, putting up cameras right in front of our property and viewing our property. And also, too, they are not within standards of their own property itself. So we're here just to say that, hey, you know, we want a fence exemption because of the fact that we don't think that this is a genuine concern about the property itself with any problems or any issues from any complaints from anybody else. It was just a dispute that was occurring, essentially. So that's all I have to say, essentially. Yeah, this is causing financial hardship. For my family.
Thank you for coming today, Michelle. I have a couple of questions for you, and these are important.
Sure.
Could you tell the committee, let me back up, the fence that I'm thinking about is the one that runs from the house to the road on one side, along the edge of the driveway. This is the one I'm picturing in my mind.
Okay, so I have it here. I can.
Yeah, so the one that runs from your garage.
Yep. Here.
To the roadway.
Yeah.
So you know it's about whatever you said, 4 feet tall.
Yeah, it's
whatever.
under 4 feet.
Yeah. Okay. So that's the one I'm picturing.
Okay.
Can you tell the committee what is on the far side of that fence, on the neighbor's side? Can you imagine?
What is on the far side?
Yeah. Let's say we knock the fence down, what would be there? Would there be bushes?
There's bushes on his side.
Right.
that are almost 7 feet tall.
And your neighbor has a fence along the edge of the road too, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that's important.
Okay.
Fact number one.
Yep.
Part number two is, are you aware that the only thing that's in front of us right now is that fence, and you've got some other stuff going on? There's fences along the edge of the road, which isn't resolved. You know about that. The pillars, you mentioned those things.
I'm mentioning the pillars because I'm mentioning that they support the gate for the security of the property, and that's why that they're there to begin with at the corners. Now, the fence is below the 1.2 meters, which is 4 feet, right? So I guess maybe I'm confused with what's the
No,
issue.
this is important for the committee to know, because I'm going to be moving a motion in a minute.
Okay.
But you know and understand that there's also a fence across the front of the property that is tied up with transportation services because part of it's on the roadway. There's two parts to your fence. One part is
Okay.
here and one part is not in front of us today. And it's
Okay.
a worry because
So-
we can't solve a problem with only half of it.
So just so I can show you, so this is the fence that runs along where the street is.
Yep.
Right, which is even closer than all my neighbors' fences because my father made that measurement to be even essentially giving more leeway for you to actually see the road.
So are you aware, I have to ask it this way, that part of that fence is believed to sit on municipal property and therefore is kind of hanging as a problem? It hasn't been solved yet. There's still an open file on that portion of the fence.
So I'm unaware of that. Okay. That has never been addressed, essentially. My concern was from the height of the pillars or whatnot, from the corner, which I mentioned that it was only there to support the gate for security purposes. And also it isn't, like from what I understand, it's under 6 feet, the corner. And even it's closer, the front one here. So I'm not understanding, I guess, what.
I'll talk to it in a minute. Thank you for coming today.
I also just want to say one more thing. So Mr. Ford was at the property with his brother, and they were there with the Ministry of Transportation, and they gave the measurement. They approve of everything. They have photographs. I've emailed them to Christina, your admin, so she can take a look at it herself, so that way she can see essentially that this has already been reviewed by council, reviewed by mayor, and they came to our property specifically because they live in the neighborhood. And they came to our property multiple times because, of course, we want to make sure everything is within standard.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for talking to us today.
Sure.
Yeah, just a question. I remember when those homes were built. They were both built at the same time.
Correct.
Right at the corner, right?
Yep.
By the same owner.
My father, yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you.
Questions of staff? Seeing none. To speak, I'm going to move a motion. Can I ask a question? You want to ask a question to staff? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to, I guess, better understand. The front, I just want to, not the fence exemption issue, right? But the front fence that Councillor Holiday is alluding to, on our system, on our electronic system, there is a sort of a property line. There's a rough measurement to a property line. Most people don't go out and get a survey, or when they need to stake that out to understand, where is that property line and where can I build a fence if I'm going to build a fence. So if you go on our system and you generally use that as a guide, is that the guide that you folks use when you go out and take a look at one of these things? Say, is it encroaching or isn't it encroaching? What do you use in that regard?
Through you, the chair, we usually we use the iView system as a start, but then after we usually get a survey of the property.
Okay, so you start with the iView, and then you go to a survey, and that's because that the iView, while generally kind of like indicating a place isn't necessarily the place.
Through you, the chair, the eye view usually give you an overview,
Okay.
not an exact measurement,
Right.
but of where the property line is located. So we usually use it as a start, and then we go from there.
Okay. And in a case like this, let's say, you know, like a former counselor did go out there and did use the eye view and said, oh, you know what, if you locate it here, you're good to go, because that's what the system says. And then you go out and you get a survey and it says, this is wrong, it's now encroaching. How do you resolve that? That would be an encroachment agreement that the resident would then undertake to pursue with the city. Is that the way that one gets resolved?
Through you, the chair, if a portion of the fence is determined to be not on private property, then the homeowner would have to reach out to transportation department to discuss encroachment and agreement.
Okay. And that's generally the way that would be the first step to try to resolve that one, by sort of getting, finding a way through an encroachment agreement of some kind to the city, indemnifying and all that stuff, so that then that fence could continue. Otherwise, the alternative is then to relocate it on private property, right?
Through you, the chair, that's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to better understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, to speak. Sorry, it's okay. Do you want to ask questions? Ms. Thomas.
Sorry, thank you. Actually, it's for maybe clerks or legal. So thank you. I'm just curious. I know the deputant mentioned a couple of times that they had gotten the green light essentially from the representatives at the time. And I know that can come with a huge amount of confidence to say, okay, we're on track. Let's keep moving. Unless something comes through an official committee, community council or city council or otherwise, can you talk to us about whether verbal commitments on site constitute like a binding or legal? Sorry, how do I frame this question? In order for something to in fact be compliant and or aligned with council or committee direction, it has to formally come through council or committee. Is that a fair statement?
Through you, Mr. Chair, City Council is faced with a decision before it. I'm not aware of any previous decisions made formally by this community council, and so the challenge that City Council or Community Council has before it today is the question that has been raised by the staff report.
Right. And so any potential verbal commitments of anybody outside of the community council today would not be binding to this community council?
Community Council is the decision maker for this matter.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll speak to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, I'll speak. Madam Clerk, could you display my motion? I'm sorry, it's a long one. I'll go through it. So first step is to refer the item back to the Executive Director, MLS, for further review and consideration, and request that there be a report back at such time when Transportation Services has dealt with this. And it could be either granted or refused an encroachment agreement, or that there's an appeal to this committee. So in other words, some decision somewhere is made. And I also, when it comes back, I would like a plan of survey which shows everything. I've laid out what that means, but all of the elements on the site. There's a very, very important piece to this that's not in front of us. I am aware, because I understand that there is an open file with Transportation Services concerning part of the front of the fence, which is on the public right-of-way, and that has not been resolved to this date. So we as a community council can solve like part of the issue today, but we're not going to solve all of it. So I think it needs to be dealt with together all at once. And so this is held up because the homeowner, as I understand it, has not either filed or completed the filing for an application for, and I guess I could have asked the question, but you have to take my word for it, They haven't filed the application to request an encroachment agreement onto the public land, and this is critical. We can't solve all of the pieces. I understand there may be concerns with other parts of the fence. If I can offer you any comfort today about the deferral, there is a lot going on at this location, and I've heard a lot of allegations that neighbors and others have gotten involved in complicated things, and it's all quite possible. What I do know is that the fence that's in question in this report is the flanking fence that runs down the side of the house towards the street. It's about this tall. The speaker told us it was about 4 feet. That sounds about right. Right behind that is a hedge on the neighbor's property and a fence. So if we denied the fence exemption, if we denied it today, there would still be a hedge there. So there's no utility in panicking today. What I would like to see is the complete file come back to the community council so we can sort it all out at once. And it is complicated. It is a stone fence, unfortunately. It's not easy to modify, move a couple of inches, because that's what it means if it encroaches onto the public portion. And I'll just say to the applicant, I know you've sat patiently to talk to us. I encourage you to reach out to my office. I'll walk you through as much of this as I can, but there's still a missing piece which doesn't allow us to make the decision. So we're not going to solve this today, and it's, in my view, is probably in your favor that we don't solve it today, that we deal with it all at once. So I'm quite open to work with everyone. I know this has been here for a long time, and I know that it's come before us based on a complaint, which I heard has since been withdrawn, but it's still there. But there's a few pieces that are missing that are truly important. And I appreciate everyone's patience on it while I speak through this, and I think referral back is the best course of action until we've got it all. Any questions of the mover?
Yeah, I have a question of you, the mover.
Question of the mover, Councillor.
So I'm looking at a picture of not just this property, but to the right of this property, where the Canadian flag stands proudly. There's a fence there in the front, and that might be encroaching. To the left of this property, there's another fence at the front of the house which continues on, and that might be encroaching. So is your motion intended to deal with all of those?
Nope.
All of those fences? When you ask for the survey here, and if you find that this fence at this house is in fact encroaching on the roadway, then the fence next door will be encroaching and the other one will be encroaching. Are we going to settle all of them? Are you going to bring them
I
all
can
in front of-
only deal with
front of
what's in
us?
front of us, Councillor, and I am not a municipal bylaw enforcement officer. I'm the recipient of the report. So.
No, but I just want to know what your motion will do. Does your motion now capture those other two properties? Because I suspect it will, in the sense that when they go out and measure and find that if this fence is encroaching on the roadway, then someone's going to say, the light's going to go off and say, hold on, that fence looks like it's in the same place. That's probably encroaching, and that one is encroaching. So then, does that bring everybody back here? Like, all of them?
So the surveyors are not the enforcement officers.
No, I know. No, I know, but once the enforcement officers get the survey and find that one fence is encroaching, it doesn't take, you don't have to jump very far to then say, aha, these other two fences are on city property, and now we need indemnification, we need an agreement, because should some child on their bike run into those two fences, now we know that they're like on city property. Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's the
my
motion.
answer on clarification of the motion is that I suspect that all of that knowledge is within the files of the Toronto Public Service already.
Okay.
And I'm only asking for it to come in a report to us.
Okay. Okay.
Can I speak?
Yeah, so Councillor Morley called it first. and then Councilor Nunziata. So
you can.
go ahead, Councilor Morley.
Just very briefly, I want to thank Michelle for coming today and chatting with us here at Community Council, and I just want to speak also in support of Councillor Holliday's motion here. I do appreciate that complexity and the just anxiety that comes along with navigating city processes and all of that, and also, you know, sending well wishes to your father. It sounds like you guys are going through some things. So I wanted to just say two quick things. This work can be challenging. Our wards are very massive, and I want to always remind residents and encourage you, like, process and details matter. So when you do have your follow-ups, always ask city staff, your representative, whoever it might be, to follow up with an email to confirm what was agreed to, or to send, you know, a link to all the correct information. Not only so you have the assurances, but you have a record as well, so that when these kind of issues come up, right, there's some detail there, and it really just helps, again, overall in the process and getting to a good outcome. The other thing I would just say is, you know, encroachment and all of these challenges, again, can be complicated, and I do think it's very wise to package this in this case and encourage staff to work as expeditiously as they can with the councillor's office to support this family to a resolution. That's all. Thank you.
Councilor Nunziata.
Yeah, just briefly, I will be supporting your motion, and if you will recall, couple of last meeting, I believe that there was a similar situation in my ward on Scarlet Road, a young couple, right? And at that time, they came and they actually applied for the encroachment agreement with the city. So they had all the paperwork ready to exempt the fence exemption. And I believe that that's what Councillor Holladay is trying to do today.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? On the amendment, all those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. We'll have this conversation another day. Sorry? On the referral. On the amendment, which is a referral. Correct. Thank you. Our next item is EY 33.25, 22 9th Street, request for fence exemption, Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447. We have a registered speaker, and that is Amy Key.
I've been preparing.
Are you Amy Key?
I don't like to publicly speak, but I need to do this. Yes, I am Amy Key.
Okay, great. Okay. The list has changed a few times, so just checking. Welcome to Community Council. You have 5 minutes. Are you intending to show us anything, or is those are just your notes?
I have some pictures here that I just pulled up to show. I thought they might be
Okay.
helpful.
There's someone coming to help. I just want to get you plugged in before we start.
Oh,
Do you want to read it first and
sure.
show your
Let me
pictures
read
later?
it first.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Amy Key, and I'm here today with my fiance Dan and my children Sarah and Liam, who do play into this story, obviously, to respectfully request you an exemption under the City of Toronto Fence Bylaw, Chapter 447, to allow us to retain our existing 8-foot fence, which is approximately 2.4 meters in height, along our north and west and south property boundaries at 22 9th Street. We do understand that the purpose of the fence bylaw is to balance the interests of homeowners, neighbors, and the broader community. We respect the bylaw and the city's role in reviewing these requests. We do believe that our request is reasonable because of the existing fence does provide us with a very important privacy, security, and residential enjoyment for our family while remaining compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. We did purchase our property. The north-south fences were already approximately 8 feet in height. We did not increase the height of those fences. We simply replaced an older deteriorating fence with a new, well-maintained wood horizontal slat fence of the same approximate height. On the north side, the existing fence provides privacy for both of our family as well as our neighbor without any additional height. There is a direct line of sight between our backyard and our neighbor's bedroom window. The fence prevents unwanted visual intrusion and protects the privacy of both households. On our north, neighbor also supports maintaining the existing fence height and has provided a written letter confirming their support. On the south side, our property is adjacent to an apartment building, and due to the height and proximity of that building, there is an increased overlook into our backyard and living areas. The existing 8-foot fence provides an important privacy buffer and allows our family to enjoy our home outdoor space in a normal residential manner. The south neighbor is also in support, just did not want to provide a letter. The west property line has a different circumstance and does require additional consideration. Originally, the west side fence was approximately 6 feet high and was constructed in 2023 by the west side property owner. And in 2024, a gate was then installed in that fence. And following that change, there were incidents involving access into our backyard. There have been 2 documented trespass incidents. One involved a neighbor entering our backyard and observing my son Liam, who was 15 at the time, while he was eating breakfast at our kitchen island. It was a very concerning experience and highlighted the need for a clear and secure boundary. There was also concerns with exterior lighting from the west property. A spotlight was installed and directed toward our home, right into my daughter's bedroom window, and she was then 16. This did affect the privacy and enjoyment of our living space. As a result, we had to construct our own fence along the west property line in front of her fence at the cost of $3,000. It was not done. It was just done to, establish a clear boundary and improve privacy, provide security for our family. It wasn't done to be, conflicting. It was reasonable response to what was documented, the circumstances, and to restore normal expectation of privacy in our home. The fence is well maintained. It's entirely within our property boundaries, does not interfere with municipal access, drainage, sight lines, or the character of the neighborhood. We're not asking for something new or out of character. On the north side or south sides, we are maintaining an existing condition. On the west side, we are addressing specific documented privacy and security concerns. We have provided supporting documentation, including neighborhood support, photographs, information regarding the property context. We respectfully ask council to consider the specific circumstances of our property. The existing fence provides a reasonable balance between privacy, safety, and neighborhood compatibility. For our family, this fence provides a sense of security and allows us to fully enjoy our home. Thank you for your time and consideration. We respectfully request approval for our fence exemption application, and we would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions of the speaker? Go ahead.
Hi, thanks for coming. You did great. I know public speaking is not easy, but appreciate you coming today to share your perspectives and insights as the applicant. And I know it's such a relief once it's over. But I did want to ask you a few questions because we hadn't previously heard from you. You haven't connected with my office directly. Is that correct? Like just to flag this or... because I don't have any correspondence. We haven't.
I wasn't aware that we were supposed to contact you.
You don't have to.
The city had contacted us, and I had a couple of visits on site, very lovely people, and told us how to submit a package for an exemption, and that's what we did.
Yep, no, that's great. I just wanted to confirm, again, because just I don't have any record of correspondence, so typically we do like to have a chat just so we are expecting it, we can prepare, and we can kind of get onto the same page if possible.
Call me anytime.
No stress. Yeah, now you know for going forward. You mentioned that you didn't really make any adjustments to the height of the fence, but that the old fence that you replaced was essentially the same height that you've gone ahead with.
Yeah, I have some pictures of the very old.
The old one. Did that also have a lattice on top?
It was made of many different things.
Many different things. But
Not
it did
very
go all
pretty.
the way up to 8 feet?
Yes.
Okay.
Higher, actually. 10.
Yeah, wow, okay.
It was weird bending black lattice. And
Interesting. I'm going to ask a couple questions of staff on that. Often, are you aware that often when a fence is replaced, it is required to go to be in compliance with the city's bylaw on fences?
yes, and I did want to address that as well because we had our house built. It was a small bungalow that I purchased, and we got our families together and amalgamated, and we built a home together, which is wonderful. But had everything handled by a contractor, and he was wonderful, had a whole team, and the fencing he didn't do. So when I hired Breakaway Contracting, I was always used to having the zoning and all the things done by my person, and I did say, here, bylaw, is it good? Everything's good. And my assumption was he was taking care of that part of it. So I was really surprised to hear we were not in compliance because it's not really my
area of expertise, right?
It's
That's
not the
fair.
way I roll.
All good. That's all good. I will just note, sometimes we'll see small variances to the height. I would just say, 1.7 meters above is quite significant. So I am just going to ask some questions of staff as well about their perspectives on it.
Can I show some pictures before
Sure.
you?
Yeah. If you have more
just
pictures to
give
show
you
us,
some-
please.
some context as to why the height is what it is, because we have a deck that sort of meets up to the kitchen, which, and there's a big, huge spa.
Perfect. Our colleague's just there. I also know 9th Street pretty well. My best friend grew up on 9th Street, so that means I partially grew up
Not
on
Lilette
9th Street.
Weens? No.
Yeah, north of Morrison, though. Anyways, if you want to share a few photos with us, I have 2 more minutes to question you, so we'll use that time so you can share those photos.
Go to my. You want to start off with old stuff? So here is, if we can, I'm not sure how to make this any bigger. I just sent them to myself now. You can see, it's hard to see, but it was a section of strange wood fence, and then as you go down, it's a very tall black lattice with those poles, it was not attractive at all. And there's another view here. See.
Got it.
See this one.
Got it.
And then part of it where it was the weird brown lattice too, which was sort of stood up. So it maybe wasn't as long on the one side at the height, but this one little section, it was a tiny section. The bedroom window's right there, and because we had the deck built out across the pool, we could just see right into their bedroom window. They have no air conditioner. The window's open all the time. There's the spa noise as well, which...
Yep. And you have a multi-residential unit, multi-residential
you can see
building.
that right next door to us, the big red building on this side.
And that's about 2 or 3 story?
3 stories.
Okay.
And the bedroom window that's directly on the second floor, we would be standing looking into her living room because of where our deck is. So that definitely provides happiness for both of us as well. But it's an apartment, so I didn't think really need to have anyone else visit today. To support. So you can just see like the fence is basically up and down, falling over, sort of.
It's much improved with your intervention, so that's okay. I'll leave that there. Thank you.
The
Want to show one more?
I'll give you context to see the height of the pool, where it's sitting, and then it's going to be a safety issue also for people that are on. If you take out 4 boards, it's a waist high from it would be a waist high.
Top of your deck.
It would be a waist height to comply with your city rules, and I just don't think that would be safe.
Yeah. Okay.
So down to here, if we could see. Yeah, if you can see what I mean, like this.
That elevation piece is a consideration.
So for
safety
purposes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll leave that there for questions. Thank you so much. I'll just have a quick few questions of staff. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I only have one. Could you tell me more about the apartment building? Which side is it on? And how
Apartment is on the south side. The south side
of you, that's number 20?
It's number 20, that's correct.
And how tall is the fence? Never mind around the deck, but on the ground.
Oh, from the ground up, it's 8 feet from the ground up.
It's 8 feet.
Yeah, it's 2.5 meters from the ground up.
From the ground up.
Yeah.
On
the ground.
Not where the deck is, but on the plain part of your yard. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, the lattice itself is what actually helps to keep us from looking directly into her.
You put the lattice above your deck.
We put the lattice, and that helps the fence isn't that high, but the lattice was helped not to see into the bedroom and her living room. It was, we all talked about it.
Thank you.
And that's something that could come up or down, but everyone really wants us to stay.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions of the speaker? Seeing none, is there anyone else to speak to this item? Seeing none, questions to staff? Councillor Morley.
You're all good. You can grab a seat. Staff are going to come up to answer some questions for us. Thank you so much. Good afternoon again. Thank you so much. I just hoped you could summarize for us the impetus for this concern was come through a complaint. Is that correct?
Through the chair, it was through a complaint.
And with respect to the requirements of the previous fence, I don't know if you have that information, but typically when we provide an exemption here in this council, as you know, it would say, once it's replaced, it needs to come into compliance with current day. Obviously, the home property owners sound like they've purchased, they're renovating, they're planting their roots there. Do you know if there's any history on file with the former fence and any related requirements with that?
Through the chair, we have no former history on the property, just the recent complaint that we have.
So the old fence that was falling over, we wouldn't have any documentation about the height or if that had also been in receipt of an exemption in the past?
Through the chair, no documentation of previous fence.
Okay. When you went to the property to observe it, or if you can speak to that, was the fence in generally good maintained order, and any issues that you saw outside of the height?
Through you, the chair, the fence was in excellent condition, well built, built of pressure-treated wood, and no bylaw regarding the maintenance of it.
Right. And so we know that there is some issues with the decking and then different levels to the property that we saw through the photos. How do we reconcile that with our fence bylaw in terms of the height? So is it measured from the top of the deck? Like, can you talk to me about how that is, how do we consolidate that?
Through you, the chair, the fence on the deck was not part of the fence exemption. It's the fence around the decking area.
Okay.
So we measure from grade up.
Okay. And from ground to top of fence, not including the lattice, do you know what the height of that was?
On the north side, through the chair, the measurement is 2.5 meters. And with the additional, the lattice portion, 0.381 meters added.
Okay. Okay. I think those are all my questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, members to speak. Councillor Morley.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity. And again, thank you to the family for being with us today and your patience sitting through our community council. There's a lot going on here. I do appreciate the submission that's been made, and I appreciate some of the site-specific context that was highlighted to us in terms of the youth growing up there, the sight lines into bedrooms, and the taller multi-residential unit next door, as well as the historic nature of the size of the height of the fence on this particular property. I do appreciate that the residents are working to, build their dream home in the neighborhood and doing that in a good way to the best of their ability. So I am going to move the alternate recs on this application to approve the fence exemption, and with the condition that future offenses do need to come into compliance with the city bylaws as they exist when that comes forward, if and as that comes forward. So with thanks to my colleagues, and again, thanks to the residents for taking the time to come today, it really did help to impact the outcome. So good job, thank you. And that's all from me. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Any other members wishing to speak? On the motion from Councillor Morley, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Our next item is EY 33.27, 25 Friends and Crescent, request for a fence exemption to the Toronto Municipal. We did not. No. No, we can go back. Yeah,
Thank you.
Sorry, I am missing items because I have two sheets to compare. There's no speaker on this item, so that's why. So EY 3326, 83 West Head Road, request for a fence exemption, Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447. I will check. Are there any registered speakers or anyone wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, this is
Ward 3.
83 West Head Road. This is questions of staff. Okay, Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I'm happy to move the alternate recs to approve the exemption in this case. Really, this one is about a materiality issue. It's not about height or safety or sight lines or anything of that nature. This existing fence is constructed with vinyl PVC composite material with steel posts. It is, again, in well-maintained and in good working order. However, our bylaw currently only permits wood, chain link, metal pickets, glass panels, or masonry. I know this community council has moved such an exemption in the past for this reason, and I'm happy to do so again in this instance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions of the mover? Anyone to speak? On the motion from Councillor Morley, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 33.27, 25 Friends and Crescent, request for a fence exemption, Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447. We have a speaker, and that is Edwin Ramos. Is Edwin here? Great. Welcome to Community Council.
Good afternoon,
Welcome. You have
council
5
members. Okay, I am the owner of 25 Franson Crescent requesting for the fence exception. Regarding this fence issue, it's good to clarify that my house fence was built of November 2024. Before that, only my owner has his fence, like you see on the image. That was the fence before I built my wood fence. The original problem for this fence started on 28 February 2024 when my wife, Blanca, hit my neighborhood fence. So after this issue, I tried to solve the problem very friendly with my neighborhood. I received a lot of insults, harassment. So consequently, to these incidents, several letters I received from my neighborhood regarding my visitors and residents, I mean my family, no trespass and touch his fence. For example, I have a letter over here that they say, stop intermediately to trespass nuisances and negligences. I'm gonna take several actions like court because visitor and workers has to respect his property. So consequently, it's necessary to clarify that any person, visitor or resident of my property, 25 Franson Crescent, have the right to walk and stay inside my line of property. I think it's my right? However, my neighborhood has complaining when my people was walking close to his fence. My neighborhood come out to demand that no one get close to his fence, clearly demonstrating hostility to me. After all of these issues, to avoid this problem and headaches, I decided to build my fence to protect me for future legal issues with my neighborhood. Right now, my fence is protecting me to hit my neighborhood fence and avoiding social problems. In addition, one of the causes I have built my fence is to avoid motion cameras from my neighborhood that all the time is pointing my property. I have some pictures over here that the cameras is pointing my property on my backyard, in front of my kitchen. We doesn't have privacy, so we had to put the curtains closed because the cameras is motion cameras and is pointing my property all the time. My family feels harassment for that, having to keep kitchen curtain closed all the time because that cameras from my neighborhood is pointing my kitchen door. To be finished, if I have to remove a part of my fence, this will cause a frustration for my family because after we decide to build our wood fence, the harassment have been considerably reduced. So thank you for your consideration, and I bring a video that demonstrated before I have my fence, how hostile is my neighborhood. You can see even just 1 minute. The video is for 4 minutes, but in 1 minute you can see who is my neighborhood. I don't know what happened with the volume, but
Fence.
Okay.
I don't care. I'm telling you, this is on video, and I'd like to have you just not put your stuff on this side, put it on the other side. Okay? Just turn your van around. I'm not on this side. Hey, buddy, you're just going to get the bill. Okay? Want to avoid any problems? Just unload on the other side.
I don't know if you want to continue to see it, but I think it's enough to what I try to demonstrate to you, the councils, how hostile is my neighborhood. This is my property, and they don't like
Can I
to.
ask
We
you to
pass.
stop the video?
Yeah.
So I received some advice from the clerk that the content of that may be of concern without further analysis. I think you've made your point to the committee. I would just ask that you continue. Well, your deputation has come to an end. I'll ask you, is there any final comment you want to make to us?
Sorry, come again?
Do you have any last comment to make to us, because your time is up?
No, yes, I try to demonstrate why I build my fence, to avoid more problems, social issues, harassment.
Okay, thank you. And just for technical clarity, was that YouTube
Yes.
that you were showing us? Or was that saved on your computer?
That's set in my computer.
That's saved, okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Are there any questions of the speaker? Councillor Crisanti? No, okay. Okay. Are there any other speakers to this item? Seeing none, questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Perruzza.
I'm happy to move approval of the exemption. So the alternate recommendation, I believe the clerk has it.
Okay. Any questions of the mover? Seeing none, any other members wishing to speak? On the motion from Councillor Perruzza, all in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you, that's done. Our next item is EY 33.28, 3100 Weston Road, request for a fence exemption to the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447. We have registered speakers. Our first speaker is Eva Puznik. Is Eva here? Welcome to the Community Council.
Thank you, Chair.
You've got 5 minutes. Please begin. Do you have a...
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Eva Pushnik, and I'm here today to oppose this fence in its entirety, including the first one installed by the Parks Department. At first glance, this may appear to be a discussion about chain link fencing, barbed wire, or the more lethal razor wire. It is not, although it is. It's about something much larger. It is about how a public space slowly stopped feeling public. Over the past 3 years, I have watched a place that once welcomed residents, families, visitors near and far, and wildlife gradually become defined by barriers, restricted access, lighting, exclusion, and a loss of openness. The City of Toronto speaks proudly about open spaces, connected communities, environmental stewardship, beautification, biodiversity, and initiatives such as Lights Out Toronto and the Toronto Green Standard. These are important commitments, and they deserve recognition. My question is simple. Where are those commitments here? Residents have watched public access disappear. The Humber Trail connection was closed. Fence, we pay for the tax, through our taxes, both sides of this fencing. Fencing appeared, then more fencing, graffiti followed, barbed wire in place for months now, harming wildlife. Now, more lethal razor wire has been added, while enforcement proceedings are still underway. At the same time, powerful lights illuminate the lower field and pond throughout the night, despite the city's own recognition of the importance of reducing light pollution for wildlife. Residents continue to report litter, rescue stranded wildlife, and do what we can to care for this landscape. Last year, around this time, a security camera was installed that overlooked the community center parking lot. It has since been removed. I do not know why it was removed, but I believe residents deserve an explanation. For decades, under the previous owner, this community enjoyed open access to trails, an abundance of wildlife, and a place that felt peaceful, safe, pristine, beautiful, and welcoming. That was the character of this space. It was also cared for when it was St. Basil's the Great. Today, many residents no longer recognize it. So I ask you, why has this been taken from us? How is this progress? This is not simply about one fence or multiple layers of fencing or harming wildlife. It is about stewardship. Who is protecting this public space? Who is ensuring that the city's own policies are reflected on the ground? Who is safeguarding wildlife, public access, and the trust residents place in their public institutions? Over the past 3 years, many of us have spent countless hours attending meetings, submitting correspondence, reporting concerns, and trying to work and engage with the city. We have done so because we care deeply about this place. I understand that the view from Rivermead Cottage is protected, but what about the public's view of Rivermead Cottage? What was once a beautifully maintained heritage landscape has become dominated by fencing barriers and security features. This, too, is part of the public's experience of this place. I ask the committee to look beyond the fence itself. Please consider what this space has become and what it once was. A public space should feel welcoming. It should feel safe. It should support wildlife. It should reflect the values the city promotes. Most importantly, it should remain public. Thank you.
Are there questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adam Wynn, Toronto and East York Community Preservation Panel. Is Adam here or online?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Etobicoke York Community Council. Can you hear me?
I can, Adam. Did you want to put on your camera?
No, it will cause the system to run extremely slow, and it will probably cause IT issues on your end as well.
Okay. Welcome to the Community Council. You've got 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Etobicoke York Community Council. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm actually joining you from a neighboring district. I'm the elected chair of the Toronto and East York Community Preservation Panel. I have 3 themes here I would like to run over in the 5 minutes I have here. The first are outlined in my letter, initially dated the 22nd of June, and then later sent out to the panel, or to the Community Council today on the 7th of July. On Saturday, 20th of June, 2026, around 11 a.m., I visited the Carmine Stefano Community Center, Humbert Shepherd Park, and public perimeter of the Rivermead property at 3100 Weston Road. I was invited and joined by Edith George, and as I'm talking, I do want to note that there are photographs available in the letter that you're more than welcome to look at. The fence at Rivermead and the budding Humbert Shepherd Park and the Carmine Stefano Community Center is excessively tall and utilizes barbed wire, a prohibited material. It also impacts heritage-designated attributes, namely the vista views outlined in the contextual heritage designation statements for this property. While standing at the rear of the Carmine Stefano Community Center on the 20th of June in examining a map of the area and the view towards the floodplain, recreational fields, and vista towards the Humber River and Crangs Pond, now known as the Humber Valley Pond, and the fenced-off area containing the Rivermead Garden and former shrine, a guard dog came running down from the Rivermead house, followed by two men who immediately began yelling at us. We were in the public area, 8 to 10 feet away from the fence, and the dog and men were within the fenced-off area. It's unclear to me whether the dog was a formerly trained guard dog with a licensed security company or a household pet or both. The men were not wearing security uniforms. However, there are security company signs posted around the perimeter of the property. It's also not clear to me if the dog was a prohibited breed, such as a pit bull, mastiff, or Dogo Argentino. There is, as of the 20th of June, a large gap and hole in the chain link fence immediately adjacent to the chain link gate. It is about 2 feet in width to the right or west of the orange pylon in the attached photos. It's not immediately visible. The two men indicated that they could not prevent the dog from coming through the gap and hole and biting us if the dog so desired, advised us that the dog likes to bite people, and has also threatened to set the dog on us if we did not leave. We had not had any verbal exchanges prior to their yelling at us, and we were respecting the fenced boundaries. I attempted to introduce myself at that point, but their yelling made it impossible to do so. I did advise them if the dog attacked me, Edith, or another member of the public at the community center or park, or via them letting it through the hole in the fence, or if they purposely set the dog on us or other members of the public, or encourage it to uncontrollably attack, bite, or maul people, I would request that City Hall order it to be euthanized. Please note that I do support animal rights, and this is an absolute last resort. Following the above, the interaction, the men attempted to immediately repair the gate and hole in the fence, but were not able to fully repair it, and it remained in an open and unsecured state as of the 20th of June. I'm not sure if it's still in this state. We remained on the public side of the fence at all times, at least 8 to 10 feet away from the fence at all times, and we did not touch the fence. I want to note that there are many children and seniors who use the park and undertake recreation in proximity to this fence. Public soccer fields and baseball diamonds are less than 100 meters away. I'm very alarmed by the men's comments that the dog cannot be controlled or recalled and may unpredictably attack members of the public if it runs through the hole in the fence. The fence should be properly maintained, the sections that are of illegal material and height, that is, and the dog should have obedience training. I also want to note that dangerous dog, beware of dog, and guard dog signs are not posted on the fenced-off areas facing the rear of the property, which is where the park, community center, and recreation grounds are, and the only dangerous dog sign is on the main driveway facing Weston Road. It's also my understanding that there's now an additional fence that has been added, so there's 3 fences in total, including the one that's excessive height with barbed wire, and the third one that was added in the past 2 days. The other elements I wanted to note is that this fence directly impacts heritage designated attributes, namely contextual values, including the panoramic view from the rear of the main house and looking west towards the Humber Shepherd Pond. The view of the side south elevation of the main house from just below the sloped embankment and across the side yard, which establishes a sense of place within the landscape, is also a heritage attribute impacted by this. I also want to take a moment to flag to the Community Council that there are now 3 separate properties. They may be a consolidated land parcel, but have 3 distinctive uses, all with the address 3100 Weston Road. One of them is a private residence, one is a community center with an attached church, and one is a public park. While historically these were all consolidated together as uses a school and a monastery, they have very different uses nowadays. And it would be beneficial for both the City of Toronto's municipal response and emergency responses to have these separated into 3100 A, B, and C. It would be a travesty if there's a medical emergency, for example, such as, God forbid, a dog attack, and them to go to the wrong section of the property as all 3 buildings have the same address. So just to reiterate, concerns regarding the maintenance of the existing fence and concerns also regarding the materiality and height and impacts on the heritage attributes. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. I will ask if there's any additional speakers to this item. Seeing none, questions of staff. Councillor Perruzza.
Yes, hi. So, when did your department, when did you or folks in your department last attend this site?
Sometime through the councillor, sometime in June.
In June, okay. So, and you haven't been back since June?
Through the councillor, we haven't revisited.
So then you're not aware that additional fencing has been added beyond what is outlined in your report?
Through you, the counselor, the only fence portion that we're aware of is the north and the west side, which is what's captured in our report.
Well, the west side and the north would be the rear of the property. That's what you refer to, not the portion along Weston Road.
Through you, the counselor, that would be considered the south side, and at the time, there was no fence there in question, apart from just the regular size height fence.
Kind of like the old fence that complies to the bylaw. Okay. Can I just bring that to your attention, that additional fencing has been added recently? So beyond your report. So my question to you is this. So today, we're just dealing with the fencing in your report. I or the committee wouldn't be able to add additional fencing to the report and have that included. You actually need to go out, take pictures, measurements, and all that stuff. You need to verify it, correct?
Through you, the counselor, if there's additional fence after our fence exemption was submitted, we would have to reattend and do a separate report for that portion of the fence.
All right. And is that what normally people do? Like, you went out, you obviously met with these folks, you told them who you were, you took pictures of the fence, advised them that they have some fencing that does not comply to the existing bylaw, and that they would need to apply for an exemption, and that's why we're here today, dealing with that. Do people normally go and knowing all of that, then just continue to add fencing that potentially does not comply to the bylaw?
Through you, counselor, this is the first time for us, because normally most property owners will wait for the result and then they'll proceed or not proceed.
Okay. They wouldn't typically, most people wouldn't typically just say, forget you, I'm doing what I want. I'm just going to build some more fencing, even though I know that the fencing that I currently have, I need special permissions to continue to have and or change it, right?
Through you, it's usually, like I said before, the property owners usually wait for the results.
So today we're dealing with a portion of the fence. Now you will be required to go back out, measure the fence, take some additional pictures, and potentially bring back a report here dealing with a further portion of the fence that we will need to deal with at a later date, because we can't deal with it today because it's not in front of us today.
Through you, the chair, that's a two-part for MLS.
Okay.
First, the bylaw officer would have to go out and then do the investigation and determine if there's any violation.
Okay.
And if a violation is determined, they'll issue the paper, and the property owner will get the opportunity to submit a fence exemption application or bring the fence into compliance.
Okay, and that's the portion beyond the parameters of, potentially beyond the parameters of this particular report. And quite frankly, that cycle can continue beyond the existing edition, if the existing edition, in fact, is not in compliance, correct? Like, then you bring back a report dealing with that, and then you could potentially be bringing back a report with another piece later on somewhere else, right?
Through you, the chair, that it would be a second time around.
Like it's a cycle, right? Okay. But at least we can deal with the portion that's in front of us today. That's here, and the report is here in the normal way that you bring forward these reports and so on, right? Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilor Nziata,
Yeah,
question?
just on that point, can the counselor today, whatever motion he's going to be doing today on this item, move an amendment supplementary that you go and investigate the second portion? Would that be appropriate? Can it be done?
That would be preempting the first portion of giving the homeowner the opportunity to do
but you
the.
approve the first portion, and then to request that you go on and investigate any further
Oh, I think, I think they know then.
No, I'm just saying, I'm just asking. Okay, I'm asking. No? Okay, just,
No, we would have to go out and do
okay, so.
start the investigation all over from scratch, and then the notice, and then the whole process.
All right, okay, thanks.
Further questions? Seeing none. Members to speak? Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm going to move the staff recommendations on this to refuse to grant the application for exemption.
Any further comments? Councillor Morley.
I'm happy to support the local councillor in that refusal. I think it's quite egregious to have chain link fence with barbed wire beside public spaces in this way. And I hope that the property owner can come forward with a better solution than that. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. On the motion from Councillor Perruzza, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Our next item is EY 33.30, Browns Line, excuse me. It's the two lists that are getting me, I'm sorry, it's been a long meeting. EY 33.29, Kipling Avenue and Furwood Crescent. Nope. Kipling Avenue and Furwood Crescent, pedestrian crossing protection. Questions to staff? Seeing none. Members to speak? I'll speak. Madam Clerk, I have a motion. My motion is simple. It's to forward it without recommendations to City Council. And members, this is simply to give me an opportunity to consult with the community about the installation of the controls. There just is not enough time in our process to do so, and I should have that work done by the time this is considered at City Council. Hope you'll support that. Any questions? Nope. Anyone to speak? Nope. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Our next item is EY 33, excuse me, EY 33.30. Browns Line and Jellicoe Avenue, pedestrian crossing protection. We do have a speaker, and that is Kate Pedinha. Is Kate here? Great. Welcome to the Community Council, Kate.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. I won't take the whole 5, but I just wanted to speak on behalf of all of Alderwood. I've lived there for 11 years, and Browns Line and Jellicoe has always been a concern. There was a pedestrian struck and killed in 2023, which really affected the neighborhood. It was a young 23-year-old girl. And the year before that, my daughter's school bus was T-boned at Browns Line and Jellicoe with one SK student going to hospital. So it's really near and dear to a lot of Alderwood people's hearts. As you guys may know, it's an arterial road that people treat like an extension of the 427, and people going down the Browns Line ramp are always exceeding 50 kilometers an hour. And as you may or may not know, it is essentially asking people to run across 2 lanes of busy traffic, Frogger in the middle on like a 30-inch platform that's consistently dented, wait for a gap in traffic, and then run across 2 more lanes of busy traffic in order to get to a TTC shelter, to get to groceries, to get to church, and to get to school. So this absurd median is used by vulnerable pedestrians every day. Paint lines were added last summer, which was a small win, but not sufficient win, as the median continues to be hit. And so I would urge you guys to consider more than a crosswalk, because I think that gives a false sense of security to people crossing 4 busy lanes of traffic. And I appreciate your attention to it and would hope that a traffic light could be installed. I do want to give a shout out to Ember's office. They've been so responsive over a number of years. And I know you guys all got into civil service to make a difference, and this one will absolutely save lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak to this item? Seeing none, questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I want to thank and acknowledge Kate for being with us and spending the day here at Community Council, but also being such a strong advocate for the local neighborhood. I didn't even quite realize the incident with the school bus that happened a few years prior to the pedestrian death. That has been really a big impetus for us pushing staff, and with our thanks to staff who are here today, to come up with a solution for this area. We know it's a challenging one, like the site-specific context, and there's a lot of additional improvements that we've now got our mind on to do, but this was a really critical one. And so I am moving I'm going to be supporting the staff recommendations, Mr. Chair, and I just do want to note that Transportation Services is in fact recommending the installation of traffic control signals at Browns Line and Jellicoe Avenue to improve safety particularly for vulnerable road users. And as we heard from Kate, and as is absolutely true, I know we're all here doing this work to improve our communities and to try to make the spaces that we share better, and for future generations as well. We do feel strongly that the wait for the gap current situation does continue to pose significant challenges, and beyond the additional road line painting, there wasn't a lot more that we could push to do beyond the signalized intersection. So we look forward to supporting this today. I hope my colleagues on Community Council will also support this and continue to work closely with the local community as it's implemented on additional upgrades to the area to continue in this good work. So thank you so much. Really, really looking forward to this coming forward, and with our thanks again to staff and to my team, particularly Aisha, who's been working really hard on this file to bring it to fruition. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on the item? Seeing none, Councillor Morley moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor, any opposed, that is carried. Our next item is EY 33.34, Dalesford Road, Mendota Road, and Wesley Street, traffic calming, speed humps. We have registered speakers. Our first speaker is Victoria Newman. Good afternoon. Welcome to Community Council.
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes.
Hope not to take the 5 minutes.
I'll just take a moment here. We'll get you connected.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Amber Morley, for finally getting speed humps in our local community. It's been a long time coming, and we are very happy to have them on the list. This is the current, I'm just talking about Mendota Road. All the other streets are great. Mendota Road has public storage. I've been here before about that. There's one speed bump proposed for Mendota Road just before the entrance to public storage, where people are already slowing down. Just a note, it's not Gaia Lane, it's Gala Lane. What we're asking is if we can maybe, this is the whole stretch of Mendota Road here. The speed hump they're proposing is right here. We're asking if it can be the midway point between Wesley and the first entrance to Gala Lane, where the high risk is. They gun it from the stop sign all the way to public storage. Where it's proposed right now is when they start to slow down because there's a gate there. So if we're going to get the one where that little yellow star is, that's the ideal location for the community, because that's where they really can hit 60, 70K at that point. All the green streets are the feeder streets. All of them feed into Mendota Road, and public storage is there. Community residents generally obey the speed limit because they have kids and family in the neighborhood, so they're aware that they need to be careful. People in a hurry to go to or leave from public storage use Mendota Road as the quickest exit out of there. So if we can move from the proposed location, which is closer to public storage, to this location, it would have more of an impact in reducing the speed that is reached on that street. We'd love more speed humps, but we'll take what we can get.
Okay, thank you. Is that the end of your
That's
deputation?
it.
Great. There is a question.
Yep.
Councilor Moore.
Thank you so much, Victoria, for being here. Thank you for the good work and this recommendation. Can you tell me what the nearest municipal address is to the Yellow Star?
Who would that be? That would probably be maybe 34-5. I can email your office.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah.
What I'm going to do is ask a question to staff, just in
Yeah.
terms of the rationale behind the placement and any flexibility for that location.
Yeah.
We'll probably move it forward as is today, but we can do a little bit of work between now and full city council if
Yeah.
we want to make an amendment
Yeah.
to address that. But I'll just confirm with staff before we make any firm commitments about the feasibility of this
Yeah.
recommendation.
There's, where it is right now, there's a gate maybe 20 feet away. So if they're still speeding at that point, they're going through the gate.
Yeah, no, it's a
So-
really sound and rational, why? So we'll take that forward.
Okay,
That's my
thank you so
question.
much, and I'm happy to send the address that is ideal to your
Yes.
office later.
Thank you, please do, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is James Orwin. Is James here? Great. Hi, James. Welcome to Community Council. Now, do you have a presentation, or you're just?
Yes, I do. He's just going to get me set up.
Yep.
I will let you know I'm nervous. I'm going to speak really fast. Just while, or do you want me to wait till it's set up? Yeah, it's probably best. All right, thank you. Okay. Great. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. And I'm really just going to share some perspectives and some considerations about this proposal. I'll let you know I've lived just off Mendota Road for 29 years. I've raised a family there. I've driven these roads every day, multiple times a day for 29 years. So here's what I think about this proposal. First of all, the proposed hump on Mendota Road, and I don't know, the young lady who just spoke, makes perfect sense. It really does. When it comes to Wesley, for pedestrians safe in Wesley, I really believe it may be better served with sidewalks or perhaps one speed hump. And I do believe that 4 humps on Dillsford is going to be considered excessive. I know on the agenda today, there's lots of money about to be spent on speed humps, and these are all going on roads that have already been reduced to 30 kilometers an hour. The green map shows the broader area. As we all know, the speed limits have been reduced to 30K, and I wonder what the effective speed is going to be on a road that's going to get these humps. It's going to be much less than 30 kilometers an hour, and I wonder why 30 kilometers an hour is not good enough. When you look at what kind of speed limit would be considered kind of nonsensical, we know that reduction to 40 from 50 really reduces the fatality rate. But the further reduction to 30, it's a much smaller marginal reduction rate. So I really think for transparency, why not show 20 or why not show 10? And then have the discussion, is a 20 kilometer speed limit silly or is it rational? And I really believe that, is 40 not the sweet spot? So as I move to this area that's about to get the speed humps that have already had the speed limits reduced to 30, the red circles and the red dots up here represent the accidents in the last 10 years, both fatal and serious injuries. And there are no red circles or red dots on that map. So I just wonder, why are no accidents and a reduction to 30, not good enough? So more specifically, when it comes to Wesley, The city report said there are sidewalks located on both sides of the roadway on Wesley. Well, here you see Wesley Street from north to south, and I've put the sidewalks in blue for you. On the top left, that's a new sidewalk that came with a new residential building. On the bottom right is a small stretch of sidewalk that came with those townhomes 29, 30 years ago. And then there's a tiny little bit just south of Dalesford. So there's no single area on this road that has sidewalks on both sides. And in fact, the majority of Wesley has no sidewalks at all. If I did not know Wesley, the statement on the report that there are sidewalks located on both sides of the road on Wesley Street would be completely misleading to me. Here's a close-up of Wesley where they're proposing to put the speed humps. It's a very small stretch of road. They're going to be placing 3 speed humps in front of 12 houses. So you can actually count the building structures on each side of the road. There's 12 on each, and they're proposing to put 3 speed humps there. And that's why I think it's a matter of, rational or radical or appropriate or extreme. And I think in such a small stretch, what are we trying to achieve on this road? When it comes to Dalesford, when you turn onto Dalesford to go down to Grand Avenue, you're going to speed up, slow down, hump. 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 Speed up, slow down, stop. I mean, my right thigh is sore just speaking to that point. But yesterday I drove Dalesford and there was a young lady walking with her headphones on, and the sidewalk was right there for her, and she's walking on the road. My wife turns to me and said, this just makes no sense. So I'll move on. This last point was concerning to me. This is what the report said about what Toronto Paramedic Services said. There's 2 points here. Advise that they are not opposed to the installation of speed humps. And then, however, it may negatively impact service delivery. I'd like to show you what they really said. Here is the letter. So you'd have to look at all your attachments. Here's the letter from TPS. It's very specific, it's to the point, and it's on topic. They reviewed the proposal. They say the installation of speed humps on Dalesford Road, Mendota Road, and Wesley will impact response and transport times. Not may, it will. They go on to talk about the roadways that connect with them, and they also might be impacted. And then they say it's important. We all know what the word important means. So here's TPS saying it's important that the applicant understands that the installation of traffic calming devices will reduce the speed of emergency vehicles, travel, and responding to emergencies on roadways where they installed. That is a cautionary statement from TPS. Toronto's #1 killer. It's heart attacks and it's strokes. And these ambulances are trying to save people. So response time, I think, is so important when you're considering these things. Here's the traffic calming in Toronto 5 years ago. You can see it by the blue dots. Here it is today. This was 5 years ago, and here it is today. So again, on roads that are already been set to 30. So Toronto's got 2.8 million people. What are the chances? Well, every fatality is unfortunate, right? There'll be roughly 20 to 37 fatalities of pedestrians. We've all got our passions. Mine's mental health. And what I can tell you is 200 people will take their own lives. A young man living on Dalesford is 5 times more likely. Sorry?
I have to get you to wrap up. You're over time.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong clock.
Well over.
I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
So I'll wrap with this. What I'd like you to do is reconsider Wesley, revisit the report for its accuracy, and determine if 1 hump might be enough. And on Dalesford, I really believe 4 humps will be a major irritant versus getting the message across to slow down. Thank you.
Don't go away. Are there questions of the speaker?
A quick one.
Yes, Councillor Morley.
Thanks for your submission today. I really appreciate the thought and care that went into that. And we have been very busy. Our ward hadn't seen traffic calming for quite some time before I took office. But I did want to ask you specifically about how you have seen the community change in the 29 years that you've been there, because new housing's come online, new younger families, small children. Can you talk to me about what you've seen in terms of changes in the local neighborhood?
Well, I think it's growing, and if you just drive around the neighborhood and you look at all the postings for new high rises. I had a chance to watch your last meeting, and there's one going to be 61 stories, I believe, isn't it?
Islington and Bloor.
I do worry about the density, but to be fully transparent, in all my time, I do not see an issue with speed in our area, except for Mendota, like the lady said. And the speeding that I do see, it's from couriers, I won't name the companies, and local deliveries, which we are all driving. Those are the ones that I do see speeding. But I'm telling you, I'm retired. I go for walks down on Lakeshore. My wife and I go up to James Gardens. We're driving these roads a couple times every day. When it came down to 30, I really found that annoying. I found a way to get around it. For some fluke of mechanical engineering, my little car, it lets me engage cruise at 30. I'm telling you, I drive all over Etobicoke with cruise control.
Very cool.
I turn on to Royal York, I get up to speed, I hit cruise. And then I have to slow down for the school zone, right? But the cruise control is the way that I managed to not drive myself crazy, because I think 30 is very slow.
No, I appreciate that. And I will share some of my thoughts and comments when I get a moment in my remarks. But again, I really appreciate you taking the time today.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that's all for me.
Thank you. I will ask if there's any further speakers to this item. Seeing none. Questions of staff? Councillor Moore.
Sorry, I almost forgot I had a question of staff. Good afternoon, Kevin. Thanks for being with us today. Thank you for all your good work you're doing in our community. With regards to Dalesford, Mendota Road, and Wesley Street, we did hear a submission from a resident who suggested a change in location for Mendota Road. Can you talk to us about how locations are selected and how feasible potential change there might be?
Through the chair, yes, we did look at additional locations. Unfortunately, given the locations of the driveways on part of the townhouses, there's not sufficient space to have a speed hump that would not encroach into somebody's driveway. We did consult with your office. I believe you did try and reach out to the residents that it would be in front of, and we were, the comments were that to not put additional humps in those locations on Mendota.
Thank you for that, and apologies. I did take a couple days off last week, so I might have missed an update. But I did want to also ask about the point that Victoria made about putting the speed hump so close to the gate. Does that sort of defeat the purpose if people are already slowing down to get to their destination? Is it necessary or wise to proceed with that?
We had looked at the locations as a whole. Typically, we try and aim for 60 to 75 meter spacing between humps. So based on the proposed locations, that's where the location that remained was left.
Okay. My next question was just with regards to the last deputant mentioned about 1 versus 4 speed humps on, I believe it's Dalesford, or Wesley, forgive me. Can you talk to us about the effectiveness of 1 versus multiple speed humps on a street?
Yeah, the guidelines or our goal is 60 meters, in around 60 meters to maintain a 30 kilometer speed between humps. So that's our goal, is to try and maintain that. However, given, driveways, other things, impediments that could physically prevent us from installing them, there is some variation in locations.
Got it. And just the last quick one for me is the costs, and I appreciate the need and importance of sidewalks. I know the city's done some work to try to get more sidewalks on streets where they haven't traditionally been. That's not always welcome. But from your experience, what is the cost differential between installing a sidewalk versus installing speed humps?
Not part of my specialty, but I would assume sidewalks are much more expensive than the speed humps.
That is my experience as well. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I will leave it there with my questions.
Thank you. Any further questions of staff? Seeing none, members wishing to speak? I'm going to say something.
Yeah, do you want to go first?
So I'll let the local councillor speak last. I actually wanted to acknowledge that there were 2 speakers today with 2 different viewpoints on this. I think that's important. Council should always remember that traffic calming is and can be very controversial in this room. I'm going to support it unless there's a change. And my reason is the following. The second speaker, Mr. Irwin, was very correct when he pointed out that emergency services have raised concern about the introduction of speed humps. They absolutely slow things down. The thing is, council, whether I agree with it or not, decided that they were going to change the threshold at which traffic calming would become qualified. And in doing so, they hopefully took into account the trade-off, which is increased travel time for emergency vehicles, the noise, all the other things that people talk about. And that's the reality. The new threshold, the warrant, is 38 kilometers an hour, measured at an 85th percentile. That's one of the dimensions, a simple one. And the reality is most streets hit that because drivers, operate at a sensible speed that they've become used to over time. One of the ironic things in the conversation today was the observation that Mendota Road was the worst. Could be. According to the data in front of me, it's actually the best performing out of all three of them. Dalesford and Wesley Street are actually faster. The people are actually moving faster on those roads, a little bit. But I just found that ironic that seemed to be the most important one, and that it is what it is. The last thing I wanted to say is it was a fine observation about the absence of sidewalks. I know that with the new process, look, the warrants, the technical requirements were lowered by council, which gets most streets past the technical gate. Councillor Morley would have done a process to determine local support on this, and here we are. And I am going to rely on the judgment and advice of Councillor Morley that she's done that work within the community. But there was a point made about sidewalks, and I think it's an important one. And I've reminded folks that have advocated for traffic calming that, yes, indeed, it is about safety, but so are sidewalks. So baked into the policy, it's not in front of us, is that staff have the delegated authority once the speed humps go in to add the sidewalk. Whether or not they're going to do that today, tomorrow, or in the future, I don't know when. But that decision is now removed from the community council table and put to the public service. And that is what some folks should be cognizant about. And I wanted to make that point because it was raised today and it was a very earnest point that, that you're going to put these humps in, but what about the sidewalk? And the point is the sidewalk may and probably will come at some point in time. It's just that we can't say because it depends on so many different things and how that construction can get integrated together. And I do appreciate that these are complicated, and I'm sure Councillor Morley has spent considerable time working with people, and we all remember the development proposal that was in the chamber here very recently, so I understand why there's an acute sensitivity to what is happening in that neighborhood. Thank you. Councillor Morley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate that. And I will be moving the staff recommendations on this item. Was brought to my attention that it's not going to flow through to council, so we won't have an opportunity to look at the locations, but we've also heard directly from staff about previous assessments and conversations with the impacted neighbors. We have to be mindful of blocking driveways and things like this. So while we super appreciate that recommendation, I wouldn't want to lose the momentum that we've built today by deferring this item. So I will be moving the staff recommendations as they stand. As Mr. Chair said, my team does work very hard to do local engagement to make sure that we are not just making decisions in isolation, but that we are giving local residents an opportunity to weigh in and share their perspectives with the work that we're doing on their behalf. And of course, that did take place in this case, and there was also a local petition by residents on Mendota Road that helped to inform our decision and our work here. One of the deputants asked, the question of, well, what are we trying to achieve here? And it is important, I think, to underscore and remind Torontonians that our underlying policy is Vision Zero. And Vision Zero means zero pedestrian deaths on streets. Hard stop. We just talked about the Jellicoe and Browns line signalized intersection that's now going in. And unfortunately, it took the death of a young student to facilitate the necessary change. And the way I see my job and the work that we do here at Community Council is to create the conditions for success. We can never control people's behavior. People are going to speed. People are going to, tox and drive or whatever. People are going to people. And we can't always control how they show up in the world or how they interact, excuse me, in community. But it is critically important. We have a responsibility to put the right conditions in place, whether that's the speed limit that ensures if someone is hit at that speed, they're not likely to be fatal, or whether it is a physical intervention like a speed hump to ensure people are being respectful as they're navigating our communities. We know that one of the really helpful tools that the city had previously had was automated speed enforcement. And we had seen great success with that. And that actually alleviated the pressure on the city to do physical interventions like speed humps in order to change people's behavior because they were feeling it in their pocketbook, right? When they would get those tickets in the mail. That has been taken off of the table. That's no longer an option for us. And I do believe the Premier said himself, use traffic calming. So here we are. We're doing our best to be responsive to growing and changing neighborhoods, to make sure that young children and families and seniors and vulnerable pedestrians have safe pedestrian realm environments and streets. And we look forward to these being implemented and continuing to support the local neighborhood as it changes and grows. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate your comments as well. And with that, I will move the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak on the item? Seeing none, Councillor Morley moves the staff recommendation. All those in favor, any opposed, that item carries. Back to our item list. Our next item is EY 33.35, the Kingsway Neighborhood Traffic Calming, speed humps. I do have registered speakers. Our first speaker is Emily Solnaki. Or Emil, I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Yes, correct. It's
Emil.
Emil Solanki here. Everybody calls me Emily Solansky, so they think a female Polish person is going to turn up, and then I do.
Well, thank you. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. 17 years in this country, all the time in Etobicoke. This is my first time attending council. It's been deeply moving, actually. And I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, and Councillor Crisanti in particular, for your thoughtfulness, your personal interest, your sincerity and pragmatic nature. I wish Committee of Adjustment was like Community Council. Goodness me, if we had councillors on Committee of Adjustment, we would actually make better, effective decisions. I live 480 meters north of the horizontal street in this application. I believe it's a good application. And I yield to the comfort levels of the residents who actually live on that street because they would have to live with the consequences of those humps. But can I just say for the record that respectfully, keeping this dialogue positive, in the 5 years that I have lived in the Kingsway, this area has been significantly neglected. Councillor Morley, I did live in Long Branch for 10 years, and there is definitely a disconnect in the policy strategic driven agenda that we do see up here. I do lead a couple of community groups here, and I'd just like to give you an example of where we are, quite different to some of the comments we've just heard from Southern Etobicoke neighbours. There has been no addressing of legacy issues, site-specific issues, grandfathering, street parking, safety for pedestrians, sidewalks. I'll give you an example of where we are on Westrose and Brentwood and Valiant. We have 12 children under the age of 10. My son is 8. We have 2 residential daycares, and it is an absolute nightmare. We don't have a little mini roundabout. We don't have any triangles. We don't have any stop signs. And with a clean conscience and a big heart, we have pleaded, Councillor Morley, with your office. I was quite taken back today that Councillor Crisanti and Councillor Holiday were so open on a regular basis to invite engagement and to come and study not just the details of a case, but the nuances of a case at hand. Let me just briefly quote to you three neighbors today who commented to me, and they wanted me to pass on these expressions to council. I'm stating the obvious, but the speeding on Westroads and other side streets seem to be getting worse with the warmer weather. Makes me nervous for our kids. Next comment echoing, Westroads is a convenient bypass from Royal York to Bloor via Montgomery, and being such a long stretch with no stop sign or other calming cars inadvertently pick up speed as they travel down the street. End of quote. And the third one, name of neighbor, has been actively trying to get stop signs or speed bumps on West Roads for years, and the city somehow still doesn't think we need it. The number of cars that are speeding down our street is unsafe, especially given how many young families are in the area. There are only so many people I can chase down and yell at, so let's hope the city can help slow down traffic in our area. There's another example too when you see on Royal York and Usher and Valiant where it's just so difficult to make left-hand turns. It's difficult to cross the road during busy hours. And the one time a couple of years ago where there was a speed test, how funny that it was done when it was summer break and then the Christmas holidays. So I know I am not specifically talking to only Lingrove and Westrose for today's application. I'm grateful that finally we have an application like this. And I do note that the cost here ranges from $4,000 to $40,000. I mean, goodness me, $4,000 for one hump. I'm from London, England. We have tons of them there. And actually, we're at 20 miles per hour for most streets, which is quite frustrating. But if we could allocate some of the budget to, you'll notice on Westroads as you go up, there are 4 triangles. And for your specific application, there are chokers already at a mini roundabout at Westroads and Lingrove towards Montgomery, and it hasn't really helped. I yield back to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. I've been sitting here for 7 hours, and it's been a great experience.
Thank you for your deputation. I'll ask if there's any questions of the speaker. There is. Councillor Morley, please go ahead.
Hi, Emile. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for sitting through our fun Community Council day. I just wanted one point of clarification because you did mention something that is news to me, and I just wanted to make sure that I'm crystal clear. You mentioned that you've been doing advocacy related to a local daycare and some of the traffic congestion. Is that correct? Can you please clarify whether or not you've been in touch with my office about that issue?
I have not been in touch with your office specific to the daycare across the street from me. However, I am aware of some mothers in the area who have, separate to myself, contacted your office regarding the safety on that very awkward intersection. And they themselves have said that your office has been unresponsive. Please correct me if I'm wrong, and I humbly yield to correction, that we don't believe you've even come to knock on our homes. We haven't seen you walk on our streets. And it's quite disappointing. I truly appreciate the good work that is being done in Long Branch and New Toronto. I'm not taking that away from you. I'm intimately connected with that neighborhood too. But I have to say, having been here for 5 years, the decline attention, we've actually been refused from some of your colleagues on other matters like Committee of Adjustment matters too, everything all documented in writing. And we've also received some compassionate attention. Premier Ford has called twice. MP James Maloney has taken a 1-hour walk with me. The assistance of Councillor Bradford, Councillor Holiday, Councillor Crisanti have been very empathetic. And we just feel that as far as Ward 3 is concerned, there is unfortunately a significant disconnect between what's going on in Long Branch and New Toronto and the Kingsway.
I appreciate your comments and your sentiments, Emile. Thanks again for taking the time.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Christian von Donat. Is Christian here or online? I'll ask again, Christian von Donat. Our next speaker is Dennis Hunt. Is Dennis here or online? Online. Hello, Dennis. It's Stephen Holliday, Chair of the Etobicoke York Community Council. Can you hear me? You are with us live.
To join your committee this afternoon. And I want to thank you for all your hard work and diligence and all the time you've been putting in. Hello.
Hi there. You're coming in loud and clear. You're welcome to depute to the committee. You've got 5 minutes.
At time, I've raised my family, 2 wonderful children, and have watched the community grow and change throughout those many years. I now have grandchildren who come and visit very, very often. Never have I ever felt threatened or have we been worried about the traffic on Lyngrove Avenue in any way, shape, or form. The families around that I am in regular contact with all do not like the idea of putting in traffic calming devices and do not see them as a necessary addition to the neighborhood. The Lyngrove Avenue is a very quiet and underrated street. I appreciate what the gentleman said previously about West Rose. West Rose does feed into almost into Royal, from Royal York to what is it, to Belvedere, Montgomery. It feeds, and so it sort of bypasses. There's just a little 50-foot section that passes on to Lyngrove. You've already heard all of the arguments that people have expressed on their concerns about installing speed humps and how our emergency services and police and fire departments do not like them. And I can assure you that the neighbors around here do not like them. Occasionally, a few years back, somebody applied to have speed bumps put into Lyngrove as well, and it was studied again, and it was rejected at that time. And I'm asking the committee to respectfully reject them again. I think there are other methods and other areas that require those speed bumps and traffic calming devices much greater need than Lyngrove Avenue. I want to thank you for listening to me and reading the comments that I've sent in and along the comments that my neighbors have sent in as well. Thank you again.
Thank you. I'll ask if there's any questions of the speaker. There are questions from Councillor Morley. Please go ahead.
Hi, Dennis. Thank you so much for taking the time. Nice to see you, and thank you for your deputation. I'm just going to ask this in a form of a question because I have to. Are you aware that I'm going to move a motion to remove Lyngrove Avenue from Montgomery Road to Royal York Road from the recommendations today? Oh, you're just muted. Sorry. You have to unmute yourself one more time.
Hello?
Yep, we got
Can you
you.
hear? You got me? Good.
We got you, yeah.
Yeah, at that point, I'd like to thank you and your office. Your office did call me and did tell me that there would be a motion to amend the the motion. And I appreciated that. But I thought that because I made the effort to contact your office, I should at least attend the meetings and participate as well.
Absolutely.
You and your staff have spent time and effort and to address this issue. I think it's only responsible for me to reply by attendance. I want to thank you and your staff. Aisha, is it?
Aisha, yes, she's listening.
Aisha, who've been very, very helpful in this matter and very diligent getting back to me and for taking care of our area.
Thank you so much, Dennis. I really appreciate those kind words. Sincerely, I do. And I want to again just thank you for taking the time, because it's your advocacy and your engagement with this file that helped make this change that we hope is reflective and welcome in the community. So thank you again. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Well, Councillor, it is your advocacy and care that make this a great city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Peter Dick. Is Peter here or online?
Can I move that applications be over 2 minutes so we don't lose quorum?
Is Peter Dick available? Okay. Paul Clark. I see Paul.
2 minutes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, good afternoon.
Go ahead, Mr. Clark.
I'm a bit confused because I thought Councillor Morley was bringing a motion to add Kingsway Crescent to these to the speed bump issue, and because I'm not opposed to these speed bumps that they're talking about. I'm here about this motion that she said that her office said was coming today.
Mr. Clark, yeah, I'm going to say your deputation is in order. The councillors acknowledged that she's moving that motion, but our order does not have that until the end. So I invite you to make a deputation on it with the earnest knowledge. But could
No, I'm not in favor of speed bumps, but I'm not really commenting on the ones that are west of Royal York Road.
It's fine.
Over there, because I'm not familiar with those streets. My name is Paul Clark, and I live at 39 Kingsway Crescent. My family has lived on Kingsway Crescent for the last 50 years, and we don't want speed bumps in the proposed area of our street. Speeding and traffic are not a major issue on the street. Sure, there's the odd speeder, but no more than any other street in the area. Prince Edward Drive between Bloor Street and Dundas Street is a much busier street, and it only has speed bumps in the school zone area of the street. You might as well just put speed bumps on every street in the area if you want to put them on Kingsway Crescent. Also, nothing was provided to know where these speed bumps are going to be located on Kingsway Crescent. We certainly wouldn't want them anywhere near the front of our house because we think they're an eyesore. And this is an old historic street that has great character, beautiful homes, and we just feel it's totally unnecessary, and they just are not nice to look at. I'm also primarily objecting to how the process has been handled by Councillor Morley. She's been working with a woman at 19 Kingsway Crescent who really wants speed bumps. That is why in this proposal the speed bumps start at Queen Mary's Drive to Bannon Avenue. The woman that lives at 19 Kingsway Crescent is just 2 houses north of Queen Mary's Drive and is obviously only concerned with her area of the street. Otherwise, this proposal would have the speed bump starting 2 blocks south where the street begins at the street called the Kingsway. That's where the street begins. It would only make sense if you wanted to take them all the way to Bannon, you would start them there instead of 2 blocks north, which is where this woman's house begins. So I just feel, that's another reason why I feel that this proposal should be properly studied and voted on at a future meeting. Back in March, Councillor Morley left flyers on people's doors which asked them to vote yes or no for the speed bumps and to send it in by the end of April. So that was over 2 months ago. Last week, at the end of the day on Friday, she sent an email out stating that the proposal had received majority support without showing any proof in the email. She said that she will be bringing this motion before council and adding it to an item, this EY 33.35, that has already gone through these normal processes at council and is obviously up in front of council today to be voted on. Okay, I really don't need to go through that again, I guess. Another point I want to make is that all of the items that are up before council were already available for the public to read on the city website. They went through the normal process. Most people would have no idea that Amber Morley would be trying to put this into today's proceedings because there is no mention of it in the published meeting agenda on the city website for today's meeting. That is another reason why I feel that this speed bump proposal should go through the normal process and first be studied and then voted on at a future council meeting. I think that's basically all my points.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Yeah, so.
I'll ask if there's any questions of the speaker.
Yeah.
Seeing none, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Are there any other speakers to this item? Seeing none, questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Morley to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This has been a marathon of a day, and I have a couple more big ones to go, but this is accumulation of a lot of really hard work that's been taking place in the local community. You heard from the last deputant that, in fact, myself personally, along with my team and a local resident who has been working over 20 years to try to get traffic calming onto her street, was able to be supported by my office, including personal door knocking, conversations in the local community, a poll that we ran, along with a staff report to study the speeds, volumes, et cetera, in this area to arrive at the conclusion where we are today. It is important, I think, to note that we do take our work seriously, and we have been deeply engaged, whether it's letter dropping, door knocking, and just really working to be consistent in our approach to safety in our neighborhoods, and particularly with traffic interventions. We know they can be unpopular. We know there's a lot of opinions, and we really do work to make sure the local area residents have an opportunity to weigh in. So it's not lost on me when someone comes to say, you're not in our neighborhood, and you're not doing the work, while commenting on an item of work that we've been working to drive to a resolution here. So, I'll leave that there. I did also just want to note, speeding and road safety have continued, and infiltrating traffic have continued to be top of mind, and we know of concern to Kingsway residents since the installation of the Bloor Street bike lanes, which are, is ongoing. Pieces are related to that. But what we've wanted to do is make sure that we are taking the concerns of our residents and our neighbors very seriously and making interventions as appropriate and where possible with their support. So I will just ask clerks to put my motion forward. It's quite a lengthy one. There's a number of details on it. I mentioned to Dennis, one of the deputants, that we are deleting Lynn Grove Avenue from Montgomery Road to Royal York Road. And including Belvedere Boulevard from Montgomery Road to Royal York Road, King George's Road from Royal York Road to Grenview Boulevard, Kingsway Crescent from Bannon Avenue to Queen Mary's Drive, Prince Edward Drive North from Bloor Street West to Queen Anne Road, and also a few other alternative interventions for traffic calming. All of this has come from 4 years of conversation and engagement with local community, along with working closely with city staff to make sure we're assessing the volumes, the speeds, and the impacts in this area. We know the historic nature and the pride in the Kingsway of properties, and we want to make sure that we're doing our best as the local representative to maintain that while also ensuring safety for residents in the communities as it changes and grows. So I'll keep it brief. I won't speak too much more than that, just to say that, again, all of this has been informed by both reporting and reviews by city staff, as well as feedback, insights, and input from local area residents. As always, we do our best to strike a balance and deliver results for our neighborhood. So that's what's before you. Happy to answer any questions if colleagues have.
Question of the mover, Councillor Nunziata.
So, Councillor Morley, we heard from a constituent that you did the poll, but you didn't respond back to the constituents on what the results of the poll were.
We would have confirmed that it was a positive poll. We don't always release which houses voted which way, but we'll provide a total number.
I don't mean the houses, but the percentage.
Yeah, I'm sure we can if we haven't already. And my staff are listening in, and I'll have them undertake to provide Paul with an update. I believe it was in the 60% range of support, but it was a positive poll.
Well, it's important that you let your constituents know that. You don't have to give them individual names, but you give them what the percentage is.
Questions?
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
why don't you then give that information to your constituents?
We are very transparent in my office. If it hasn't already been done, it will be.
So, Mr. Clark, I got to maintain order in the chamber. I'm going to ask if there's any other members that wish to comment. I'm going to say something briefly. What we have in front of, I'm going to support Councillor Morley on this because I believe that she's done diligence on it. And I squarely blame council because, again, it's the traffic calming policy that we've been dealt by council that is leading to this. And this is now the second time in this calendar year where we've had a significant amount of uncertainty brought into the chamber because the proposals are controversial. And you know what happened? Council voted to reduce the threshold, the technical warrants that were clear, numerical, transparent. They lowered them so low that almost every street qualifies. Not every street, but almost every street. And you can get proxy data on the internet. It's there. And then they took away the polling ability of this community council to have the clerk do the gold standard, which is to mail out ballots. They took it away from us. It's not that they removed the requirement. We're actually not allowed to do polling. And so we are stuck into a process where it's only really up to the councillor to go out and gauge the support, which is very difficult to do, even as a task. But on top of that, then there is criticism of the transparency of that. And that's fair because the members of the public don't work in the councillor's office. So we're going to have to rely on Councillor Morley telling us that she believes that this is what is supported by the street, and then the questions come about it. And so I regret that we're in this position, and I blame the policy that we were dealt on this. And if anybody's got an idea how to fix it, I'm all ears because you know I would love to do that. And that is central to so many discussions today and on several points at this community council is because I think the trust in the process is eroding, and it's because the system has been set up in a way that we can only work with the limited things that we have. So those are my comments. I know they're even above the particular file on hand, but I'm increasingly frustrated by this, and I think the members of the public are too. I don't know if there's any other comments on this.
Yeah, I just want to speak briefly.
Councillor Nunzio.
Councillor Holiday, you know, I understand your comments and I agree with that. And that's why when we did change the policy, that what I've been doing and what my office has been doing is actually we're doing the poll. My office is doing the poll. And that we're mailing them directly to the constituents, calling them or emailing them. So when I do get the response, I know what streets where the response is. If I don't get the proper response, then I don't bring it forward to speed humps. But I agree, Councillor Holiday, what you're saying, we changed the policy, and that's why we as councillors have to work a little harder in getting out there in the community to ensure that you do have the support that you need.
Okay, any further comments? Seeing none on the amendment by Councillor Morley. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries on the item as amended. So that was, I will clarify that was the item. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, we still have a few items here. Councillor Perruzza, you had indicated you are concerned that you are not able to stay. Did you want to move an item ahead on the agenda to deal with?
It's really quick. I'll just move the motion right here.
With the consent of the members?
I'll let the clerk put it on the screen then.
Just hang on a sec, because I got some screens to open here to get that up.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Will you just
Chair.
get the item number, please? Okay, so EY 3357, reducing the speed limit on Elena Drive. Councillor Perruzza.
You mean 37?
57.
57, number 57.
It was a new item of business.
Yeah.
Questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillor Perruzza.
Happy to move that Mr. Chair.
Councillor Perruzza moves his motion. Oh, it's an amendment to his motion. Okay, so on the amendment, all those in favor, any opposed? That carries. That is it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Back to the top of the order
Yeah,
paper.
Mr. Chair, can I just move that the deputations be held to 2 minutes, just for the sake of time and trying to finish the agenda? We've heard so much.
That apparently is in order, so Councillor Perruzza moved that. I'm going to ask for a recorded vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Sorry, not recorded vote, but a counted vote. 1, 2, 3 opposed. 4 opposed. That does not pass. Okay, we're on a final
You can't do it when we've been having 5 minutes all day.
we are on the last item with speakers, which is EY 33.36 Barry Road traffic calming. We have registered speakers. Our first speaker is Milika Gulan.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Welcome to the Community Council.
Thank you.
You've got 5 minutes. Please go ahead as soon as you're ready.
Oh, here, this is the one with the north and so on.
No, I put more stuff in.
You want to use this one?
Yeah, I will use that one. Hi, my name is, oh, this is too loud. My name is Mila Gulan. I live on 230 Berry Road. You will have a beautiful map of our Berry Road, which is approximately 500 meters. And I live in a house which is very close to Prince Edward and Berry Road corner. So I just want to tell you that Berry Road is extremely busy street. We have 2 different lines of buses. One is 66, which is going to Humber Loop, and the other one is 66B, which goes to Lakeshore. So they are going every 7 to 14 minutes usually, and they are running from 5 o'clock in the morning till 1 o'clock in the morning again. And plus we have ambulance, fire trucks, cars, trucks as well, garbage trucks, everything. So if we put these bumps or humps or whatever is named for it, it will be absolutely terrible. We have already noise, which we somehow adjusted because I live in this area for 40 years. And we never had any problem with any incident on the road. So on Berry Road, I'm 27 years, so I know the area very well, very well. So I want to ask you, can you imagine what kind of noise we will have with the humps, with buses which are going probably about 200 times back and forth, and tremors, vibrations, and noise, how that will affect our health and our mental well-being. The other thing is just a possibility of structural damage, because I don't know if that vibration and tremor will damage our properties. That is another worry what I have. And I want to say that is the reason why we really don't want any bumps on the streets. We want to explore some other options, like everybody said. And I want to say another thing, that Berry Road is the street which have transit buses going around. The bump and humps are put usually in a street, side streets, which has a school around. like Sunny Lee School, which is on Glen Roy, or Norseman School, which is on Norseman Road. So I don't understand how we came to these bumps on Berry Road when the school, Park Lawn, is on Ballacane. And it's completely, I will show you where it is. Here's Ballacane, here's Park Lawn School, junior school. Here is the crosswalk with a guard every morning, lunchtime, and night when children are leaving. My daughter, because I live in this area, my daughter was in that school, never had any problems. So I really don't understand this. The other thing is we have a lot of crosswalks. We have one crosswalk and stop sign on Berry Road and Prince Edward, and 3 ways crosswalk. So that is thing. Plus we have stop sign, 4 sides or 3 sides, I don't know. But we really don't need it. And then we have traffic lights on Park Lawn, yeah. And that is where children usually from the lower Berry Road are coming and going to Park Lawn School, okay? So I really don't understand what is the problem. I didn't see on any major streets.
Milica, can you wrap up? Because we're over time.
Okay, but I want to say, I didn't see anywhere in any streets, Royal York, Queensway, Bloor Street, Browns Line, nowhere bumps, nowhere. Royal York as well, which has a number of the schools. So I am a mother and I'm a grandmother, and I really worry about the children. But we didn't have any problems in the area. And I am not for not protecting the children, but I am for some other easier things to do, and maybe decrease the speed, put more stop signs, and give us maybe more time, because I learned about this just 7 days ago. So I didn't have even time to process it.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our
Okay.
next speaker is Paul Smith. Is Paul here or online?
I'm going to go after
The committee have any concerns reordering the speakers? No? Okay. Our next speaker is Branislav or Branko Gulan.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody.
Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, I'm glad to have an opportunity to talk to you guys. Well, most of the things, okay, you already mentioned. And what I would like to add up is when there is a time for votings, I have a lots of you guys, okay, knocking on my door, okay, right? I understand. When it's a time to do the serious change on a street where I live 28 years, okay, right? Nobody even bothered, okay, right, to make me a phone call, okay, right? And that's something I take as a serious problem, okay, right? So, talking about the streets, how dangerous they are, okay? This is a street where I live. You see what a nice pedestrian sidewalk, plus we have a huge bumper zone, okay, because of the grass, okay, and then you have a, road with the trucks and cars and over there.
Put it underneath so they can see it.
Oh, yeah.
That is our sidewalk.
Yeah. So you see how big sidewalk is, and plus from here to here, okay, there is no way somebody is going to get hurt, okay, by the cars, even if they speed up, okay. And I told you, okay, I'm 40 years in the area, okay, right, and I live 28 years on this street, okay, right. Never happened anything. There is another street, another picture, and this time I was greeted by the bunny. What a nice day, okay. And he was over there to say, hey, Grandpa, no problem, okay, everybody's safe over here. Okay. So what we're gonna do, okay, right? My idea was to put more of these signs. I don't know how you call them. You see those, I call them sticks. It's a stick, okay, right? With a limit speed, in this case, of the 40 kilometers, and this is a park lawn. So instead of having the bumps all over the place, okay, I am suggesting that we can go with an easier road, put more of these. On a Berry Road, we can put 4 or 5 of these. That will really affect the people's mind. Maybe not the first day, maybe not the second day, but the third and fourth and fifth, okay, it will work. It will work, I know. So as already mentioned, okay, the guy before me, okay, he mentioned that it's going to affect the emergency report, even the cushions can cause delay and the wear on the vehicles, and the high and frequent ambulance, fire, police is on your street. I didn't see a response from a police. Do they agree with this or no? I didn't see it. Okay, right. So on the same thing with the fire trucks. So somebody told me like they're planning to make those bumps. So when the TTC buses are going, they will go more or less on a kind of the flat side. Okay, right. So maybe it might work. But the thing is, okay, not every vehicle has the same distance, okay, between vehicles, between the wheels. Okay, truck is this big, fire truck is this, police car is this. So we're gonna have a problem. Okay, right? So before I leave, I don't want to keep it too long because it's already 5 o'clock. I suggest putting more of these signs. If it's necessary, we can decrease the speed. How much that's going to be effective, we'll see it. Reminder that I never saw any accident, okay, for almost 30 years living on a Berry Road, plus 10 years, okay, living a few blocks, okay, further down east from a Berry Road. And vibrations, okay. What Mila just mentioned, okay, right? What kind of vibration? I mean, we have to deal with that, okay, every single day, okay, right? For what time early in the morning, okay, till late night, and so that's all I can say, okay, right? Hopefully, we can go easy way, put more of these signs, okay, maybe reduce the speed. And maybe, I think my neighbor, okay, Paul, okay, he has a few very, very interesting ideas to put on, okay. So maybe we can combine all of them together, okay, right? It really make a big thing. And plus, it's going to be very, very less expensive, okay, right? Very less expensive. All right, so.
Thank you, Branko.
Thank you very much for your time.
Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Paul Smith. Welcome to Community Council, Paul.
Thank you.
Got 5 minutes.
These people.
Sorry, did you want the overhead? Okay, it's been connected.
Is it working? Yeah.
Yep, we've got it.
This
Go
is
ahead.
the same one as Mila. Mila and Bronco are neighbors of mine. We're neighbors of each other. And we live next door to each other. And actually, it was within a week ago, maybe even less than a week ago, Bronco came over to my house and had this flyer and said, here's something that you should see. I had never seen it before, and it was this flyer about the digging up the road, the bumps. And ever since then, we've been scrambling, quite frankly, trying to come up with exactly what does this mean. We've been phoning Councillor Morley's office. She's been very good. And a number of people, I've been getting calls. I travel a lot. I'm out of the office and my house a lot. And we did not see this until a week ago. So one of my main questions today and requests is that I believe we were supposed to give some sort of decision today on the next step for agreeing, or you could go ahead and implement the bumps, as we call them. And what we would like is a deferment. We have not had a chance to really study this. And we would like to have the chance to defer it because we are 100% about safety for the children on the street and the people on the street. Because, again, my daughter went to the Etobicoke School of the Arts, and every morning there would be 3 or 4 girls, and we would meet and have breakfast at our house. And they would walk along the road, you can see in pink here, out across down through the river and up to Royal York Road, which is right here. And that's where the Etobicoke School of the Arts is, and they would walk there, and there is speeding on that road, on Barrie Road. And I don't know how many times I went to the police station and spoke to them and said, please do something. Quite frankly, the response was poor. So I would really like to have time to deal with it. We are behind that 100%, but when we hear this gentleman over here talk about his street, that, the roads we have on Barrie Road, we have sidewalks on both sides. We have very wide streets. The other issue is that when you look at Prince Edward and you look at Park Lawn to the south, they have safety issues or accessories, if you like, that we don't have. And we're just saying, why don't we work together? We would love to work together, and in the next meeting we come here or between and come up with a solution for all parties that's in a constructive, maybe progressive way to come to a solution that works for everybody. We've been, and I know my time is short here, but we would like to work on those, what we call them sticks between the roads, 2 ways. There's a reflective material or product there. We would like to have one of those, on Prince Edward, there's a big sign that says slow down, and it gives the speed. We don't have one of those. We don't have the sticks. We would like to go along with some of these ideas in order to make our streets safe, perhaps without doing the bumps, because the bumps are not going over well. We're in a townhouse condo on the corner, and I've come for the group, and I'll report back. But we would like to participate. We'd like to cooperate. We'd like to be part of it, but with some cooperation and some consultation between all of us together. So that, I think those are the main points in addition to my friends here. And I think that's it.
Thank you. Are there questions of the speaker? Yes, Councillor Morley had some questions.
Thank you very much, Paul. Really nice to meet you. Thanks for taking the time today to be with us. Are you aware that today is the last community council of this current term of office?
I'm not sure of how the process of your organization, but I was told if I came today and spoke to you people the way I have spoken to you and asked if we could defer this out and come up with some sort of solution, other than because there is not a lot of support for the bumps. And we would like to say, let's come up with something else that promotes safety. Mm-hmm. And I guess with the fire engines, the bus, there's 222 bus stops in our Park Lawn, Barrie Road every single day. Mm-hmm. I confirmed it last Saturday morning at 8 in the morning with TTC, believe it or not.
I do believe it. And I've actually been on this site with TTC staff. So I'll share some more remarks and comments. I appreciate the recommendation to defer. And I will speak to that when I have a moment. Thanks again, Paul. Really.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Smith, there's another question.
Sorry.
So, yeah,
Councillor
sorry.
Nunziata.
Thank you for coming. But are you aware that what's being recommended is not humps? They're speed cushions.
That's called marketing. Cushions, yes, for bumps.
Which is low. And I just want to know if you realize that that's what's being recommended.
I have in the last, as I say, I just found out about this a week ago, and we have been almost frantic. On Saturday afternoon, I went out to, I know there's a community out in Burlington, very nice upscale homes, and there's one street out there where they put all sorts of cushions on it. And I went out there, and I parked my car, walked up the street, and there was a gentleman sitting reading the newspaper on his lawn, and I stopped and I said, do you mind if I have a moment to talk to you? And I told him what we're doing, and I asked him about his cushions, and I said, what do you think of them? He said, they don't work. I said, why not? He said, what people do, you have a bump, people speed up to the bump, go slowly over the cushion, and then speed on to the next one and progress that way. I said, well, what is the solution? And he said, the best thing that could have been done in this situation, and they had quite a number of cushions, he said a stop sign. He said, why not have a stop sign? They pull up, they stop, they don't roll over, they stop, and they move. And now we've, on our street where we are in Barrie Road, we've identified a couple of spots where we could have a stop sign. And this is it. We would like to come with these solutions and ideas to make it safe for those young people, the people walking on both sides of the street on Barrie Road. We have sidewalks on both sides. We have Prince Edward sidewalks on both sides, and the same with Park Lawn. And I think that, frankly, it would be a lot less money as a taxpayer, and I think it would promote the safety and maybe even be better than what is being added or spoken of today.
I'm very familiar with the area, but as you know, you don't have to answer this. As you know, that a lot of people go through stop signs.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And I get complaints all the time that they want police enforcement because people don't feel stop signs are safe. I just know. Do you know that?
Well, as far as the police enforcement, I think they're overworked, and it's not their fault. And as I say, there would be a policeman. They sit at this location right here where it goes down to the creek. They sit there and watch for people who don't stop at the stop sign as they come south on Prince Edward. And I would go up to that fellow and I would say, listen, these people are speeding. You know, these young people, all sorts of people are walking there. And before you could finish telling him, he would be off chasing somebody because somebody had gone through. We're human, we're not perfect. But I think if the whole idea is to work together to kind of come up with some sort of solution,
No, I agree.
It makes sense to everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Seeing none, the final speaker I have on this is Cynthia Ramanu. Thank you, Cynthia. Congratulations. You've been patient with us all day.
Not a problem.
So welcome to Community Council. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. My name is Cynthia. I am a resident of the area. I've been in the area for 46 years. And in 46 years, there have been a number of times that things have been approached regarding speed and that. I not only live in the area, but as of last year, I am the crossing guard at Prince Edward and Barrie Road in Ballacane. I'm not here as the crossing guard because I'm not allowed to be. I'm here speaking as a resident. Every day I'm taking my life one day at a time. The amount of cars and the speed they're going is unreal. They not only speed, but they're passing. The buses, their buses are being unloaded with people, kids, grown-ups, seniors. There is times when I'm in the middle of the crosswalk and people are passing me. Well, I'm in the middle of the crosswalk to give the kids a chance to cross the street. When I'm going to tell them that it's safe, cars are passing me. How can that be? They did a study on the speed. The average speed along Barrie Road is 58 kilometers. The speed limit is 40 kilometers. If a car hits a child at 50 kilometers an hour, there's no chance of survival. It was the parents of Park Lawn School and residents on the street that pushed for a petition. I signed their petition, and I also got other people to sign it as well. We had notices up on poles where you could scan and sign the petition or whatever you wanted to do. It's hard when you're on the road there and you're about to cross, go out to let the kids cross, and all of a sudden the car's coming right in front of you. One day alone, the day before, Amber Morley came down 6 times in one shift. I was almost struck. This is why we want safety on Barrie Road, however we can get it. If the speed cushions are what you plan to do, I'm all for it. The speed limit could be brought down. The signs about the crosswalk should be worded differently. Every sign that from cross to cross says no crossing, or pardon me, no passing from here to crosswalk. So that's telling me that as soon as you reach that crosswalk, it's okay for you to pass. How that should be worded is no passing in crossing zone from X to X. Okay? I'm not the only one that feels this way. And I'm sorry that there's not more people to tell you this. But you know, it's life. No matter where you are, there's crosswalks. So I'm with whatever is safe for everybody. Right now, I'm terrified that I'm going to get hit or one of the kids are going to get hit. And it doesn't matter the age. It could be 17, 16 to 80. They're speeding. I've had cars going through at 110 kilometers. What am I supposed to do? What is everybody supposed to do? Even you, walking across the street. You've pressed the button, the light is flashing, and they're right in front of you. Okay, that's all.
Thank you. Are there questions? A question from Councillor Morley?
Thank you for being with us. This is an important one, and so I'm going to take the time, but I'm not going to take a lot of time. Just for you, love, if you could stay with us, the question's for you. Sorry. I wanted to say thank you for your service, and it was really great to meet you on site about the issue. There was a proposal from other deputants about the flexi rods in the middle of the street that show the speed limit. Do you think that that would also be a helpful intervention on Barrie Road?
Some people are for it, a lot of people are not. They feel that if you put those structures there, when bicycles are riding, cars can't pass them. So they feel that's a danger. They can't move over, so they're stuck behind the bicycles.
I'm going to ask some questions to staff about it as well. Thank you so much again for taking the time and sitting through community
Not a
council
problem.
with us.
Thank you. I'll just check. Any other speakers? Seeing none, questions to staff. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To staff, thank you for being with us. I wanted to ask a few questions, both of my own and some that came from the deputants today as well. Can you staff confirm how speed cushions differ from speed humps and what they would look like on Barrie Road?
Oh, I think I turned it off. Hi, thank you, Deputy Mayor Moore. Through the chair, speed cushions are slightly different from speed humps in that they are designed to fit within the wheelbase. So that's the space between the two wheels on larger vehicles, such as TTC. So that means that instead of all the wheels of a vehicle having to hit the hump to go over it, on a traditional passenger vehicle, typically only one side of the car will be impacted. This means that it's not necessarily as effective at reducing speeds as a speed hump, because that forces the entire vehicle to slow down, but it does minimize the impact on larger vehicles, especially transit. When we did a pilot of speed cushions up on Tandridge Crescent, what we found from TTC was that they provided still meaningful speed management, but really limited the impact on passenger comfort and safety. So the rear wheels, because there's 4 of them on a TTC vehicle, do slightly go over both sides of a speed cushion, but it's relatively minor in comparison to a speed hump. And typically they're installed, there's usually 3 of them, sometimes 4, depending on the width of the roadway, but they're placed so that transit vehicles can stay in their lane to go over the speed cushions, and that if necessary, larger vehicles like fire trucks can sometimes even go down the center of the street and go over the middle cushion in order to reduce the impact on fire and ambulance in particular.
Thank you so much for that, Emily. And just sort of related to that, and we heard it from some of the deputants here today about the impacts of noise and vibration. Is there any information available to that about what the anticipated impacts might be?
Not specifically. It's something that generally through the design of various traffic calming measures has been raised in many areas, but it's something that consistently, at least in my awareness through the community of practice, has not been a significant issue. And again, looking at Barry Place in Barry in particular, where speed cushions are proposed instead of speed humps, the impact will be lesser than would it be if it were a speed hump proposed instead.
Okay. 2 more quick ones, if I may. Staff had previously indicated that quick curb installations are being explored as a Vision Zero measure to prevent vehicles from passing stopped buses, which we heard from the crosswalk crossing guard here, as well as we know from being on site and hearing from local residents is a problem. Can staff provide an update on this initiative and whether it could be implemented on Barry Road? Further, the recommendation of the in-road flexi posts, I believe we call them. Can you speak to if that's been looked at and if there's still opportunity to explore that as an option here?
Absolutely. Thank you, Deputy Morelli. Through the chair, regarding the quick curb, which just for everybody's reference is plastic curbing with the flex posts on them, is planned to be installed in front of the TTC stops in order to help prevent people illegally passing stopped TTC vehicles. So that is actually in the report and is shown on the traffic calming drawing where that measure is proposed. The one thing that is mentioned is that we're still coordinating internally because that's not a product that we have used very often in the city. So we just need to go through some procurement and, figuring out exactly how and when they're going to be installed by our road operations team. But we have committed to put the quick curbs specifically in on Barry. Regarding the in-road flexible signs, unfortunately, given the time, I can't ping my colleague who actually runs that program to confirm whether or not Barry has been evaluated for in-road flex signs, but it is definitely something that we can bring back and look as well. I looked at our guidelines real quick and nothing flashed in my head as being a reason potentially why we couldn't, but I would just want to confirm the technical feasibility before recommending them as well.
That's great, and we will look forward to following up offline as well on that. Thanks, Emily. That's all for me, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions of staff?
Yeah, they need a cyberspace name for question.
Thank you. I'm going to ask one really fast one. Look, the 85th percentile of this street was 53. That's fast. I can't believe that this street has gone on for this many years without having traffic calming because it's way over even the old warrants. Why are we considering this now for the first time? And Barry Road's been there for decades, many, many decades. When I knew it was many decades ago.
Hi, yes, thank you, Councillor Holliday. The reason that Barry was not brought forward for traffic calming previously is that the previous traffic calming policy, the 2002 policy, eliminated streets with TTC routes from consideration. So that's why we piloted the speed cushions and why Barry was brought forward. It was actually proactively identified by Transportation Services as an historical issue. And now that speed cushions are a tool in our toolbox, we intended to bring it forward and then had a petition also from residents in support.
The profile performance of the street hasn't changed. It's only the prohibition's been lifted because of the speed cushions.
Correct, the new tool in our toolbox.
Thank you very much. That helps a lot.
Yeah, of course.
I see.
Yeah, I had one today with cushions that I approved.
Any other questions of staff? Seeing none. Members to speak. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I really do appreciate the residents coming out today, Branko, Paul, Mila, and to share your feedback with us. And I do regret that we are here at our last meeting of the Community Council of this particular term, because I would appreciate the opportunity to work a little bit more closely to address your specific concerns and making sure that we're incorporating some of your ideas and feedback into the solutions for safety on the street. Despite some of the opposition, though, that we heard, this actually has been spurred, and we, Emily from the staff team just advised, there's a resident-led petition of almost 200 people in the community, and we know many folks, including the crossing guard there, who's there on site every single day with eyes on the road, with the care and concern of the children and the families in the local community, here to speak in support of this particular application. I would also, or this particular recommendation rather, and I'd also flag that in terms of the correspondence we received on this item, it was about 3-1 in terms of in favor versus in opposition. So I know not many people took the time or sat through community council today, but I do want to note that there is strong local support for this. And while we want to continue the conversation, we do want to also deliver on some opportunities for additional safety improvements here. A couple of months back, I don't remember the date, but it was cold, we met at the crosswalk with about a dozen parents with their small children who do go back and forth from Southside Berry Road up to the Park Lawn School. And we stood there together and we observed the traffic, the speeding, the passing, and all of it was happening right there in front of our eyes. And so a lot of interventions have already been put in place, including signage, crosswalk, etc. And we still see negative impacts. So we're going to continue to do more here. And I do want to take forward the flexi rod conversation as well. We'll see about if that can be incorporated and implemented. Unfortunately, we can't dialogue. But I'm just going to finish quickly to say that again, we know based on Vision Zero data, this stretch of Berry Road meets the warrants for traffic calming under the updated policy, as the chair has just highlighted and has, frankly, for some time. We want to honor the community's feedback and the local area residents who've been pushing really hard for additional interventions here, and we think that this will help make a difference. So with that, I'll move the staff recommendations with a commitment to keeping the dialogue open and continuing to work together with the local community.
I'm sorry, our procedures don't allow.
My team's right behind you, so we can connect right after. We've just got a few more items.
Yeah. Members, other members to speak? Seeing none, I don't know, Councillor Morley moving the staff recommendations? Councillor Morley moves the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That item carries. Members, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 items left. There are no speakers and the introduction of bills, unless, Madam Clerk, I'm missing. We have, okay, I don't see 6 on my screen, but I'll take your lead. Okay, our next item is EY 33.52, Riding Avenue removal of traffic island following one-way conversion. Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, I'll just move the recommendation.
Councillor Nunziata moves the recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Our next item is EY 3353, Hillside Avenue and Royal York Road pedestrian crossing protection investigation. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that item forward with staff. That's all.
Councillor Morley moves a recommendation before us. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 33.54. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Similarly, Manitoba Street.
I'm so sorry. I shouldn't read the title. Improvements for pedestrian safety and accessibility to welcome the deafblind community in New Toronto. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're very excited about a new modular building in our community. That's been, it's going to be the new head office for the Canadian Helen Keller Society, or Center, rather, and their specialty is working with and supporting members of the deaf-blind community. We've worked really closely and hard with them over the course of this term. They're set to open their doors, I think, this month or in the next few weeks, and we'll have 56 new accessible units for individuals who have who are navigating or who are deafblind in our community, and we want to make sure that all of the surrounding intersections have the most appropriate AODA upgraded streetlights, and encourage staff to proceed with investigation and work around that.
All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. EY 3355, Manitoba Street Parking Restriction and Review of Traffic Calming. Councillor Morley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Similarly, I'd like to move the item before us.
Councillor Morley moves the recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. And EY 33.56, Improving Traffic Safety on St. Philip's Road. Councillor Crisanti.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In the sake of time, there's the recommendations. I don't know if they're putting them on the screen, but I'm going to be moving staff recommendation that is requesting formal traffic safety review in this area, and this is supported by 52 petition with 52 households and a letter from the Western Golf Course as well. So I'll be moving these recommendations and at this time.
And a amendment.
Yes, with as amended, correct.
Councillor Crisanti, what is it that you're doing?
Sorry?
What is it you're doing?
Question to mover.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what we're doing is, Councillor, we got a petition from 52 households, very concerned about the traffic and accidents that we've had on St. Philip's. There's been documented recently 35 motor vehicle collision events actually, that occurred since 2024. So I was there at a site visit with a number of residents, received a petition with 52 households, and they really want a deep dive here to see what we could do to improve safety in this stretch of road.
So the residents are, you're talking about the golf course, you're not talking about residents?
No, the golf course is also supporting these recommendations for.
St. Philip's is part of my ward as well. So
that's right, the upper end, the section I'm talking about.
That's why I'm questioning it.
Yes, and also my office advised your office that this item is coming forward. They should have told you.
No. I think I need to know more about this being part of my ward.
Okay, what do you want to know? We could talk about it later, but this is all, this happened just very recently. We had a site visit with a number of residents. Like I said, I received a petition with 52 households, a letter from the Western Golf Course, because they're also concerned about the accidents. There's been 35 incidents over the last couple of years. Yeah, so what we're doing is just asking staff for a report back on.
I know the area well.
So do I.
And yeah, well, I do, I think, longer than you.
Want to challenge that?
Yeah,
Okay.
challenge that. But I just need to know these residents to sign the petition. Who are these residents to sign the petition?
Sorry, where are they? They're residents in my area.
Yeah.
Yeah, none of them in yours.
So there's a report back on this.
There's a report back, correct.
Because I'm going to have to really review this whole thing because that affects my ward. I've got the 400, I've got the 401 there. And so if there's any changes, I have to be.
Councillor, you're going to
aware
have
of any
many
changes.
opportunities to do that.
Okay,
for sure.
because I'm the one that has all the traffic, not Crisanti's ward, my ward.
You're going to have lots of opportunities for that, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Any other questions of the mover?
Drive through his work now on my way home, and I can tell you I'm going to find all kinds of traffic on the way home. You guys are
Before it's too late. Any other speakers on the item? Seeing
Did you
none.
have a question?
On Councillor Crisanti's
Okay.
motion, all those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried.
Thank
I will ask, I'm sorry, on the amending motion, and now on the item is amended, all those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Madam Clerk, that is the last business items except for the bills. So we need a volunteer to read the first one.
I'd be happy to do that.
Councilor, Vice Chair Perruzza,
I want recorded votes on the bills, okay?
you got it.
Sorry. On a point of personal privilege, if I may, I just wanted to say thank you, a very warm thank you, not only to the staff who've been masterful in holding all of the things together for us, but Mr. Chair, as my last meeting of Community Council of my very first term, it's really been an honor and a pleasure to see the ways in which you steward this Community Council, and really wanted to, especially at this late hour after this very long agenda, really acknowledge your leadership and your efforts in our Community Council. I've done a lot of learning and growing here, and I really appreciate your guidance and leadership. That's all. Thank you.
Deputy
Just a
Mayor
quick
Morley.
one.
We did it together.
Councilor Perruzza, please move the bills before we run out of time. Okay, because we only have.
Just before I read that, I just want to include the rest of us in that commendation as well, okay? I just want to amend Councillor Morley's comments there. And I'd like to read that Bills 720 to 747 and 926 prepared for the July 7, 2026 meeting 383 of the Etobicoke York Community Council be declared as bylaws and passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006, period.
Madam Clerk.
All those in favor?
Recorded.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Holiday, Councillor Morley, Councillor Crisanti. The bills carry unanimously. One more.
One more volunteer.
Okay, I'll read that.
Councillor Nunziata.
That confirmity bills to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Etobicoke York Community Council acting under delegated authority of meeting 33 on July 7, 2026, be declared as bylaws and passed subject to section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006.
Recorded.
All those in favor of the confirmatory bill? Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Nunziata, Councillor Holiday, Councillor Morley, Councillor Crisanti. That motion carries unanimously.
I'd like to thank all the staff that are here. Thank you very much for your support. And the guys at the back that's with the making sure that people can see us and hear us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And security keeping us safe. Thank you so
Yes.
much. Appreciate
And I'd like to add all the sit-in city solicitor, the city clerks, and everybody else who's here today for a very long day. Thank you for being with us and staying with us.
Thank you.
As well as Alex here. I
All
wanna
right,
thank
this
Alex
meeting
too.
is adjourned.
I'd like to thank Councilor Perruzza for actually staying for the
There-
whole meeting.
There